Welcome to the 2025 New Zealand Masters. I'm Kenji, and this is my co-commentator Helen. Say hi.
Hi, everyone.
So we're going to start with a game in just a few minutes between Val, Mills, and Mike Curry. Both players are from Auckland, uh, and yeah, looking forward to it. Um,
So, a little bit about Val. Val lives in Auckland.
mhm.
She's currently ranked number 15th in New Zealand, and
Yep.
apparently she goes up and down like a yo yo. And she was the former president of New Zealand
Yeah.
Scrabble Players Association,
Yeah.
and
And
currently edits the New Zealand Scrabbles magazine Forwards.
yeah. She goes out and after every event she takes pictures. It's nice. I've had the pleasure of being her. She's a good player. Mike Curry is also from Auckland. Runs his own YouTube channel where evidently he does some rapping. um, and yeah, um, you know, uh, he was a commentator last time, so maybe if we have another future commentary in New Zealand, then maybe you'll be one of the players, or in
Have you played
Australia.
him before, Kenji?
I have not played Mike. I have played Val. Um, yeah.
I think I may have played Val,
Okay.
but I
Mike's a
don't
newer
believe I've met
player.
Mike.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mike's not been playing that long, I believe. I think maybe only a few years. I could be wrong about that. I don't. I would be wrong if I said I'm actually from the States, so I don't know too much about the players. Um, I know something, but largely from talking. I've met a few of them, but yeah. I think we're gonna get started shortly. Uh, I'm not quite sure as to the timeline of these things. But yeah, this is the New Zealand Masters. This is the 41st edition. It's basically their biggest national tournament, I believe. And you know, it's mostly been won by Howard Warner, who's maybe the most decorated player, but he's not the top seed. The top seed is Chris, who is somebody who I actually know pretty well. Um, there are, I believe, how many contestants are there? Like 40? Sorry
Uh,
about that.
40 invitations are sent out
Yeah,
for
yeah.
24 players.
Mm-hmm.
So, based on availability and rank, the best in New Zealand are here. And it's a round robin. So, there's 23 games. And everybody
Oh,
plays everybody,
there's
obviously.
24 players. That
Yeah.
makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. Not 40.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks
40
like they're.
invitations, I think Alex said earlier.
Yeah, yeah. All right, looks like we're about to get started. Believe that Val is first here. Um,
So, it's not the biggest tournament, but it is the most prestigious.
yeah, it's most it you get every single game is competitive at events like these. It's not just one, it's not just a few people running away with the field. You're not going to get easy games here. Every single game is going to be a challenge, no matter how you're doing. You'd be winning all your games, you'd be losing all your games. Um, so it looks like Val is first. She has AAFILMS. What kinds of plays do you think you'd be looking for here?
Oh, I wonder if it's worth keeping the S or perhaps using it like what she's got set up there and capitalizing on that double letter score.
She has Flam lined up.
That's
That
an
takes.
interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
just decided to
Um,
keep AIS.
Yeah, Mafia would probably be the more standard play. You could also play Fam. Those are probably the more standard plays, but this is a little bit more interesting, a little bit more open. It takes a Y hook and an E hook. If the E hook is made, then she has the A for a flame, which is kind of an interesting aspect of that term of that play. But it scores 18 points. It does what you're trying to do here. You're trying to get rid of the F. You're trying to get rid of the M, and trying to get bingos on future turns. Although that is
Okay,
a
and she's
horrific
had a
draw.
terrible pickup. Yeah.
Um,
The only thing she didn't get was an I, which is what I always get when I leave an I on the rack. I always get another one.
um, so Mike with DWNLNOS. So actually has Snowland to the A. I believe that's a word. I'm going to check to
I'll
make
just check that for
100%
us.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not exactly the easiest find.
No,
If he
I wonder
doesn't
if
know or see Snowland, then he's going to have probably plays using AW, just getting rid of some of his consonants. He has downs lined up, probably downs and flams. Maybe you can be considering something like down, making AD or DA. Maybe something like wold or lawn even, just scoring 12 but keeping his consonants. These are the sorts of things you're trying to think about here, I think. Just trying to balance while probably keep the S for the hooks and just trying to keep a good vowel consonant ratio.
So we've got a few keen beans on the stream. G'day to Alec. G'day Cookie Times, whoever you are. That's a cool little name. There were a few votes for Mafia earlier with Val. So thank you for your input, folks.
Yeah, Snowland's a tough find. It's not just tough to find, you actually have to know it's a word. I don't think that Snowland is what I would consider a common word. He ends up playing Dawn. That makes a lot of sense. Again, you want to keep a good vowel consonant ratio, and this makes the S hooks very valuable. And as we see, Val immediately playing Awa, getting rid of 2 of her 4 A's. A reasonable decision, I think. Maybe she could have considered playing another vowel over by playing through the L. But this is perfectly fine as well. You just generally want to get rid of the A's and get something a little bit more playable. Mike with drawing the Z. Pretty good bingo tiles except for that Z. Is an O away from Solanets. Few different options here. Probably going to want to play and hold on to the S and play something with Flame, I would guess. Although I don't know if you see anything here, Helen. What do you see?
Oh, I'm just trying to see if there's a way for her to get rid of at least 2 A's. It looks like she's thinking the same thing, just trying to get some rack balance. But I don't know where she's thinking of putting AKA, unless you can see what she's up to there.
It's Mike on turn, I believe. Because Helen just played, or Val just played Awa? Is that right? Or
I'm just looking.
Val has Akinesia lined up. And Mike has Zone lined up.
Okay.
Zone and Flame makes a lot of sense here, I think. Yeah, that's what he's going to end up doing. And we got the time situated, which is nice. So Mike's now taking a small lead here. Val with
Zone.
Akinesia doesn't play. AAEIKNS. Definitely wants to get rid of the K and the A here.
There's a nice word, KANAE, that would be nice under there, but I don't know if she'd know it. Like putting the K on the double letter score, making Z.
Yeah. That's certainly a good option. Anything really that gets rid of, just KA is a good option. Anything that gets rid of comma would probably be a good option as well.
And Alex suggesting slow T.
Okay. Comma ends up being, comma's probably the more standard play. It would score about 40, but Akka is reasonable too. Has a better vowel consonant ratio. So instead of keeping 3 vowels, she's only keeping 2. At the sacrifice, though, of a few points. Mike with a not very good rack. All consonants here, G, L, L, and STX. Probably going to want to... It's one of those plays where you're trying to think of whether you want to exchange or not. And it's kind of close. He can play something like Lax for 20. He can hold on to the X and play Gaul.
Do you reckon you'd change in this situation, Kenji?
Probably not. I think I'd probably end up playing Gaul. I think it's close. I don't hate exchanging at all. But the underlaps after under Akka in general from a blind rack are pretty good, so blocking those makes a lot of sense. It's not really that
That's
I'm
a
doing
good
it for my
point.
leave, but like Val has a pretty average rack, and she has like BIS under there, which is going to score 36. That's actually kind of like normal for this sort of thing, whereas the average score after Gaul goes down tremendously. So even though I'm keeping, 4 constants there and STX, that's not bad. It, it is probably worse than the leave you'd want to keep, but you're scoring 10 points on top of that, and you're playing defense. I think it's probably worth playing through this. I don't know if you think it's worth playing through this, but I
No,
probably
I
would.
think you're right. I agree with your opinion on all of those points. And just noticing how quickly Vel plays as well. She played 3 or 4 turns and she's already still got 23 minutes and 28 seconds. She's quite a fast player by the looks.
Yeah, she might actually be better off slowing down a little bit. We'll see. Um, it's worth noting the same spot that she had Kama last turn, she has Bima this turn, which is probably going to be the best play. So we'll see if she finds that. It is like a kind of tricky spot. That MA is not exactly a spot where you're looking to score, but the last 2 turns she's had actually really good scoring plays in that spot. But I don't know about you. I definitely think that Bima is the best play this turn. It gets rid of her 2 worst tiles. It's the B and the I, which are the 2
Yeah.
tiles you want to get rid of, and it scores 28, which is pretty much as good as you're going to do on this board, I think.
So what was your suggestion again? BIN.
BIMA
Yeah.
to the MA in the middle of the board. But that's a tough find. It's very easy to miss something like that, I think. But
Yeah,
it's
it
just,
is, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah.
But
It's yeah.
that would be lovely.
It's the same thing with Kama last turn. It's one of those, like, a lot of those spots where you're trying to play to multiple letters. Like if the A in if you're just playing to the M, it's a lot easier to see, I think. She has Nexus played, which I don't know. Is not a word. I just had to check to make sure. It's on hold, I think, and Mike is challenging, so it will come off.
Looks
Nexus
like a
is,
lovely, comfortable room they're playing in. Nice sun outside.
yeah,
Nice and comfy. Lots of room between the tables. No shoving past people. So good.
you can see the nice tree in the back, on the other side of the
Yeah.
window. I always like
Oh,
to get
let's
like a good
turn it
amount of
on.
space.
Yeah.
I like to lean, get a good, 2-3 feet behind the table when I play. I don't know about other people, but it helps me like get a good spatial balance away. All right, so Mike has won the challenge.
And
She,
Val's got the same rack because she's had to take it all back.
so I
She
do
seems
wonder
a little
now.
disappointed in herself there.
Yeah, there's no reason for Mike to actually block Bima, so I expect it will stay there. Um, Mike has Mike has a good rack, good bingo tiles, but probably too many
Mm.
consonants, so probably wants to get rid of some of them. Um, could make a few plays hooking Akka, maybe something like Tag. Could also play under Zag, something like Glen or Glent. Um,
Yeah, that would be nice.
few different
Glent.
options. Yeah, I always have to make sure that if we're words that are Collins only, whether they're actually words. Glent, I'm pretty sure is Collins. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure of the international only words. I generally end up playing North American, so Glent is not something I was 100% sure of. But it is a
And
valid word.
Alec has just pointed out that Val's forgotten to press the clock. So Mike
Oh,
has some free thinking time.
I'm not sure. I hope that's. Oh, there we go. Um, as he does have tag lined up. Does that make sense? I think it does. We have Mike has no indication that Val has an overlap. I would like to see Mike try to either play one more tile or keep the E, but it's kind of hard to see options that do that.
That don't use the E, yeah, because you've only got the one Val,
Yeah.
so. Hmm.
I mean, you could play Czar, TZAR, but that's rough. He does play tag. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's good. And does that take
25.
a U, Tegu? Is that right?
Yes, it does
Yep.
take a U. Mike's probably pretty sure that Val doesn't have a U for what it's worth. Like, if Val had a U, she would not have played Nexus regardless. She would have been doing something that gets rid of the U. So I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure that Mike doesn't have to worry about that U at all.
He knows she's got an S.
Right.
Does Teg take an...
Yeah, Tag takes an S.
Yeah.
So we're back in the same situation. Val's again got Bima, which again is probably not going to get played if I were to guess. After that, maybe
She might not
Sib.
know it. Yeah, we'll see it. Yeah.
Sib makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's what I would expect here. So that's a good scoring play, good balance. Yeah, INS is fantastic bingo leave.
And Mike has
Mike.
LNORRSS. So a
Yep.
few double ups there.
Yeah, the double S is fine. The double R is not so fine. Interesting options here. Actually, well, normally I would say with this rack you'd consider something like Sorn and Flames to set up your S, but considering that Val just played an S off with Sib, that sort of setup is probably ill-advised, because I think that Mike knows that Val often has an S here. So probably not going to be that.
So earlier on,
Uh-huh.
when Mike had the rack with the one vowel, apparently
Right.
he could have extended flame. Can you see how he could have done that?
Flame. Flame. Flaminer? I have no idea. Flamester or something like that?
Yeah, well, Alec has pointed out flamelets.
I did not know flamelets.
How cool is that?
That is cool.
Or hot.
That is
Indeed.
not a word that I would have known or seen. Yeah, that would have been even better than what he did for sure. A good use of the S. Although actually it would have given Val Stibbings, so it actually ended up helping her because Stibbings would have been 82 as opposed to 20. So it actually ended up helping Mike that he missed that.
That he missed
But
it, yeah.
there's no way to know that. Mike plays SOR, which I don't know. That's not a word. She's on... Is he on hold? No, he's not on hold.
Is that right?
I don't think it is.
No, it's not.
Okay. But it gets by, so it doesn't matter if it's a word or not, as long as it gets by.
Val thinks it's a word too then.
Yep.
Well, that's worked out well.
It has worked out.
And Val's looking at AEEFINS. Looks like she's a alphabetical arranger on her rack, I notice. Although,
Yeah.
and Mike sort of puts them all over the place.
I'm more of an alphabetical arranger too. It does get problematic. It can be problematic if your opponent's paying too much attention. It's like, oh, I played that Z and there's a tile to the right of that Z. I wonder what that tile is. You do have to watch out a little bit if your opponent's paying too much attention, but I don't think that people really do that too much, so it's probably fine. Plus, she does mix her tiles. She starts alphabetically, but then she moves them around, so that makes it a lot easier, actually. If you're going to do alphabetical arranging, you probably should do that. I need to do that more. So she finds Seraphine. Makes sense. But that also is not a word. I think it's just Seraphine. Yeah, it's just Seraphine. Mike challenges immediately. Evidently, Seraphine is a coin. Also Zeraphine, which is the name of a study program with an X instead of an S. But
yeah, nothing in that rack that I can see on my Ulu I'm looking at here.
Yeah, I don't think there is anything.
only with a C. So yeah, there was no C. So Val's just having a shaky start. I think she just
Yeah,
needs to take a breath and slow down.
yeah. Most of the players here are not used to being on stream. Being on stream, if you're not used to it, can be quite a challenge. Um, Mike immediately exchanges. It is worth noting that Mike now has full access to Val's rack. So Mike should probably be using that. Maybe not with that rack, because he didn't really have any options, but that is something that you should keep in mind for future turns if you're Mike. If it shows up. It might not end up mattering. We'll see. So Val plays FE rather quickly here. Makes sense.
And Mike has robots plus T.
Yeah.
Two phonies from Val. If she wins this game, she really doesn't deserve to after those misses.
Well, deserves kind of a weird thing, you know? It's Val's a good player. This is not Val at her best. I mean, this isn't, you know, SOR being on the board isn't great either, but you know, both they're nervous. You know.
That's true.
They're nervous.
I've actually had 3 phonies played, 2 challenged off.
Yeah. Val does have guineas, so I do expect that she will find that.
She will reprieve herself.
Yeah.
So
That was actually a pretty tough turn from Mike. So he knows that blocking the R is kind of at a premium here because he knows that Val's life is AEINS, but there's not really a good way of blocking it. He's actually gonna set up another R. So the R's are duplicated, which is good actually, because if you open that R in space looks really threatening as a bingo line, but it's not because there's already an R in space, albeit a little bit different of one. And he ends up blocking Val's guineas in the process. So this is actually a good play that's actually going to work out pretty well. Guineas does play with a flame here, but that's a lot harder to find.
Oh, I'd love her to find that.
We'll see if she ends up finding that. She has Eugenia's lined up. That doesn't play.
No, and I've just had a look at that rack.
Uh-huh.
It does go with a... I'm just having a look at the board to see if anything on the board will actually go, but it doesn't. So,
right.
No, I don't think she has a playable bingo at all here.
She has guineas and a flame.
Oh, a flame. Sorry. Yes, of course.
But that's it. And that's not easy to... That a flame hook is not easy to find in this case. You're looking for bingos. You're not looking... You're not really, like... Flame looks like it starts words. It doesn't look like it's something that you put an A in front of. So I can see this being missed, even by very, very good players. It's not easy. She does have guineas lined up. I expected she would find the word. I'm interested to see if she finds the spot. That's the tricky part here. Normally it's the word to find, but in this case it's not the word, it's the spot.
It's the spot, yeah.
Well, she did find it. Nice.
Well done, Val. Okay, Val. Good job.
Okay, and Val is now taking the lead.
She'll feel buoyed by that. Back
yeah.
on track.
Is she on hold or no? She's drawing. Okay. Mike has Taj lined up. That makes sense. Mike actually playing Raj, even though the R is a better tile here. Lity is actually probably better than Liry here, just because you have like Ity and Tily. It's just like a better synergy. T and Y just work a lot better than R and Y. It's kind of a weird, interesting little quirk here because the R is generally significantly better than the T. But maybe not here, especially considering that the floaters are also R's. That makes Lity better and Liry worse. We'll see if that ends up mattering. But it's just a little random subtle tidbit that may go a little bit unnoticed if you're not thinking about it too much. Because,
So you
you know,
would have
normally,
preferred to keep a T on your rack, is that what you're saying?
yeah, that's
Yeah.
not usually the case because the R is better than the T by a good margin. But just because of the tiles that he's keeping here, I might have actually preferred keeping the T rather than the R here. Although he did just draw Livier out of the bag.
Yeah.
So the bag is telling me otherwise here because I don't think the T would have hit a bingo, and Livier is like 90 if
And
it
there's
stays
a
open.
beautiful spot to play that too.
Yeah.
Lovely overlap. Wouldn't that be nice if he finds it?
Yeah. I don't know if it's going to stay open. It might not. Let's see. Val is ACEIINP. Probably going to look to play something to the... I don't know, like the best spots on the board are the T in robot and the R in robots, but I don't see anything that goes there
Yeah,
particularly.
he's probably hoping, leave it alone, go somewhere else.
Yeah, he has livery lined up, which is close to Livier.
Yeah, it's not the most. Yeah, he may not even possibly.
He might not know
the word.
Livier. Livier is not
Yeah.
exactly a common word.
Question for our viewers: There is a back hook to Livier, Liveyer. There are two back hooks. See if you can figure them out, or does anyone know them?
What does Val have lined up? APICE.
APICE, yep.
Where does that go?
Not sure at the moment.
Yeah. Pima. Yeah, Pima might be a reasonable option here. Keeps ACEIN, which is, again, like the R is good floaters for Val's rack. Like, there's no duplicates. They're all, you know, she has AEI, so she's a little bit Val heavy, so she wants consonant, low point consonant floaters. So that might be what she ends up playing. We'll see.
So yeah, she did have APICE, but she's now rearranged her rack.
Yeah.
And they've both got about 14 minutes to go each. So Val has slowed down her pace. I think maybe there were some opening nerves there, and she's settled into the game now. We're nice and close too, 165 to 178. At this point, it's hard to call the game. So
yeah, both blanks are out. This is not even close to being able to decide who's going to win the game at this point. She has Pia lined up, or Pin lined up. Okay. I did notice that Val is not hesitant to keep Val heavy leaves here. This is kind of the second or third time that she's kept, you know, a few more Vals than would probably be considered standard. It's perfectly fine to do so. Vowels can be very clunky when you draw them, but the best lines on this board are consonants, so that does help a little bit. We are going to get to see whether Mike finds Livier here. This is a very big swing. Looks like he has found it.
Look at this. Okay, I've just called the play of the tournament.
Not quite.
Oh.
Close, Mike.
Wait till Mike, you'll
Just
have to
move
wrap
2
about
tiles,
this.
Mike. Just move 2 tiles.
Cathartic rap coming up.
Oh. Okay. Well, he may not know Livier. It's very likely he doesn't know Livier. Livier is not exactly a common word. And this is a good play.
As you, Kenji. Come on.
No, I know.
Kenji, what was the back hook?
I don't know lots of words. I don't know lots of words.
Liveyer, and the back hook is S or E indeed. So wouldn't that have been nice?
Yeah. Let's see. Val with ACEGILV. Definitely going to be looking to place the L, I imagine. Maybe,
And there's a few viewers still wondering, is anyone going to use that MA spot? It's still sitting there with that lovely triple letter score going both ways.
yeah,
At some point, they may
Mike does draw the
make use
blank.
of it.
Mike has Prowlers, so if that doesn't block, this game will go from very close to over immediately, but I suspect it's going to get blocked. Mike's not missing. Mike already has Prowlers lined up, but I don't think it's staying there. Val has Vocal lined up, which would make a lot of sense. I think she has to play over there. There are a few plays over there, but I think they all the plays that I see are over there. I don't see any alternatives. And here's Clove. That makes
there
good
goes
play.
Prowlers as a triple.
Well, it means the game's still alive because Prowlers would have been 167 points does end the game pretty quickly. But now we get to see more
Especially when
Scrabble.
Belle's going to follow up with a phony next turn anyway. So
No.
I'm just joking. I'm sure she's
No.
back on track.
Yeah, I know.
Let's have a look. So he has PROWER blank, which does make a few words. See if you can figure them out there. Not all of them playable, if any indeed.
I don't know if any of them are playable.
So there's 4 possible 7s just out of that rack. So you've said one of them, and there's 3 others that use the blank in a different way.
I'm looking to see if there's actually playable bingos here. Like, as good as Mike's rack is, like, the floaters are pretty bad. They're the R, which he has 2 of. They're the O, but he has to start with them. There's the E and the V in Clove, which isn't great. There's, like, 9s, like, through PI.
Let me have a look on my trusty... Oh, there is a... Oh, hang on. I might have over... Oh, yep. There is... just having a look at his rack again.
If he doesn't play something over there, there is stuff like Tower. Everything would just be a lot worse than bingoing here.
Having a look at the commentary stream, see if anyone's seen anything. Nobody has noticed any playable bonuses at the moment. You haven't got anything, have you, Kenj?
No, I don't see anything. No. He has Repower lined up, which doesn't play. Yeah, I think it's just stuff through the T, like Tower or maybe something overlapping pin, maybe? I don't know if... I don't know if... Maybe Vrow to the V and Clove. That would make some sense too, maybe. But this is the kind of rack you want to give a nice long thing to. It's not obvious that there's no bingos, at least to me. Like, I'm still not completely convinced, but I'm becoming more convinced. There's Twerp, actually.
As I look at Ulu, I'm almost certain there's nothing available for him.
Twerp makes sense. I just saw Twerp. That gets rid of the W and the P and scores more than anything.
Yeah, getting the W on the... And then that would leave him with R blank and O, so that's nice.
Yeah.
A nice leave.
There's kind of part of me that wants to just, for aesthetics, see the C word come down at some point in this game. I don't think it's going to happen, but that is a nice little, like, thing that could happen that has been pretty close a few turns. Would score like 34 for 3 tiles.
Whereabouts are you talking about?
Through the S and guineas and the awa in the middle of the board.
So an E would go there, is that right?
Yeah, SEAWARD is something that's like
beautiful.
a new...
Beautiful, yeah, that would be lovely. What a nice spot.
Um, yeah, I think that it's tempting. It's tempting to use like a ton of time here, just because you are so close to so many things, and but
So we'll
yeah,
just do a quick check of how many unseen tiles there are. So there's still quite a handful. There's at least 25 in the bag, so he's down to 8 minutes. So he does need to be a little bit careful with his time. He doesn't have to hurry, but just aware that there's still about a quarter of the tiles left to go for the game.
for me personally, I think that this is dangerous territory already. I think that most people need a lot of time in the end game because the end game is a very computation heavy. So I would be a little bit more concerned. I think he needs to play like before this clock hits 8 minutes.
And you
Um,
can tell now that he's scrambling as well. He's sort of putting down the tiles, looking at his clock, looking at his
yeah,
sheet, and he's starting to get to that crunch time. He's got that suggested twerp on his rack now after trying
he
what
has
tower
tower.
looks like. I think maybe
Oh, I
he
picked
was
it
looking
up.
at some floaters instead of possible
Oh, now he has twerp. Yeah,
scoring. I think if he was to put tower down, his idea behind that would have been the more synergistic placement of the E and R.
perhaps. Yeah.
Not
All
sure.
right.
Or he's
Um,
just feeling under some time pressure.
so Val has a bunch of vowels. We're back to the same spot again. We had comma, and then we had bima, and now we have game.
Oh my goodness. There's so many options. Yeah.
So
We'll have
we're
to
back to
chat to them
this.
both about that at the end.
Yeah, that spot is going to be it's a hard spot to see stuff in. It's not easy. Um, but I think that that's the best play here. Um, unless there's like a bingo or something I'm not seeing, but I don't think so. Um, at this point, Mike has the blank, so Val actually probably needs to find this, or she needs to draw very well very shortly. She has YAU lined up. Maybe just Yelp for 9? I think that's what
Just
she
to
has
get
set
rid
up.
of the.
Just to keep a
Yeah,
good lead.
leaving ING as an option for a few floating tiles out there.
Yeah. Um,
YAUP and down to the P of twerp, is that what you're saying?
I mean, I think that's what she has lined up. I don't see where else
Yeah.
YAU would go. Um, there is AYU, I guess, if she has those tiles. Oh, she just drops the Y up there. Okay. So that's almost the spot. That's like roughly the area of the board that we were saying with Game, but yeah.
All right, now without revealing anything, does
ILMORU
anyone
blank.
see a bingo in that rack?
I don't yet. I mean, I see turmoil. That doesn't play.
Yeah, it doesn't go down. And that is actually the only.
He has Lemuroid
Is
to
it
the
playable?
E. Yeah, Lemuroid to the E in twerp. Again, not exactly a common word. I believe that's a word, right?
It is. I've just looked it up, and
Yeah.
there's a couple of
Donate to the-
others, but they're not. Can't see that they're playable at the moment.
There's nothing to the P, is there? I don't think
No,
there's anything to the P.
there is not.
Okay, so it's Lemuroid, or I think Lemuroid's the only thing there then. Yeah, not exactly the easiest spot. He does have Turmoil lined up. But it doesn't play anywhere. Mike does have to start thinking about just playing, even if he doesn't find anything, because he is going to start running out of time very shortly. And you don't want to be in a situation where there's, 20 tiles in the bag and you have 4 minutes on your clock, where you just have
Yeah,
to
he's
make
down
plays.
to 5 minutes 23, and
Yeah,
he's up by 13 on his turn. So, yeah, you're right, Kenji. There's nothing else that I can see as I type in the possibilities with the floating tiles.
yeah.
Unless I've missed something, please feel free to shout out on the stream if you have.
He does play Vum. Val's playing quickly, but this is not because she needs her time. This is probably to force Mike off his time more than it is anything here. Um, Plays Awa. Mike draws well, so Mike has to bingo here. EHILOR blank. So he does have a few bingos here. He doesn't need to necessarily find the best one. There are quite a few here, but he needs to find one. Um, he needs to find, I don't know, what's the easiest one to find? Horrible, maybe? There are some more obscure ones.
And there's 2 spots
but
to play horrible, which is lovely.
there's obscure stuff like Riofill. There's Polisher, which is easier. But he just needs to find something. I don't think that finding the best bingo here is actually all that important. He just
Because
needs
of
to
his
find,
time
yeah.
problems, yeah.
I'm not saying though. I mean, Polisher would obviously be the best one. Maybe there's something better than that to the P. I'm not sure.
There is a lovely, there's a lovely one out there if you want to have a go, starting, using the P.
Starting with the P?
There are a couple, there is one starting with P, there's a couple using the P.
Well,
Let's not
Riofill
ruin
I
it for
saw.
the viewers, but there's a couple of really nice playable bingos through that P.
Okay. Riofill, Polisher.
Polisher, yep. There's an even better one.
I may not know this.
I think you will, living in Hawaii. Possibly.
There's something in Hawaii in this. Interesting.
Probably drawing a longbow there actually, but
I can't see the Hawaii one. There's Polisher, there's Repolish. I probably should have mentioned that. There's Riofill, and there's something else, I assume. Heliport? I don't even know what that is. Is that related to Hawaii? I guess that would be a helicopter airport. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That didn't even occur to me that had something. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, there's helicopters here. So that makes sense. Yeah, that would be nice. That would work too. That would be great. He doesn't find it. He plays HO.
Polisher would have been a really nice score, wouldn't it?
And Val is clearly going the speed rush route here. This is.
Hasn't. Oh, Mike.
Draws
so
the
Mike
E.
has not.
Did not find the bingo, and
What
Val is
okay,
clearly
so
speed
he's
rushing
looked
at
up
this
and-
point.
Yeah, the poor thing. And Val's sitting there with 10 minutes to spare, and
Right. And not using it,
has
which you
just
shouldn't.
Played... What did Val just play?
UG onto the left of for 27, and she draws the other blank. And this is getting to be interesting now. Val needs to hit the clock. If maybe the clock hasn't been updated correctly, but if you're gonna speed rush, you need to hit the clock.
Definitely.
Val does have Echinoid. That's really tough to find, but she does have it. Mike needs to bingo now.
Okay, and has he got plenty of bingo opportunities that you can see there, Kenji?
I wouldn't. He has
Like, are
some.
there? Yeah, I'm just
He has
having a
like
look.
loiterer and like I'm sure there's some other things, but not a lot of them. Um, Leporine, uh,
Four lies, I guess.
Recoiler.
Yeah.
Yeah, but recoiler is one of those words that you're not always sure of.
The
Pello.
two R's has been a hassle the last few. I know
I
what you
don't
mean
know
about
this
leaving
word.
that T earlier because yeah, having that R and the other R on the board has actually caused him a lot of
Okay,
uh,
Pelores is a word.
yeah.
And it gets challenged. I would have also challenged this word. But Val does have a bingo back, but it's not an easy one to find or know. So it's not over
And
yet, but it's going to be rough if she doesn't find it. And I don't know if she's going to or not. I would not say that Echinoid making the blank a C is that's really tough. I don't think there's anything else. There might be. Let me look if there's anything else.
so Mike with 1 minute 32 left and 7 points up. Val sitting with a blank. HOIDIN.
No, he just bingo. The bingo hasn't been added yet, so he's
368. Sorry. Yep.
Yeah. There are no other playable bingos. It has to be Echinoid, which is really tough.
Did you check the playable bingos, or you know that that's
I checked them.
Yeah, nice.
I checked the 8s. There's only 4 8s in that rack.
Yeah, there's not
And
many.
yeah, that doesn't. You're not looking, even when you look at the E, you're not looking to start with the E usually. You're looking for like HE or DE or something like that. So, and then when you do look to start with the E, you usually don't make the second tile a blank. So between all of those things, I would think the Echinoid is very, very high level to find.
Yes,
I think
we would be surprised if it goes down. Even having the C on your rack, you might not even see it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Val's playing.
Hiding.
And she leaves herself with O and blank.
Yep.
Mike has NTTIDED. So a couple of T's, a couple of D's.
Yeah, he's short on time. I assume something like Hinted is probably going to be played pretty quickly. Unless something like detinted is a word, which I don't think it is. Yeah, Hinted does come down very quickly. Val draws the Q, which is kind of a death knell here. She is going to get to play QI very quickly and doesn't really have any alternatives, I don't think. Yeah, QI's got to come down, I think, right?
Yeah. Next to the Eye of Hiding, I guess, would be the best spot.
Yeah. I mean, well, actually, yeah, because the D isn't a good enough bingo line. Even if Val bingo to the D, it's not enough. Is there any way she can keep the? Is there any world on? Oh, the bag's empty. Okay, so maybe not. Yeah. Okay. I guess the game's just over then. Yeah, Mike's got this.
I wonder if Mike has an out.
Ditto.
Let's have a look. Oh, you're also wondering, are you?
I do. Let's see. I wonder if there may be some like setup play that Val has. I mean, now Val can actually take her time because there's no real speed rushing going on anymore. Yeah, looking like...
Meanwhile, I'm just having a look if
nothing
there's
wrong.
any 6-letter words that he can play if Ditto does not go by itself somewhere. But yeah, he's probably sitting pretty because he knows she has a Q, so it's unlikely she'll.
Well, she can't score enough. That's...
Mm,
I mean, it's probably... It might even just... Normally you just want to play QI, but QI is going to give Mike an out. So she... Like QI with the blank eye, but she can't really justify that here. Um... So maybe something setting up a Q out, but I don't see that either.
at this point, she's just thinking, how can I minimise the margin so that my next game will be
Yeah.
a reprieve? Hmm. I guess she's using that blank, trying to think, can she play something with the blank as a U? Can you see anything with the blank as a U that's worth
I mean, I see things, but they're not
maybe
very
the
good.
QUI?
um,
Hmm.
I mean, in theory, she could do something like pick, like just drop the C for PIC and then play ROQUE next turn. Like, that's kind of
Oh
the best
yeah.
thing I see, actually. But that's going to just get blocked by topic. So I don't think that that's actually, that's not, and it's clever, it's just not good.
Hmm.
Because topic is going to let Mike go out too next turn. So Rook isn't even going to be there. So it's probably not that. Um, yeah, maybe it's probably just
But
something
Mike
like,
doesn't have a. Did you say topic?
well, if you drop the C, if she just plays PIC, dropping the C to the
Mm.
pick and to set up ROQUE on the triple
Mm.
for 7, then Mike would just play TO above the PIC to block PICE.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to talk about.
Mm. That makes sense.
I think it's just, yeah. I think that she just should probably do something. Maybe keep QEE blank for queer in 2 spots and just play COR off. Like COIR or something like that. I guess that probably is her best option. Something like that.
And she's just checking her tracking to making sure that Mike can't go out so that she can keep that Q for the next turn.
Yeah.
I mean, she could just use her blank as an I. I think she's thinking about that and just double up on the Q.
Well, the problem with that is it gives
QI and.
Ditto to go out. So Mike just goes
Mm,
out in that case.
mm.
So that does make sense, but
It's a great score though.
it is. To score 44.
I reckon she'll do that.
She might. That might actually be better than all of
Mm.
this.
Because, I mean, he's not going to get that much.
Yeah, he's not going to get that much from Ditto. Even if it does go out, he's not going to get that much from it. It's true. Usually, that's actually what I suspect will probably happen here. Like, usually people don't... It's tough to obsess too much over, like, oh, maybe I can get an extra point or two in, like, sequence if I do this much more complicated route of, like, this out in 2 and then having to figure out what Mike's play is, making sure that Mike doesn't have an out. You might have made a mistake in that process. So it would make a lot of sense. Yeah. Just QI, that makes sense.
It's lovely, isn't it, when you're on your last rack and you get to go out and have a breather, have a quick break, do an
Yeah.
interview with the commentators. Actually, you know what? I think they're getting away with an interview on this one. There's going to be a quick break and then we'll be straight into round 2.
Yeah. So C word isn't going to get played, but aware is actually not a bad option here. Okay, we see core come down immediately, and then ID. And Mike is going to win this game. Looks like 435 to 347. Oh, no. 435 to 361.
Okay, and they shake hands.
Yep. So an interesting game here. Yeah. I don't know what to say about this game in a lot of ways. It's kind of... There's some good things. Guineas with a flame was nice.
I loved
quite
your
a few
Seaward
challenges.
spot. That was lovely. A nice little... that would have been a beautiful overlap. And indeed, that MA spot was never used, so it went begging.
It did.
You've just certainly taught me a couple of words today, so thank you. BIMA and...
I didn't know Pelores. I should have known Pelores.
Yeah.
But alas. There's always going to be words. Every single game, there's always going to be words that we don't know. That's kind of one of the things that makes Scrabble unique, is that you're always learning.
And someone's just asking if Repowers was playable, but I don't think it was at that point because there was...
Now, it was...
needed... yeah, because I
he
think
had
the
two
floating
Rs.
R's were an issue. Yeah.
He had two
so
R's
he
and
did
there's a
have two
floating
Rs
R.
on his rank.
Because he almost had... he had Prowlers before it was blocked, so he had two Rs. Let's see, let's check in with chat. Mike almost revealing his CC mode stream. I'm not the best at watching chat and looking at the game at the same time.
I've got that. Yep.
Okay.
All right, so we get to take a 2-minute break. We'll be back soon, folks. Everyone go get yourself a hot cross bun, and we will see you soon.
Yeah. Take care. are back with round 2. This is going to be between Lewis Hawkins and Peter Sinton. Peter is the 8th rated player in New Zealand, and Lewis is 14th or 15th, but Lewis is very much the up-and-comer. He's been gaining points very, very rapidly for several years now. So it's kind of more of an old guard versus new guard type of matchup.
Yep, so a little bit about Peter. Just finding. Sorry, folks, I will be right back. I have a child hassling me. 1 sec.
Yeah, so we have Peter's from Dunedin. I don't know, that's probably not how you pronounce it. But the south of New Zealand. I'm not sure how much practice Peter gets because of where he lives. Lewis is from Auckland, I'm pretty sure. I've played Lewis a few times. I don't know too much about him personally. I know this is actually his second time. He's the youngest person ever to play in a Masters tournament. He's been playing ever since he's been 12, I believe. So, you know, he started very, very young. I think Helen's back. Are you back, Helen?
Yes, I am, and I think now is Lewis on. I think he may be the one called Sidewinder on ISC, but I'm not sure. I feel like that's his.
I think
handle.
That might be right, but it might not be. Lewis does play online a lot.
He does.
Yeah, we'll get the
Where's
names
your
fixed
favorite
shortly.
place to play online these days, Kenji? What's your favorite
I play
platform?
Wiggles. I play almost exclusively on Wiggles at this point. Wiggles is a site that is developed by a man named Cesar who lives in, he's from the United States. It's kind of like the Lee chess of Scrabble at this point. It's a very clean, nice interface. It has amazing bots. It has most of the best players in the world. I'm a big fan of Wiggles. I think it's by far the strongest, best Scrabble site. If anybody wants to play Scrabble, that's where I would recommend. I think it's much better than any of the other sites, but that's just my opinion.
And it has that puzzles feature if you just want to have a quick brain break and have a look at someone's game, a spot from someone's game. What's the best you can find here with these letters? So it's a really good platform, I agree.
Yeah. Lewis has Ches that's lined up, or Chiz that's lined up, I believe. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
So on the left side of the screen we have Peter, just because I think we're still just updating the names. So for those of you who can't figure it out from our description, the younger of the players is on the right, and his name's Lewis.
Lewis has several bingos here. Southron, Contours, Croutons, Outscorn.
And you'd expect him to find those, wouldn't you, Kenji? Because
I'd expect him to find at least one of those, yeah. I very much expect him to find at least one, maybe all of them.
Yes, as the current ranked 11 player in New Zealand, I imagine he will bingo here.
Yeah, and it's 11th, but it's one of those 11ths where you kind of know that he's underrated because it's always like next month it's last month it was 18th, then it's 15th, then it's it just keeps going up and up and up. So you don't know where his actual ceiling is, but it's probably not 11. It's just a guess.
And in the end, he did end up just playing a 3-letter word there, ONO. So
okay. I am a little surprised.
Those ones. Yeah.
Okay. That'll happen.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure he saw Unroots and then saw it wasn't playable, and then he probably just was like, oh, well, the C and H are not very good floaters, and then just that's actually kind of easy to do, especially if you're not used to streaming is new, so it's not necessarily easy to always find plays when you're streaming if you're not used to being streamed. So Peter has a bunch of vowel dump plays. He has Auri. He could play Orei. He could play you could play Yui. I think that's how you pronounce that word. I'm not big on pronunciation. My strength is not pronunciation. I don't know how most of these words are pronounced. But any of those plays that get rid of vowels is fine here. I don't really have a strong preference towards any of them, I don't think. Do you have a preference?
I don't, and I don't mind your pronunciation at all. We all know what you're talking about, so don't worry too much. So he's considering EUOI, and all of these, I imagine, Kenji, you're playing down to below HO? Is that where you're thinking of putting it?
Well, like Auri, I would play Zoo and Auri, for example. Orei, I would consider at least playing Azo. It depends. I think, maybe Orei, I would consider playing Zoa too. So it depends. They're all, but yeah, some of them I would play over there. I would consider the Zio spot as well. I think both are reasonable. He does have Yui lined up. That is the most defensive option, for sure. Ari does score a lot more points, but it does give a lot more back. So it's kind of a trade-off here.
Whereas, yeah, if he plays it under Zeto, yeah. Is that where he's thinking of doing it, do you think? Yeah, and then...
Yeah, if he's playing Ari, he's going to probably play it under Zeto.
Peter is a very focused player, but he also seems to be very comfortable to be streamed, so I don't think too much phases him.
He looks calm. They both look calm, actually.
Yeah, well, they've got the first game out of the way, which is always nice.
Yeah.
We'll have to check in with some standings when we can see who's out in front.
Oh no does kind of imply a pretty decent leave, so the idea of leaving lots of floaters is probably not super appealing for Peter, I would imagine. He might play a little bit more defensive because of that. Ono does kind of imply that somebody has, ENRT or DENT or something like that, but he does go with the more aggressive option. He is correct that Lewis doesn't have an amazing rack, but that's partially because he drew a duplicate N and Y last turn. But yeah, this looks good.
Love a Y. It's so synergistic often to make some really good scoring plays. Running.
Well, it's a good scoring tile, but it's a pretty bad bingo tile, so it's kind of a trade-off.
It's tough, yeah. So, Runny, where would that go? Does Auri take an R at the end or at the back?
I mean, I don't suspect that's where he's thinking of playing. Maybe that would be fine too, actually. I don't know. This is a tough one. There's a lot of different options here. There's you could play through the R and I. You could play Unity through the I. You can play Running to the R. But he could also just play Auri and play Runny that way. That would also work too.
Yeah, so that's what he went with. And Peter's got Forage plus P.
Yeah. Forage plus P. I do wonder if Peter can figure out that Lewis has an S here. No, maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. It's probably likely in his mind, but not certain. I'm just saying that because of Forager maybe being an option. He could just play Forage and HOB, actually. I just saw that as an option.
Forage and leave it. Yeah, go foraging for some blanks.
Yeah. He might decide to play a little bit shorter here. Forage does leave a lot of overlaps and underlaps, which would scare me a little bit.
It opens the board up a lot.
Well, it opens up a lot of floaters, yeah. Long term, it actually doesn't open the board.
But it does
actually,
get the F and the G on nice spots. I reckon that would be very
yeah,
tempting. Yeah.
yeah, it would be. Yeah, that's certainly it's. I could see that being played. I could see some other things being played too here, though. Something like
I mean,
just
you could even play Forager,
FOG.
couldn't you, perhaps?
I don't think Forager's getting played. Forage scores a lot more than Forager, and
then you could easily put an S on Forager and score
right.
that. So, yeah, that
Like I
would
said,
make
I think
sense.
Lewis, from Peter's perspective, is actually kind of likely to have an S. So, I mean, it's not guaranteed. He doesn't know that, but he doesn't end up going with FOP. It's a much more balanced leave here. It does leave underlaps that are kind of painful, like stuff that makes hope or something like that is going to score a lot. For example, Lewis has Bissy for here, or just BY even. Those are going to score quite a bit here, so that is the downside of FOP. But Peter does get more bingo chances by playing FOP, so that does make sense on that level.
Thinking of Bitsy.
Well, I was saying
also...
BYSSI, which is kind of an obscure word, but that does score 47, so still reasonable for sure.
Yeah, it looks like he might be.
No, he just goes with
he's
BY.
Just gone with BY, yeah.
Okay.
So he's still got 2 S's on his rack.
Yep.
Which can be a little bit clunky at times, but not the end of the world.
I think here it's actually not clunky at all. I think that S's are welcomed on this board. There are no S hooks really necessarily, but there's so many floaters, and most of the plays that Peter's going to make on this board actually will leave a hook. So I don't mind keeping S's a lot of the time. It's tempting to get rid of S's when there are no hooks for them, but they're still really good tiles at the end of the day, even without the hooks.
It looks like he has a fairly good rack ready to go after Peter.
Yeah, he has like Ditziest and stuff like that if they stay open. I'm not sure if they will stay open though. Peter's got a tough rack here. This is actually like, I'm not sure what to do in Peter's shoes. He almost has a lot of things, but like he has Jailer lined up. I think that's where he's probably gonna go. Now he has Jaeger and ABY, I guess. Those are seemingly the 2 best options that I see. I'm not sure if there might be some things I'm missing here. But Jailer does give a pretty free J play, but I don't think that's that big of a deal necessarily.
Yeah, I think Jailer looks like a great move. And then someone's just asking if Aria takes an S, and it doesn't.
No. The thing that's tough about this position is Peter has to decide what kind of rack does Lewis have when he plays by. Does he have like some super strong rack? We know that he actually had like a medium strength rack, but if he has something that is like a really strong bingo rack, he really wants to block all the floaters with Jailer. Like he wants to block that R and I and Aria. He wants to block those N's and Runny. He wants to block, ideally he wouldn't even want to leave the S hook to Jailer, but that's kind of what he has to be thinking about, whereas Jaeger is much more open. Jarl is also much more open. I do find it interesting that he decided to play Jarl over Jaeger, even though he saw it. Probably doesn't want to leave the S hook, I guess. This is the more defensive line.
Yeah. So now Lewis has 2 S's, 2 T's.
Yep.
A D, E, and an I.
Yeah.
And you're seeing a couple of playable, or did he block the? Oh no, he's still got
Ditziest.
the Ditziest that you noticed. Yeah. Is that the only one you can see at the moment, Ken?
That's the only one I see. Could be other ones. I'm not super reliable on what the bingos are. Dietists as well.
Yeah, that's what I
Um,
just saw as well.
Yeah, I think those are the only ones. Yeah, those are the only ones. As we see, Peter did pick up the other blank. We'll be looking at that shortly. If you don't see the bingo to the eye, you're in kind of a tough spot.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Lewis takes his time and he's shuffling those letters, seeing if something pops out at him.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's feeling like there's got to be a chance here, so he's got to take a minute or two, I reckon.
He has Stead lined up underneath. I mean, that seems to be what he's seeing so far. Well, there's Ditziest. Okay, he's gonna play that, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, nope. He was thinking about it. He might not think it's a word, or might just be thinking, what else could I play? I found one, but is there a better one?
No, I think I think he at least saw it. I'm pretty confident he saw it. He does see Stead. Like that's I can't imagine that I think he sees Ditziest. I think he's gonna play it. He's just kind of like juking us, I think. That's my theory.
No, looks like he's back on it. Yeah, he was probably just making sure there was nothing else.
Yeah.
That was better. Unless he is wondering if it's no good.
He might be. It's possible. I mean, he keeps lining up Stead. I'm assuming that, yeah, he's okay. He is playing Stead. Pretty big swing here. I guess he just wasn't sure of Ditziest. That's my guess here.
Yeah,
because he did have it lined up a few
times,
times,
didn't he? Yeah,
Yeah.
and he was weighing it up.
Yeah.
Needed to do a val and just go for it.
I mean, this creates this board is now dead, which, Lewis is winning, so that's not a bad thing. But this board is now, this changes the dynamic of this game drastically, because I don't think that if Ditzius came down, the board would have been open. There would be bingos for the rest of the game. There may not be a bingo for a little while now. There's just nowhere to play. Like, there's the E in Aurier. You have to end in the E in Aurier. That's maybe the RE in Aurier 2 as a 9, but that's kind of it.
And then obviously just putting an S at the bottom of Jarl.
Yeah, but I expect that those are even going to go away soon. Like, that's not going to stay there for very long. This board could die
far way off from
very
where we
quickly.
were saying if he'd played Forage, it would have opened everything up and it would have been a lot different. And now look at it.
I'm not sure who this favors, to be honest. I don't know enough about the players to know if one of them prefers a closed board to it, or one of them prefers an open board. But it does change the dynamics a lot. The game changes from like points and leave to much more tactical, subtle considerations. As you can see, Peter has Siggy lined up, but that's going to kill the board even more if Siggy comes down. Although that is what I would expect to get played here. But yeah, it changes the way that you think about plays if the board stays the way it is. Obviously, a bingo could just blow the board back open again. He plays Gaby. That's
I was
interesting.
actually just thinking he might just play Chop, but yeah, he chose to go just get rid of that G.
Okay.
Yep, didn't like that. Interesting. Maybe he's just trying to balance that rack and...
Yeah, he's trying to bingo. He drew like electing.
Yeah.
Um,
Although he still needs it. Oh yeah, there's an N there. Oh, so he's looked at that N and gone, what can I do to try to get an ING word? Yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe. This board doesn't look good enough to fish. I mean, now Peter's gonna block even more. Like, I'm sure that Peter's going to be like, or I'm not Peter, Lewis is going to block even more. As you can see, like, AHS comes down. I'm not surprised. Like, Peter kind of telegraphed his rack a little bit here.
Yeah,
Electing,
that he was fishing.
yeah. I mean, luckily he drew well enough so that a bingo still played, but, you know, when you draw an E out of the bag when you're fishing and your bingo skill scores 60 and you scored 10 beforehand, I'm not sure if you're really winning the trade there. But it did work out, sort of. It sort of worked out.
Yeah, because I guess he thought I've got a blank to use as an N, but I've also got an N on the board to use for an ING. But yeah, you're right. He had to get the right letter. Could have been anything.
That being said, though, from Lewis's shoes, like, Lewis scored 29. He's going to score 25 this turn. Peter scored, 8 to score 62. So basically, Lewis came out like a few points behind in this trade, but Peter burned a blank. So Lewis is actually perfectly happy with this trade. Like, if you could tell, if you can get 30 and your opponent has 2 turns to get 70 and has to burn the blank, you're pretty happy. I mean, Lewis is going to get to play nit here. So in reality, like, they both score the same number of points over 2 turns, which is kind of why this is, maybe a little bit problematic.
Yeah, he's going to get a lovely score for nit.
Yeah.
Using that K.
Assuming there's nothing better than that. There might be, but I don't see anything better than that. Is there? No. Yeah, I think it's just
he's just making sure he doesn't have a bingo as well, like, just, double checking everything.
So game is basically tied at this point. Lewis is up 4. But with a much better relief. Like, Lewis is, I mean, Peter's rack is basically just random. Yeah, there is a spot on the, between Gaby and electing that's going to score for Peter, but it's going to completely ruin his leave. He probably isn't going to do that, I imagine, but he might.
And what do you think he'd play there?
Something like Dire, D-I-R-E. But it keeps GLTT, which is pretty painful here.
Yeah, not good. Not a good leave, but yeah, not a bad score, I guess. It's not fabulous, though. It's probably not worth leaving for consonants.
Well, every other score, that score's 28. Every other score is like 10. So it's tough. Like, I don't think I'd want to play that either. I think I'd be willing to score 10, but it never feels good to score 10 points. But I think that's what he has to do here.
Yeah, there's not much else going, is there?
No. Like, the next best option is what? Ditty? D-I-T-T-Y for 13? That keeps GEL. That's not exactly fantastic either. It's a lot better, but there's just nothing great here. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be, he's in a bit of a dire situation.
I mean, I don't think you can exchange. I feel like GEL is good enough to not exchange, but this doesn't feel good.
Yeah. Diddy might be he might decide to do.
He's playing tilted, which is blocking the T, which might, I guess I understand, but this does turn over tiles. A lot of people believe that if you turn over a bunch of tiles, you're more likely to get the blanks, and a blank would be pretty good on this board. So that's kind of the thinking that people go through when they make plays like this, is that they want to turn over tiles to try and draw the blanks and S's. I'm not a big believer in this theory, but I understand the logic of it. Lewis, pretty bad rack. He does have SUQ, which scores by far the most out of any of his plays. I do assume that's probably what's going to come down here, and yeah, he plays SUQ pretty quickly. Grabs the lead. It's up 43 now. Just pretty commanding.
Did you consider selecting when he put it down? Did you think of that S front hook at the time?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I suppose Peter would have been considering it as well, but there
Yeah,
was
I'm sure he
nothing
did.
else to play.
Right. So this is a pretty tough position for Peter. Normally you'd consider something like Wive, but you're just giving like an amazing scoring spot for no reason. You're setting up your X with Y, but you're never getting to cash the X. So that's not really the consideration here. It's going to be really hard for Peter to actually like ever get into a bingo position, given his rack is so incredibly it's so like the point it's as such like heavy tiles. He's so far away from a bingo at this point.
Yeah, so he's looking for the best spot to make a good score, but try to keep his rack somewhat under control in terms of balance.
Yeah. The thing is that E exists, so the board's still gonna open probably eventually. There's still a blank out. There's still an S out. So, like, this board isn't gonna stay dead. He does play Axe. That is the scoring play. It's
Leaving TWIG and a V. So he knows he's probably not going to bingo on the next turn, but he's getting closer to finding some sort of balance.
He's not gonna bingo for a while unless he draws really well.
So Lewis has
EW.
Did he play something already? Oh,
Yeah, he played EE. He played two E's off.
Yeah, that went very quick. Yep.
Yeah.
Quick player. He's 6 minutes. He's got 6 minutes on Peter already in terms of time. So Peter's at 9 minutes, and Lewis has 15.
So.
But the scores are nice and close. So this is a really good game to watch.
Yeah, this is a very technical game. These plays are all going to be about, a lot of points plays, the rec, it's like, this is the highest scoring play, this is the best lead. This is a little bit more complicated. I would like to see Peter exchange here. I know that he can play words. I know that he can turn over tiles with something like Viddle. I know that he can play something like Wive. I don't want him to do any of that. I want to see an exchange here. Yes, you can kind of like try to score your way slowly out of this, but you're not going to score very much, and there's no upward potential. And if Lewis at any point bingos and you have this on your rack, you just lose. This board is really bad. The blank is really important here. Whoever draws the blank is probably winning. If you are going to play, I actually would like to see something like WIN, just dropping the W, because you have the T's. You have actually both remaining T's. So that T hook is actually like yours exclusively, which is really, really important here. So if you are going to play, that's as absurd as that actually seems, that's probably what you want to do thematically. You want to create
just
like
put a W up there just to open up a lane with the T's that you've got.
Well, you're going to probably get rid of the T's eventually, but you're creating a spot that only you can use, and that's really good here. That being said, I still would rather see him exchange. I don't think that this rack is worth playing with, and he agrees and exchanges. I agree with this wholeheartedly. Keeps the T. It's the only T left. He just threw away the only other T. There's only 2 T's that are unplayed, and he had both of them. But yeah, I completely agree with that decision.
So
Lewis.
Quick look at Lewis's rack on Ulu. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like there's anything available to him, so he's just figured that out. And
he's also playing for turnover. I would really think that W needs to go. I get that there's no bingo lines, so it doesn't feel immediately. And we see Peter get rewarded by the blank, and that blank is going to give him the lead, even if he doesn't draw bingo this turn. He's going to get the lead because of that. he plays a back very quickly, maybe too quickly for my liking, honestly. I would have definitely thought more, and I don't want to open the board like that against in this situation. You have the blank. You're going to bingo. You don't want Lewis to bingo. I would not have done that, but I
Yeah,
understand
he
why.
must be feeling, yeah, because of the time.
Well, the
Of what
time is
he's
part of
got,
it.
yeah.
He's like, there's a misconception out there, I think, that if you're ahead, then opening the board is a good thing. Um, which I get. He is the blank. He's going to bingo first. But the thing is, he was going to bingo first regardless. He didn't need to do that to bingo first because he has the blank on a board that's completely dead, but it still had lanes. So, you know, a lot of times what's going to end up happening is he bingos and it's like, see, that was a good idea because I bingoed first. But he's undergoing a lot of risk. Lewis can overlap a back pretty easily, so you're not really opening the board. Lewis can bingo or even just double to the A, or just do something to get a lot of points out of that. That makes this that makes that opening such that Lewis has the first dibs towards the opening, and plays like that generally should be a little bit scary.
So he needed to think a bit more about where he could play.
I would have just liked to
capitalize.
see him wait a little bit and be a little bit more patient with his blank. Maybe he would have bingoed later. Maybe it would have taken an extra turn. But taking an extra turn to bingo when the board is dead is not a big deal. We see Lewis block, which makes all the sense in the world. Lewis
And
probably has a
on the
pretty good
stream, can
idea.
anyone see what bingos are available for Peter to play? What does everyone think? What would you play?
Lewis probably knows, by the way, that Peter has a good rack, because a back doesn't make any sense. I mean, I don't think a back makes sense regardless, but a back really doesn't make sense if Peter's rack is bad. Like, it doesn't make sense that Peter just has a random, like, I don't know, A, B, L, W, or whatever, and decided to play it back. Lewis knows that. So, you know, when Peter bingos, Lewis will not be surprised. Or at least he shouldn't be. I don't think he will be. He knows it's coming.
So there's one that I can see at the moment. There's probably more, quite a few available.
Yeah.
Just seeing if anyone.
You get to pick your floater here. You can pick the E.
What they play.
You can pick the O or
The
W.
B.
You can just pick. I wonder.
He's
I
just
don't.
taking his time deciding.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a 9. If there's like something that ends in IN, like you have mistrain and blank, so I don't know if like misstrain or midstrain or something like that is a word. I don't think so, but it is worth looking at.
Matthew likes War Times. Thanks, Matthew. That's a great one. I personally like Barmiest because it just reminds me of cricket.
I suspect you're going to see something on the top of the board here. Keep in mind, Lewis and all of this fishing and stuff has fallen behind again, so he's not even, like, he's going to be barely ahead even after his bingo. In fact, he might not be ahead after, you know, Lewis plays back. Like, Wartime scores 70, so he's only up 11 now. That's not exactly comfortable.
It's not really, it hasn't really pushed him to the front as much as he'd like. And yeah, like you say, Lewis has some really nice nice scoring letters that he can overtake again with. So Lewis has FMIIRTA.
Yeah. So he's probably looking for some way to play. Yeah, some parallel play to War Times here. I'm not seeing anything great immediately. I see some like okay plays, but
So
I'm not seeing anything I love.
The I and the M, wondering just.
I mean, there's like if or iftar or Um, yeah, I'm not seeing
Yeah, he's just trying to
much.
find something above that.
Ideally, you want to play like above war times. You want to play like a 5, but I don't even see one. Um, something like FAIRT or something in that like neighborhood-ish. But I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
see
sort of
anything.
going through the options too, and there's nothing like that easily overlaps at all. Um, maybe AIM, AIM.
Yeah,
Uh,
I mean that's as good as I see, really.
yeah.
Um, yeah, this is rough. I don't know. I'm not sure what I played here, honestly.
Yeah, I think AIM leaves TRIF, which is not too bad. I guess he's trying to find.
It's not too
It definitely
bad,
needs to
but
get rid of at least one eye. Yeah, but
yeah, I mean the F is bad here. Like aim score is what, 26? Yeah, I like just as an example, like fit underneath it scores almost the same and keeps better, but it doesn't close.
yeah,
It doesn't
that's it.
block.
Then he can.
Okay, he does go with aim. I understand. It might be right. It's probably right. It doesn't feel very good because the F just doesn't do very well here, but I could be wrong.
What did you
Um,
think of Imari, IMARI, which was a suggestion from the chat?
oh,
That would have been lovely, wouldn't it?
yeah, that's best.
Yeah.
That's best. That was the play I was
Thanks,
looking
Evil
for.
Budgie. You're the
Um,
best, according to Kenji.
yeah, that's clearly best. Lewis does draw furtive, but it's not gonna play. Genoa. Genoa's gonna get met by Fiver. Yeah. And this is gonna be rough. Fiver's gonna come down instantly. I don't think that Lewis is gonna have to think more than he already has it lined up. He's trying to stop himself from playing it.
And he
You can
loves
almost
that
sense
he's
that
got
he's trying
the.
to stop himself from playing. It's like I need to play Fiver, and I'm like, wait, no, let me check the bag, let me make sure I'm not missing anything, and then it's gonna come down in another 5 seconds. Yeah,
Yeah,
he has
and
it
then
lined
the
up.
pressure
Here
will
it
be back on
comes.
Peter with the time there.
Yeah. Um, and I don't think Peter can win this endgame. I mean, Peter's gonna have the initiative. He's gonna get to go out first, but I don't think he's gonna be able to win here. This track doesn't look good enough. Yeah, he just can't score. Is there a case to be made? Actually, is there a case to be made for just playing 5 here?
Really?
What do you think? I'm asking.
I don't think so.
Okay. I think there's a case to be made for it. I'm not sure if it's right.
How many letters are left in the bag?
There are 3 in the bag.
Yeah, so.
But if you keep there's no more hooks. So if you keep the R and you just play
Yeah.
5, then you get to play Fiver next turn.
And none. Okay, so none of the. Yeah,
I think there's a
I
case
guess
to
I
be
know
made
what
for
you
it.
mean. Yeah. Can you?
I mean, it scores
Is
less.
the D available on the end of 5?
No.
Okay.
So he's the only hook. The only plays that are blocking are to score like 8 points, and they don't even block. So like, Lewis is assured to get points next turn. You don't keep the floater.
No, that
It's
might
at
have
worst.
been.
It's at least worth thinking about. I'm not sure, and it's something that takes a lot more analysis. And my guess is Lewis didn't even see it. But it is worth thinking about for sure that you just play 5 and you hold the R, and you make the setup yourself. Because look at Peter's rack, and Peter actually is a pretty good rack. What he's going to do to block? He can't do anything to block. And the same would be true pretty much with no matter what he has, because there's no hooks left. There's any play that blocks is like LO, but LO doesn't even block because then he just starts anything with RO something. So that may be right. It wouldn't surprise me if it were. But it takes a lot more analysis. You have to think about, like, okay, what am I really, you have to go through all the permutations to see if that sort of play is right. And it's easy just to say, hey, Fiver's 40-something points. Let me take it now rather than take, 19 or whatever 5 is.
Exactly.
But
what would Crackle do in the situation? Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know. I would have to take several minutes. I would be spending all of my time thinking about it. I would take at least 4 or 5 minutes to like try to go through all the scenarios and look at Peter's like good racks and see what he would have had, and what I'm trying to defend against exactly. And it may be the case that Fiverr is just better here. I don't know. But that is kind of like what you're going to be thinking about in Lewis's shoes. That's kind of the only alternative to 5, because it's one of those two. There's no way it's anything else, I don't think.
Yeah, that's it. So at this point, it's unlikely that Peter will find a way.
Yeah. He has to block WAP. So he has to, Bloop is pretty, clear, kind of, because it's the only play that stops the W from scoring, because dot is way too much. He has to block it. DAWT is, 31 or something like that. So no matter what, he has to block it. This also blocks it, but it's just not enough. Bloop is probably a better version, since Lewis is still going to get AWL for 29 or something like that. I guess he is setting up Neep, but this is not. It's just not enough.
Yeah, he can't find enough points to finish this off. Yeah.
Neep is 18, so he does get that as a consolation. But Lewis is going to find, even if Lewis just drops the W and doesn't play the L, it's plenty. Even if Lewis just blocks, I think it's still enough. Even if Lewis can do anything. He can just play WD on the top of the board, even, and that's plenty. It's like 16. That's way more than enough. He just needs to find any play that scores more than 10, and he'll be fine.
Yeah. So does AIM take any?
No. Well, it takes an M, but there's nothing.
There's nothing there yet.
It's an interesting game here. A more tactically interesting game.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Peter's just thinking, Lewis, try not to. I don't know what he's thinking. He's probably just feeling a bit overcome with
Yeah.
Probably just wondering if there's any clever moves out there that. Yeah, but he's probably given up most of his hope at this point, I'd say.
Yeah.
And both of them have tracked, so they know what each other has.
Yeah.
So what would you play here?
Just AWL.
Yeah.
It just scores too much. It's 29 as opposed to 16.
And then you see Peter just going out with Neep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. This wins easily.
Yeah,
This still wins by 10. Maybe, 10. I tend to not waste very much brain power in positions like this. Once I see a play that I'm 100% sure wins, I'm perfectly content. I don't need to eke out 2 more spread points personally. But if people want to, I totally understand. My brain power needs to be conserved.
Yeah, it's you go, okay, no, it's not gonna make a difference. So
Right.
Someone's just suggested reopen at some point, but I'm just trying to find out exactly what they were getting at there.
Reopen.
It may have been in the past move, on the past move. But
Oh, when they played loop, they wanted to play reopen on the right, I guess. Well, then they would just allow dot. I don't think that reopen is good.
unless we're missing the spot where they were going to do it. Yeah.
Unless there's another spot I don't see, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look too.
I don't know, I think you have to block dot.
Yeah.
DAWT is just so many points. And we see a 10-point victory for Lewis. But yeah, this is a much more tactical game. You get to see a lot more of the, sort of like Go chess type of, more like Go, I guess, versions of how Scrabble can be a very interesting board game rather than just a word game. Whereas a wide open game is more like a word game. This is more like a board game. Scrabble does have an interesting aspect in that can be both sometimes. And it may feel like most of the time that's just people tossing words around, but there is actually a lot of depth and strategic insight that goes into games like this one. One of the things I think that makes Scrabble such a great game as opposed to just, Boggle or some other word games that really are word games. This is a lot more of a board game aspect to it in this, because there was just a lot to think about that had nothing to do with words here.
That's right, especially when there was that close score towards the very end, and
yeah,
it really came down to, and they're just doing their post-mortem now. We get to have a little chat with Lewis.
Yeah.
If he's up to it. So reopen could have gone on the top right, yeah, down from 5, and that was the suggestion, just coming back to that one before, yeah.
So 3, 6, 1, 3, 2, 4?
Yep.
Cheers.
All right, cool.
I can now. It's very quiet.
So I think we're about to talk to Lewis. They're just looking up the game. All right.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Lewis, can you hear us?
Hey.
Hey.
Hi Lewis, it's Helen and Kenji. Well done on your win.
Thanks. It was a good game.
Was there anything that stood out
Was a
for
good
you
game.
in that game?
Yeah, me not playing like 3 words. I would play instantly online, but just.
What, Ditziest or?
Yeah, Ditziest, and then
Yeah.
like, in the endgame I have so many better moves, but like if they're wrong I lose, so there's no point in playing them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense. So what were the interesting highlights for you this game? Like, what were some of your thought process that you thought were a little interesting, or it was a very tactical game?
Yeah, it was very tactical. When I played Sock, I literally saw it like last second. I was like thinking of playing Quades and then setting up my EU like on there.
Yeah.
But then I was like, oh yeah, 40 points there,
Yeah.
not opening anything up. It's very, very good.
Yeah.
I don't really think too much. I was just like trying to keep us down here because he had to open up because he was behind.
Yeah.
And
That makes a
Kenji
lot of
noticed
sense.
in your opening move there might have been a bingo opportunity for you. It might be a while ago now, but there was a
Was it?
couple of. Was there one playable bingo in the opening
There,
move?
there were a
Kenji, or
few.
was-
There was
through C and I don't know.
C and H.
C and
Yeah.
H. Yeah. Are they 7s that make 8s or no?
One of the C's are easier. The H is tough. The C's kind of the C's, there's some common ones, sort of.
Oh, okay. Wait, what are they?
Croutons,
Yeah.
contours,
Yeah.
outscoren, cornutos too.
Many.
A
Yeah.
few. It's easy to miss though. You're not really looking at that red. Like you're not looking at that
Yeah.
C too much.
Probably should have, but yeah.
Yeah.
Those are kind of like two not high probability sevens that I like. Doesn't
Yeah,
like look
it's not-
familiar to me, but they're common
That's
words.
not in.
So
That's not high prob at all. It's not like
Yeah.
unless you've studied like what is it, 10 or 15,000 deep or something, maybe
Yeah.
10,000 deep. It's not something that's gonna hit your study book.
yeah.
Did
Yeah.
you win your first game today, Lewis?
I did win my first game as well, so 2-0.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done.
Thanks.
Good job. Who have you got next?
I am playing. If I find it. Norma.
Okay.
So a Christchurch rivalry.
Nice.
Yeah.
So Norma's from Australia. Well, I think she's originally.
Yeah,
from
yeah,
Australia,
she's-
But I knew Norma
Yeah.
for many years, playing with her in Melbourne and elsewhere. So I was interested to see that she's made the move across to New Zealand again. So hopefully you're enjoying having her around because
Yeah,
she's a great lady and a great competitor.
Yeah,
as
she's
well,
very
so
good.
That'll be interesting.
Sweet.
Is she someone who you play in club with?
When I go to club, yes, she is there, but
Yeah.
I am a bit absent from that recently, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah. Sweet.
And have you been doing much Scrabble online lately? Have you got a favourite place to play online?
Yeah, I usually just play on ISC, just like 1-2 minute games. So
Oh wow!
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Really quick games.
Okay.
Yeah.
Helen was asking if you were Sidewinder on. Or somebody was
No,
asking if you were Sidewinder.
I am Lewis FH on ISC.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
pretty
I'll
guessable.
keep an eye out
Yeah.
for you. Yeah. All right.
Sweet. Perfect. I'll hand you back to Alexander.
All right, cool. Good
Sweet.
luck.
Cheers.
All right. Looks like we are going on a break. We'll be back shortly with more Scrabble action. See you soon. we are back. This game we are going to have two people who have been playing Scrabble longer than I have been alive. Two players are Paul Lister and Glennice Hale. Both players have been playing Scrabble for a very long time. Know probably tons of words. Have probably been in every situation ever imaginable. Paul is from Christchurch, I believe, and Glennice is from Auckland.
And Glennice has played Scrabble since the year I was born, which is 1982.
Yeah.
She's a life member of New Zealand Association of Scrabble Players. And she was the national champion in 1987. And at the moment she's number 21, so she's ranked 21 while her opponent is, he's actually, I'm not sure what he's rated at the moment, but he actually has finished in a really high spot in the Nelson Open, Dunedin Open, Christchurch Open, South Island Champs, and even got top 15 in the King's Cup in Thailand in 2004. So he has a lot of wins under his belt. So this will be a good matchup, and I bet they've played each other tens or hundreds of times.
Yeah, probably hundreds.
Yeah.
Scrabble wasn't always that big of a thing in New Zealand. It's not always been where we've even had the ability for everybody to travel from place to place. And Scrabble as a game was not very big, in the 80s and 90s, back when they started playing. So they didn't even have very many opponents back then, but they've been sticking through it even when Scrabble was not very popular or very well known. They're truly people who have been around and seen probably everything.
And
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
they've probably both been instrumental in getting a whole lot of new players on board in clubs and so
Oh,
on. So,
I'm
yeah.
sure so, yeah. Without
Yeah.
players from back in this, without them, I would imagine that many of the players that are playing now would not be here today. All right.
So back
EEL.
in 2007, Glennice came second in this tournament. So see if she can equal that or better at this time. Depends on her
Yeah.
form.
Okay. DEEL PRT for Paul. Would assume to see something like pelted here. In a lot of racks like these that are like pretty good, you generally want to be thinking about playing shorter and trying to bingo, but there really isn't a super powerful leave here, and pelted does score enough that it's probably worth playing.
And that's indeed what he played. And Glennice is playing now underneath pelted and not wasting any time.
Yeah. Plays POW pretty much immediately, which does seem good. It makes a lot of sense. Those are your worst tiles, so you should probably be playing them, and there's not really anything much better to do with those tiles.
So Paul's got EELORTY on his rack.
So probably looking for LY bingos first. I don't see any, but you're pretty close to things like remotely. He sees deletory. I think that's what he's playing. I don't believe that's a word. I would be challenged that pretty quickly.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Oh, it is a
that
word.
might be alright. Yeah.
It is a word. Nice. Well, that shows you what I know. Deletoring, which is a good play. Scores. It
Yeah,
is getting
really good.
challenged. Like me, I would have challenged this as well. But it is going to stay on. Deletory. It just means something that's been deleted, or deletable, I guess. Oh.
So he'll be striding back in a moment.
Yep.
Very happy with his find.
Yep.
It's always nice when you see that big green tick, isn't it, on the challenge screen, especially if you're
Yes,
not
it
sure.
is.
he probably he played that pretty quickly, I imagine. Paul felt confident on that one.
Lewis or Glennice does have Digitron, but that's a pretty tough find. Might just be something like dying or tying. As you can see, her putting her tiles back in a rack. She does have Doiting lined up. Diddowing is something that seems like it would be a word. It is a word. So that's also an option.
That would
But
be
it's
a
pretty
lovely
tough
play,
here.
wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So a few different bingo options, but not necessarily obvious ones. She plays
Digitron apparently
Doilting.
is also good.
Is Doilting good?
Digitron or something was apparently.
Doilting is not a word. It's just Doilter. Doilt is an adjective. It's not a verb. And it's getting challenged pretty quickly. And it should come off. But yeah. This is actually a pretty interesting situation here because now Paul is going to know Glennice's rack. And he's going to know that at least one of this is playable. Actually, two of them are playable. And he's going to have to decide whether he wants to try to block this or not. They are blockable. The T and the R are pretty near each other. So even if he sees both of them, they're both blockable here. There's also
so the T
diddowing.
plays, yeah.
Looks like he's not going to bother, and he's
Not
going to
worrying
just...
about it,
Yeah, just going to play hexing. It would be tough, because he has to block both the T and the R in deletory and the T in pelted. So that's a lot of things to block at once. It is doable, but it's difficult. So I can
And
completely
then-
understand why you wouldn't want to try to block all of it at once. It would be a major point sacrifice to do so.
And not sure if she'd know it, but Digitron is apparently a word.
Right. You did elect to play hex and pull them to QI rather than Q, which is kind of also an interesting decision here. As you can see, she's playing tidying.
Okay, so she's decided to just move on with her
Yep.
game.
Paul does have Clicky lined up, which does play. Or does it play? No, it doesn't play. Never mind. Yeah, it looks like it doesn't play.
Not as a bingo, no.
So probably
Looks
gonna try
like
to
a
clean
lot-
this rack
yeah.
up.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, I mean he's not gonna play quickie to the E. What is he gonna play here?
It's lovely to have the U on the rack. So many more options.
Yeah, I mean it's still bad because the Q is just really bad. But what is he? What is his options here? I don't even see anything like. This Quill. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's nice.
Nice leave as well. And so each of them has a blank at the
Yeah.
moment.
Lewis or Glennice has network. Let's see. EKNOTW blank. Looks like there might be a bingo in that, but I'm not seeing one yet. The O and T are both. The O especially is a very good floater. Not a lot of lanes actually. Might be possible that there isn't anything here. I don't see anything yet. Yeah, maybe there isn't anything.
So Network doesn't play anywhere.
Right. This is a rack that you want to be spending quite a while on, whether there is something or not.
Yeah, to make sure that you're capitalising on both score and leave at this point. So you just want to make sure, don't you? Just to check that there's nothing playable.
Right. It does look like there are things that are playable. I don't think there are, but between the sevens line under across from tidying, the open O, even the open T, something like, tent work or something like that. You just want to make sure that there's nothing. There's almost a lot of things. There's almost like not weed, for example. But there's not quite anything, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick check with all those floaters and just checking, but it doesn't look like anything's going to play there.
So maybe just ERK, E-R-K. And she goes with cow. That also would make sense.
Lovely leave
23.
for Glennice, T-E-N blank.
Yeah, very good leave.
And Paul's looking at a few high-scoring letters here. He's got a J, M, C, and Y, and an R-U blank. So you'll probably find something high-scoring.
I'm not sure there's anything too high scoring here. Not exactly great. It's pretty hard to reach
It looks so good,
triples
doesn't
here.
it? Like at first glimpse, you go, "Oh yeah, I'll probably get something worthwhile here." But then when you look at actually where those high-scoring squares are, it might not actually work out as well as first
Yeah.
thought.
I mean, you can play like JUD or something like that. Like that's not great.
Yeah, at least get the J in both ways. But yeah, anything above that I there, the triple, let it go in both ways. No, not really.
Yeah, a pretty awkward rack here. I'm looking.
Maybe
I mean,
something under the the K.
I don't think there is any that hits the
Maybe,
K.
Yeah, just play.
Even if I would be willing to burn the blank here, even if I got like 40 points from the K, but I don't even think there's anything that does that. I mean, like Kumis, for example, Kumys is not terrible. It's not good. I'm not saying I'd play that, but I mean, that's how dire the rack is. Like this doesn't feel great either. It's a reasonable play, but that's just because their options are so bad. He does have a leave though, so
Glennice will probably
play
tighten
C1.
up the score here with a.
yeah.
She's got 3 E's, but that's not always so bad. With a T, I, and a blank. So she's just shuffling through, looking at her options. Can you see an obvious? Is teensy a word or?
I don't think so. I think teentier is a word or something like that.
Teenier, but it doesn't go.
I think teentier with the T in delatory. I mean teeniest, but that's not good. I mean it's valid, but it's not a good idea.
And does anyone on the stream know the anagram of teentier?
It's actually all I see. I don't see anything else. That is just teeniest to the T in pelted, which is never getting played, and teentier.
So Alec knows the anagram of teentier.
Yeah, Alec's gonna know all the anagrams. For
do
those
not
of you
know
who don't,
Alec.
Alec is one of the top 3 players in the United States at Collins. Probably. Something like that. Top 5, certainly. Probably top 3. I don't know off the top of my head right now the ratings. If I'm being disrespectful, Alec, and you're actually like first, I'm sorry. But Alec is a very, very good player. So, yeah. We do see Teacher lined up for Glennice, or Teen Z, or maybe something close to. I'm not sure what she has lined up, but something close to what. Something in the neighborhood of bingoing. If she doesn't
So,
see it, she also has
Glennice.
Peewee. That's a very good leave if she doesn't see Teacher. She's playing Teensy?
Yeah, that was
Which-
what I was hoping was a word as well, but we've since established it's not.
Okay.
So she's hoping that's good, but she's gonna, if she plays this, she's gonna get one of those unfortunate big red crosses on that.
Well, assuming it gets challenged.
He's thinking about it. She hasn't played it yet, so.
You can tell just by his body language, I think, that he's going to challenge. Like, his body language is like, I'm not sure about that.
And he's
Yeah.
pressing the clock, I think.
Yep.
Yep, they've both paused their clock.
That is something, I'm not sure how necessarily ethical it is or something, but that is something to keep in mind when you're like playing a war that you're not sure of, and then your opponent, it is maybe something worth noting is that a lot of opponents will give away whether they're going to hit the clock after you make your play or not.
Yeah, definitely worth having a look at what they're going to do. Some players pick up the pen and write the word down when they're fine with it, and others, and then you notice
Yeah.
that same player might not actually pick up the pen. You're
I
like,
pick up
"Ooh,
the
they
pen.
don't like this.
If I'm picking up the pen, I am not fine with it. That's a pretty reliable thing that,
Oh, I'll keep that in mind if I ever play you.
yeah, I'm pretty reliable on the, I'm trying to be like, I'm going to challenge, so the first thing I do, the reflexive thing is I need to make it look like I'm not going to challenge, and my reflexive action is to pick up my pen. Pretty reliably. I know that about myself, but I still do it. Okay, so Paul picked up his O already, but I'm not sure what he's doing with it. Not anything obvious to me. What? Okay, he's playing SOZ with the blank as an S.
Okay. Is that because he's worried about a bingo?
I don't know. It's an interesting play. Maybe not one I would play, but interesting. Maybe just a little
almost
worried about a
defensive
bingo.
sort of,
Yeah.
So Teensy's good with a Y, but not an IE, for anyone wondering.
Yeah. Glennice does play NEE. And the N is being played. She could play EE, but she's probably playing the N because she wants to save the E hook so that she can bingo later. Because if she played EE, then it would be really hard for her bingo to play in that spot. So that's probably why she elected to play NEE rather than just EE. I might not have done that, but I think I understand the reasoning. I think it's perfectly good reasoning. Because you don't want to force yourself a spot where you have to make the blank an S. You want to make it so that your blank is flexible. The blank is only good because it's flexible. Once you say that the blank has to be an S, it loses a lot of its value. Joy seems to be coming down pretty quickly. And we are going to see a bingo from Glennice here. Very good rack here. many things to choose from.
She'll probably take a few minutes just to find the best one.
Yeah, I imagine so.
Is there something that she can put on that triple word lane that you can see?
Yeah, there's a few things that go to the E, like ringettes, for example, or just interridge and gratinée, stuff like that. I'm probably too interested in the notion of the TZE reaching into something, but I guess it could happen. But it just looks so tempting that that's going to happen at some point. Something like dramatize or aromatize or, you know, something like that.
Yeah.
Magnetize. There's a lot of things that go there that spot is now sort of live, and it's not likely to get blocked either. It's not a very good, like, there's not like things that are likely to get in the way, so it's probably going to be there for a little while. Might be close to seeing something like that later in the game.
That might be nice, yeah. Just having a look what
Yeah,
she's got
interridge is
available
being
to
lined
her
up.
onto the E.
It is hard to find. Like, ringette is probably, it's an extra 3 points, so that's probably what most people would say the play is. But it is pretty hard to find when you have a rack that's this good. Finding all of the 8s to the E, it's just, there's just so many tiles. Like, she has gratinée
There's
lined up now.
lots.
There's just so many.
Matches. Yeah, interage, Enargite.
Yeah, finding all of them is just, here comes
Reignite
gratinée.
was Alex's suggestion.
Reignite. Yeah, that worked
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, so the commentary on the stream is that the Soz play wasn't the best choice.
It's
for-
probably not what I would have done, but, you know, people have different strategic preferences. That wouldn't have been mine, but, you know, different people have different styles, and that's what makes this game fun, I guess. It did, for what it's worth, Saws did block Teen Tier. Like, that is kind of like one of the things that is good about it, is that it did make it so that if Paul saw Teen Tier, then it's a way to block it and delay the bingo by 1 turn. That is one of the benefits of it. I still wouldn't have done it, but from that notion, I guess I can justify it a little bit, even if it's
Very
not.
diplomatic, Kenji.
I'm not known for being diplomatic, for what it's worth. I'm sure chat will note this. I'm not known for being diplomatic. Okay, gratinate does come down. Probably going to see something like K-bar or, I don't know. See Ram. Ram makes sense. That makes sense as well. Paul does still have a nice lead, even though Glennice did just bingo. He is still in a very good position here. This would be a
Dennis
good,
has
yeah.
VAUSNAI.
Mm-hmm. It is noted that, like, a lot of people see an opening like Ram and are like, I have to block it. You don't. There is no need to block this opening. Like, yeah, it looks a little scary, but first of all, it's really not. It's pretty hard actually to use this opening for a lot of points. Usually you can use it and score something, but you don't want to make like some like 10-point blocking play here. It's not worth it. There's plenty of other places to score. Just go ahead and take your points here. There's no reason to like spend, you know, try to block with some, I don't even know what you would block with here, JAI for 10. You can just play Kivas or Kavas or whatever you want to yourself, and just let them have it. It's not worth sacrificing a ton of points to block here.
So many places to go through with that new bingo coming
Yeah.
down. So lots of letters to go through up the top.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of bingo possibilities. You have to go through the see it, make sure you don't have anything. Also, this is the kind of rack where, to me, the TZE thing is relevant.
Yeah,
It does look
it's
like you're not
really,
that far
tempting,
from.
isn't it, to look for it? Yeah.
Yeah, you're not that far from it. But I don't see anything there either. But I would have to look for a second. Van comes down. So if he draws
And Paul's not wasting any time.
Yep. A new prizes could be hit.
I think you mentioned K-bars before, didn't you?
I did.
Was that you or someone on the stream?
Well, I was mentioning
Yeah.
K-bar, K-A-B-A-R, but it's the same concept, yeah. Needed an O for surfboat there, but didn't quite have that. Good draw. She does have Urbanize, if she can find that. There might be something else too. But yeah, Urbanize does play. I'm not sure if she's gonna find that or not. It's not the easiest to find. Finding a bingo that starts with U, especially that starts with UR, is not the easiest thing to find here. Pretty sure that's the only one.
And she's just waiting to see what Paul's going to do, whether or not he's going to take that spot.
There's also, I mean,
And
Urbanize has
got
an
anything?
anagram. Let's see, unfat, unfaded, anything that plays. I don't think there's anything that plays. No, there's nothing that plays.
No.
There's also Anberries to the R as an anagram, which might be better than Urbanize, actually. Even though it scores a little bit less, it's a lot better positionally.
And you get the B on the...
You do. I mean, you don't get to the double, which is...
better, but yeah. Some consolation.
Okay, she goes with Neb. So ADEFNTU. It looks like there's a lot of you're close to a lot of things. It does look like there might be something in this that I'm pretty sure that there isn't. Probably should just be dropping JOYED here, actually. I know that it blocks the spot that I'm like having fun with, but it's just too many points to pass up here. Droid is, what is that, 50. I can't, you can't pass up 50 here, I don't think.
No.
I'm gonna miss looking at all the TIZE things.
Are you surprised that Glennice missed Urbanize?
I'm not sure, a little bit, but it's not the easiest thing to find. If you're not used to studying through alphagrams, if you're trying to actually... One of the things that I tell people when they're trying to learn Scrabble is that they learn words, but they don't learn it like as a set, so they just try to find all the words organically by themselves. If you're trying to just anagram urbanize without ever having studied it and having no
Yes.
practice at it, that's
Yeah.
really tough.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not
and
sure.
yeah, if you're used to seeing that set, you go, I've seen that. I've seen those letters. I've
Right.
seen them in that order. Yeah, like when you're doing card box or however you study. Yeah, that's exactly right. I totally agree with you on that one. It's so much harder to find words just from your own knowledge than having that rote learning. Yeah. Oh my
I
goodness.
don't think that's a word. There's S-O, there's without the A, it's a word, S-O-U-A-R-I-S, but I mean, I'll check. Wow, it is a
good.
word. Okay, that shows you my word knowledge. Very nice
Well, I mean,
find.
as you say, Kenji, Glennice has been playing since you've been
Yeah,
before you were born. So there you go.
yeah. Very nice find.
That's a lovely one, isn't it?
Yes, it's best by a lot. A very bad rack otherwise. Very bad rack. Paul taking no time to play. No time to play hints at all. But yeah, that was games. That was a games that changed the game dramatically. Glennice was way behind, and then if she doesn't have that R, she's toast probably. That's not a very good rack, but yeah. Hint comes down almost
Yeah, she
instantly.
was lucky to get that.
Well, she was lucky, but she was good to
combination,
find it.
But she also had to see it. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know it. Yeah. Board is getting kind of closed, so that is something that she has to keep in mind a little bit. Doesn't necessarily need a bingo to win the game, but options for bingoing are very bleak right now. There's no way to open more lines, and the only lines really are to the T and I and Gratinade. And when those die, there's probably no more. The chances to bingo in this game are probably over.
And your lovely little spot's still available with TIZE something?
Yeah, no TIZES anymore, but
Yeah, that would've been-
still there. Is she close to anything? I don't think so yet. Maybe close to some things. Yeah, I don't see anything she's close to. FAV, okay.
Not a bad little score there.
Nope.
That was decent.
It's being challenged. Okay, FAV is a new word, so it's not something that they're going to be used to. It's something that was added fairly recently. So that's probably why it's being
Do you know
challenged.
if there's a challenge? Is it a single challenge tournament, this one?
I think it's 5 point. I'm pretty sure it's 5 point.
5-point challenge, okay.
But yeah, the lanes are dying here. Glennice is going to be down 36 in turn, but it's looking like Paul should probably be killing the board here, because I don't see any good way of coming back, at least in one turn, if the board is not... If Paul plays something, let's say, to the S and Sawaris, he plays down from them, there's going to be no bingo lines and no real scoring chances left.
Except off the tee. Yeah, that's it. So
So that
Yeah,
is something
she'll
worth
need
thinking
to-
about.
have they added
'Cause,
her
yeah.
score on yet, or is she actually that far behind?
Well, she got 30. She got
Oh,
31
there
plus
we go,
5,
that's
so
better.
it's
Yeah, I thought she was
36.
closer. Yeah.
But it's still going to be pretty rough. Like if let's say that Paul plays Sludge, for example, he's going to be up by 35, and there's going to be no real way to score anymore. Okay, kind of destroying his leave a little bit here.
Where would Sludge have played? Sorry.
Just to the S in Sawaris.
Yeah.
It kills the T, it kills the I, and it kills the top line. So it's just a defensive play. It just blocks all the major scoring places. Because other than those 3 places, there's really nowhere to score more than 30 points on this board. Like, it's really tough. Whereas, like, in this case, Glennice is very close to bingoing. Like, she almost has something at the top, too. Like, she has Octroy. She can get back in this game still without, whereas it after Sludge, it would have been really tough. Though maybe still possible. I don't know. This may not have been a bad idea, actually, but...
So what did you say she had at the top?
Octroy. Octroi.
Oh, that would be lovely. I hope
I'm not
plays
actually
that
sure
one.
it's a good idea anymore. But that was just an idea.
So what would prevent you from playing that?
Well, I don't think she's gonna win. Like, the problem is that she's not... The problem is she can be down 20, the bag will be empty, and she has no real way of she has no way of winning the game. Because she's not gonna have enough tiles to bingo. She's just gonna be like a tempo and a half behind, no matter what.
Yes, yeah. You'd need more. You'd need
The
more
way to win the game actually is back to the TIZE spot, or like, as funny as I know we were kind of like laughing about, or I was kind of laughing about it, but that actually is like one of the other ways to win the game is to hit that. She needs to hit like, narcotize or something like that, like just something that some other scoring ways if all the stuff on the top gets blocked.
Yeah, and that's out of her hands
Yeah.
now anyway. So yeah, that opportunity's gone. So she's got 2 A's, 2 R's, 2 O's, and an
Yeah, a
S.
lot of dibwits.
Happy days. Not.
Yeah.
I don't think she's feeling very
No.
confident now.
Yeah, I think the game's kind of over here. Paul just blocks with DEI.
And
yeah.
there's 5 tiles. Oh, sorry.
No, bag's empty.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah,
Gee, this
Paul is
game
in
has
due
gone
into
quite
spot.
quickly, hasn't it, compared to the other 2 we've done today? The
Yeah.
other 2 went down to the wire for at least 1 player in each of them, but these guys have got the better half. Yeah, almost 10 minutes left each. So they're obviously used to playing one another and getting it done.
Yeah. Anything clever? There's almost a few things that are clever, but I mean the problem is that Paul just hasn't due. So you have to, if you're gonna do something, you have to block that. Yeah, I don't think there's anything really to do here.
So there's no out. You're saying there's definitely no.
Well, she has to play to the S and
Adding
Solaris
one.
just to block and do, which means that her options for doing anything too great are pretty limited. Like she has to play like SOAR or something, which even she can't even play SOAR because of Ruined. So, yeah, her options are just. She almost has to let Paul go out. I mean, she doesn't quite. She can block, but it's nothing that blocks is going to feel very good. She can play like AA and AS, which obviously doesn't. I mean.
So she's considering getting across to the.
Yeah, she can play better than that. She can do like Goa, but
Yeah.
it's or goo or something like that. But it's not very good. It's it's not very good.
So at this point, she's looking at what he can do on his next move because she knows he's got
Yeah.
just one out.
Yeah, it's just it's in do, but it's
Yeah.
either
Is it in a
over
couple of
or below
spots?
S. It's either SI or IS. He has both of them. But she can't play an R in space because of ruined. So it's trickier than it looks at first.
And nudie doesn't go anywhere, does it?
No.
Untied is also there through the.
Oh, yeah, untied and
Yeah.
Utu. Yeah. You're just going to let him go out. It makes sense. Yeah, all the blocks are like, 5 points because there's just too many things to block. You can't, it's too hard to block everything. And there's untied. So Paul is 1. The score is going to be, let's see, 18, 423 to 380. Or, I'm sorry, that's right. That's right.
And yeah, it is a 5-point challenge for anyone who is wondering, like me.
Yeah.
So every time they challenged one, there was a extra 5 points if they got the word right.
So it looks like we're going to bring up standings pretty soon. So in just a minute, standings are going to be brought up. And see who's doing what in the tournament.
Yeah, who's our top seed? It's not Howard this time, I don't think.
It's Chris. It's Chris Tallman. Chris has moved to New Zealand a few years ago. I actually know Chris pretty well. From Canada. He was from Vancouver.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Me and Chris are... Chris is the reason why I'm here. Chris and I we've been friends for over a decade.
Oh, lovely. Through Scrabble?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chris played on the West Coast. I lived in Reno for a while. We would see each other even outside of Scrabble. So, I've been to his house. He's been to my house. We know each other pretty well.
And now you live in Hawaii?
Well, I'm just here for now. My
Okay.
parents are from here, so I'm visiting my folks while I'm here. I still live in Reno, but
Oh, right. Okay.
yeah. But it's easier to
And
commentate.
Chris is helping a lot with the streaming as well. We've been
He's been
communicating with him a lot.
very instrumental in streaming and bringing some of the things to New Zealand that we have in the States. So as we can see the standings, looks like
Oh, your mate
it's
hasn't
early.
won one yet.
Oh wow, he's lost.
Poor Chris.
He's in last. Wow.
So
Okay.
what were you saying about
That
him
won't
being
last.
top seed?
He is top seed. He is top seed. I promise.
I know. It's sometimes this happens, and then at the end,
A lot of these are.
Green
He
rises
may have
to
only
the
played
top
one
in the
game.
end. Yeah.
Like a lot of these people have only played once. Not all
Yeah.
the seeds. Not all of these are after 2 rounds. So. In fact, I'm guessing
so
most
this
of
is
them
just
aren't.
after the
Yeah.
and Arena
Yeah.
was on top with a good spread, but yeah, not too many had 1-2 games at the end of
Yeah.
the
I guess
second
we're
round,
actually 3 rounds, so I guess everybody has played twice. It just didn't seem like it. But yeah, a lot of the seeds are actually, the people at 2 wins are not the people I would have expected. Howard has lost a game. Dylan's lost a game. To me, I mean, if I would have handicapped, those are to me are the 3. There's a few other people too, but like Chris and Howard are definitely the 2 top seeds by a pretty large margin, I think. But yeah, anything. It's early. Anything can happen. People can still come back.
Oh, it's so early in the piece. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
for all we know, Chris will come storming home
Right.
and
Andrew's one of
not
the
drop
top
another
seeds
game.
too, and he's in third to last. But Andrew's one of the best players. He won Masters 2 years ago, I think. So yeah, it's been a turbulent first few games for a lot of people, it seems.
And Howard's lost to Vel, so that's
Okay.
who got scalped him.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're going to go to a
Okay.
quick
We
break,
are
I think.
going to go on a very quick break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. See you soon. And welcome back. This is going to be a new game between Liz Fagerlund and Dylan Early. Liz is the director for this tournament, so without this tournament, we literally would not be having this event. Dylan is one of the favorites to go into this tournament. He's from South Africa. And yeah, it looks like that Dylan's about to run off to the bathroom, so, or somewhere. I don't know where. I kind of made that assumption. So it might be a minute or two before games actually get started. But yeah, I've actually met both of these people. I have played Liz. I've talked to Dylan a few times. Know something about. I know Dylan mostly from when he was in South Africa, actually, not from when he was in New Zealand. But
have you played Dylan before?
I have not. I've seen him play a few times. I've seen him play on stream a few times. I actually have played Liz. Liz is the exact style of player that does really well against me. It's the type of style that I struggle against the most. It's hard to play against. At least for me, it is. You're going to get into a shootout a lot of the time. You kind of don't have a choice.
With Liz?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to close the board, if your strategy is to like play a more restrictive style against Liz, it's not going to work. It's just not going to happen. And that generally is my natural style, sort of, kind of. I mean, I can play the other style too, but I'm probably less good at it.
Yeah.
Looks like we're pretty close to. I don't know who that is on stream. Hello.
I don't know who it is on the stream.
Oh, that's the annotator. Is that Courtney? I think. Shout out to whoever that is on stream.
Yeah, and
Quick cameo.
Apparently, Liz has a T-shirt that says "I once beat Nigel Richards."
Yeah.
He's only lost at a Dunedin tourney in 1998, and I think she
Okay.
wears that proudly every day of the week.
Yeah. I'm gonna stay away from this one for a minute. Yeah.
You got that
Anyway.
T-shirt, Kenji?
What the I want to beat Nigel? That I beat Nigel
I once
Richards? shirt?
beat. Yep.
I mean, I have beaten Nigel Richards a few times.
well, then you
so-
need to get the T-shirt, mate.
Okay, I have not gotten the T-shirt.
Got to get the committee onto that. You know, Liz says
Okay.
she's been on the committee too long. Far too
Yeah.
long.
I can see how she might believe that. All right, we're getting started. Liz with a very nice rack to open. This is going to fit the theme. Nettie's is going to come down pretty quickly, I think. Yeah, and there we are. And Dylan, on the other hand, with a pretty atrocious rack. Kind of the opposite of Liz's rack.
Yeah, hasn't she started off nicely?
Yeah, very bad, but also not the easiest to play. It's one of those racks that's really bad, but it's not quite bad enough that you want to exchange it. But it's still, yeah. She had Nettie's lined up, and now she's moving her tiles. I'm a little bit concerned.
So only one play available there.
Yeah.
for her, is that,
She did see it.
According to Ulu? Yeah.
Tenti is a word, but it doesn't take an S.
She's not sure.
She might not be sure, yeah.
This is the sort of rack you go, oh, I wish I was going second, almost. You know, like if you don't know the one word.
She
But
clearly
you-
sees it. She's had
yeah.
it lined up twice. She's clearly thinking about it. I don't. Maybe she's just afraid because she knows. Dylan's gonna know for sure. Dylan is, like I said, one of the favorites to win the tournament.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So she's chickened out of that. She's,
Yeah.
I think she was like, do I know this word or not? Yeah.
Yeah. So pretty awkward rack here for Dylan. This is the kind of rack that you generally want to try to set up the X if you can. You know that your opponent has a really strong rack. When they played, okay, he just goes with Uwu immediately. You kind of know from Dylan's shoes that Liz has pretty much exactly what she has. She made a 6-point play. She's never doing that without something like EINT at the minimum, and often stronger than that. So Dylan knows that he needs to play defense here.
Oh, but she doesn't have the best pickup there, does she?
No, that was not a good pickup.
Uwu is a recent addition, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oat is coming down probably, or maybe Iota. Yeah, something
Across
like that.
the top there, staircasing.
Yeah.
Well, not really. Oh.
No, staircasing.
Oh, yeah.
And then Kex is going to come down. Or maybe Wex. Wex or Kex. I'm not sure which one. I would prefer Kex. I think you do want to make it a little bit harder to parallel. He has Wex with an E lined up, which is interesting. I mean, making WAWE, I could see that, actually. I could see it, but I don't think I would do it. The K is a much better tile than the W, but the W allows a lot more parallels. So Kex is a lot more defensive than Wex because of the re-overlaps, which is kind of why Kex is what I would consider to be the more standard play in this position. But if he wants to go with the better leave, I could totally understand that. It does seem like that's what he's going. Interesting decision.
Wex. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Liz has got herself a blank here.
Yeah. Almost has semi-potent.
The first thing I see, I know it doesn't play, is just the way she set it out. It just looks like maypoles, doesn't it? But I know that doesn't go down. It's just the first thing that jumps out.
Oh, semi-potent isn't the word.
Shuffling them around.
Never mind.
What was the? Oh, you had an idea about. Also,
No,
Dylan actually has the highest score record for
Okay.
New Zealand. He got 756 odds.
I'm not surprised.
It's a very good score.
Yeah.
All right. I wonder if she's got something here.
Yeah. She has bingos. I'm not sure that they're the best bingos, but she has some. You're definitely looking for something to the W at first glance. That's probably what she's looking for right now. It doesn't look like there is anything, but all the other bingos are not that inspiring. She doesn't have to bingo here either. Like, I know that it seems always good to bingo, and it usually is, and it might still be correct here, but it's not mandatory. Like, if she wants to play poem, she can. That's what she's seemingly doing, and I'm perfectly okay with it. If you're gonna score like 70 with a bingo, or rather, in this case, you're scoring 35 and keeping AS blank, scoring 35, keeping AS blank is perfectly fine.
Okay.
Even if you see the bingos, you don't have to play them.
Right. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm always chasing them myself, but as the 10th North American Scrabble player on the rankings, I think you've got the say here. She'll probably bingo next.
That's a
So
very good
Dylan's
draw.
got A, B, C, E, G, I, K. It looks like he's one of the people who alphabetizes his rack
Yeah.
as a matter of course.
The stronger players, generally the stronger players alphabetize almost all the time. The better the higher quality players you are, the more generally that you almost always see some alphabetization, I think.
And Dylan has created over 5,000 mnemonics for stems and hooks, and will happily regale anybody with a lewd rhyme or two, according to his bio there. So he's got a lot of helping rhymes and things to remember words and hooks by.
Yeah. This is an interesting position. Bewig is a possibility here. He wants to keep like a better leave. He can score more points if he wants to as well, but the leave is going to be worse. Um, I don't know. You do want to get rid of some of these high point tiles for sure if you're Dylan. I'm sure that that's very high on his priority list. So if you can get rid of, there's just too many C, K, G, B.
Yeah.
It's just too many high point tiles like that. He wants to get rid of some of that clunkiness. But not exactly that many great ways of doing that. I don't see anything good to the P. That doesn't mean
No,
there isn't
I'm having a look
anything.
there too. Yeah, like something down from the P or onto the P.
But I don't see anything. I think his best option is just be wig, but it looks like there's something to the P, and so I don't blame him for looking. Like, it certainly is going to feel that way. Even alternatives to be wig, I don't see any. I see be wig, and that's literally the only play I actually see in the position. I'm sure that there are other things.
See if anyone on the stream has some ideas. No, it's pretty quiet on there. Everyone's just enjoying watching, seeing what the players are going to come up with. Feel free to pitch in though, folks, if you think you've got a nice move for Dylan.
Plays beak. That makes sense too. That it's a lot more points, but the leave is horrible.
Yeah, ICG. You don't like that leave?
No, it's pretty bad. This board doesn't help either. This is not a good board for that leave, and it was already pretty bad to begin with. And we have another position where you can bingo, but you don't have to. If Liz wants to play something like SOZ, like we saw last game, but instead, in this case, was same and okay, that would be 44. That's perfectly fine. AER blank plus 44 is perfectly just as good as playing like Bezoars or Roses.
Okay, great.
But she can bingo if she wants to play Bezoars. Like, I can get behind that too.
Yeah, I think that would look lovely on the board too. Or Roses, like you said, ARROZEF.
Yeah.
And at least if she plays Soz,
Zo, that's perfectly fine
she's
as well.
not using a blank like the last game. Yeah.
Dylan's rack
That's
is
an interesting
awful.
move. Yeah.
That was good. I think Dylan has to exchange here. I know that he can score points, but any play that he makes, his lead is going to be so bad. It's just going to be so bad. Like, yeah, Give and Gobo blocks the board and scores 20-ish, but BCC is on this board is just irreparable. It's so bad you can't come back from it, really. I think this rack's got to go.
Yeah. What would you keep? An E?
I think just the E here. Normally I would keep CE, and I might still keep CE. I'm thinking about keeping the C. The C is definitely the next best tile, and normally it would be worth keeping, but there's no C hooks on this board at all, and there's plenty of stuff for other things. He is going to deal with the Drek leave of BCC. Hopefully this is going to work out, but we'll see. Normally the C is a pretty decent tile, but it's duplicated, and this board is not good for it. The only redeeming part of the C was the Came hook that he just blocked. So if there was anything redeemable, it just went away.
Yeah, so
in terms of the
there's
quality
nothing
of the
else
leave.
obvious that we're missing here that he's keeping that C for that you can.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Maybe if Odd gets played somehow, then he gets Cod, but that's a stretch. I think Liz has to bingo now. I think that like something like Paraders has to be played. I can't just, there's no high scoring play anymore that would be good enough to not bingo. Yeah. Yeah, I think she has to bingo. Yeah, and there comes Paraders. And she is taking the lead, and this is a pretty scary situation for Dylan in terms of this is the problem with BCC. This is actually a pretty good draw.
If he hadn't, left
and
those,
the rack still sucks. Like, this is on the better side of draws. I mean, he has tactic intent, I guess, and he probably has to play it, but that doesn't, I mean, this doesn't feel very good to play tactic intent. I think it probably has to be done, though.
Does Attic doesn't go anywhere, does it? No.
I mean, you could play static or something, but
Is Attic?
Liz's draw not looking particularly good either. That's a pretty bad draw on that side as well.
Yeah, I think Tactic.
I think tactic's getting played.
I think that's what we'll see. There's really not much else going, is there?
No, they're static, and I don't think that static is worth it. I'm pretty sure that Dylan doesn't think so either.
So what's the problem with Static though?
BC is not the best leave. Static leaves a lot of underlaps. You can play through the T and the... It just leaves the TATI. There's underlaps, so you can play through them. It's just not that great.
He's thinking about if there's somewhere to put Cacti, but as far as we can see, there's not an obvious spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just having a look at his options, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's got to be tactic.
Someone's suggesting a Meebic, hooking Biota.
No. I don't think I can
like
do that.
No.
I mean,
it's not bad, like TA. Yeah.
it's pretty. It's just...
It is.
It's just CATT on this board is just not good enough. It does score more than... Well, no, it doesn't even score more than this. The leave is just... CATT versus B is just too big of a difference in terms of leave. CATT
and he'll know
is...
that too. He would have gone
Yeah.
through that as an option and
Right.
considered the ramifications of that leave.
Yeah. Not a very good rack for Liz either here. Definitely want to get rid of at least one, probably two of the I's. The U is not very good either. Dylan with actually a deceivingly good rack. I do wonder if you want to play indults. I do wonder if you want to play indults. Oh yeah, he's like Mbang. He would have like Manga Bay with an A if it were open. But Mbang is the threat here. And I'm pretty sure Dylan's going to find Mbang pretty quickly. Liz is just going to exchange. I get that. I may have played through this rack,
She got
but
rid of all of
I wouldn't
them,
have
did
been
she?
happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's getting a fresh 7. Start again.
Yeah. And Bang is coming down within, I would guess, another 10 seconds. Yeah, he's lining it up already. It would be pretty hard for there to be something better because that rack needs A. Well, he's lining up Money Bag. I mean, there's no O though.
No, he's just having a look.
But yeah, it's one of those racks that looks good. I mean, it bingos to the O, it bingos to the I, it bingos to an A. It's a much better rack than it looks. As you see, Liz did draw the other blank here. This is actually a good example of what I was talking about how Liz is very hard to play. Like, I'm not certain that exchanging all the tiles is like what I would have done with Liz's rack necessarily, but it's also very hard to play against
Okay.
because if she draws the blank, if she draws bingos and blanks, then you just, as we see him bang come down, you just lose to that. When somebody bingos in Scrabble, you can't beat it. Bingos are very, very strong. It's a very bingo-centric game. If you bingo once and your opponent bingos 4 times, the rest of the game kind of doesn't matter.
Mm.
So
That's
and bang
exactly
comes
right.
in.
So hurlers, is that a word?
Yeah, hurlers is
Yeah. So
what
she'll
I would
put
expect.
tactics and hurlers perhaps, or
Yeah.
there's probably nowhere else for her to. Oh, tense. Sorry, she might choose to go
Tactics.
onto
Tactics
tense.
or tense, yeah. Tactics or
Yeah,
tense.
probably. I reckon she'll go down towards tense because then she's got the double word and also not leaving an
They
E
scored
above a
pretty-
triple word score.
Tactics actually scores better. She can go with either option. I'm okay with either one.
Mm.
Like, this is hurlers on the bottom is, what is that? 5 versus, I guess it's only one more.
Yeah, it's just that triple word underneath the vowel you just want to try to avoid, I suppose. Like,
Well, you don't really care
This is
about
better.
that. Like the E next to the triple letter isn't really a big deal because the only letter that really hits that hard is the X, and that gets played. And this leaves a lot more floaters and a lot more like openness. So the the other hurlers is actually probably, it's more scoring defensive because actually the H, but even the H isn't that big of a deal. It's probably actually more defensive to go in the other spot.
in terms of like closing down your lead a little bit, like sort of cementing your lead a bit more and not leaving as
Yeah.
much choice, because like you say, then it would only really be that one lane left
Right.
down. Yeah. Or there's
She is-
EEK, I suppose, as well at the top.
For what it's worth, this is going to be a big deal very likely because Dylan does have Hirudins, and Hirudins would not have played if she played hurlers in the other spot. So this is actually a ginormous swing because if Hirudin at the other spot happened, this would be a completely different game. Because Dylan would have nothing. This is not a very good rack, and I'm not sure that Dylan's going to see Hirudins yet. He hasn't seemed to have found it yet, but if he finds it, that could easily decide the entire game.
So what's the word that you've seen with his rack?
Hirudins.
Okay. Just for people like me who
Yeah.
don't necessarily know the word straight away. So yeah, dynamite. Oh, sorry, dynamite plays. Okay.
But the options, if he doesn't find Hirudins, his options are much, much worse. He has to find this. It's the best play by
I think
50.
He's a very good player and he knows so many words. I think we're gonna see him find that word.
I think so. I hope so. He has Hind lined up. It's one of those things where every single second that he doesn't play it, it makes me more and more worried because you either find that instantly or you usually don't find it. It's usually one of the two. It either comes down in 15 seconds or it usually doesn't get played.
And especially with it being a blank, it just
Yeah.
doesn't come to,
The blank doesn't help it. And it doesn't look like
No.
that's a floater that you should be looking at. Like, you don't
No,
write...
it doesn't, does it?
Like,
Especially
a lot
sort
of
of
players... Yeah.
Where all the, there's a bit of a mess in there, sort of like all around there. There's lots of other words and
Yeah.
so on. But yeah, I reckon he might still
I hope so.
take a minute. Yeah, but yeah, I know what you mean. Like, when you see the alphagram and you know
Well, you have to write down... A lot of people have to write down the alphagram, but a lot of people aren't even going to write that down because it looks so ugly.
Good spotting, by the way. Yeah, you saw that very quickly.
But I think that's what I mean. I think if I didn't find that in that speed, I don't think I would have found it. I think I had.
Right.
It's one of those things where I think a lot of people do find it at that speed because
So
otherwise
you
it's
saw
too
the
hard.
letters on his rack and went, "Oh, I think
Oh,
I
now
know
he has it
something
lined
that goes
up.
with-" Ooh.
Okay, I think he sees it at least. So he's proving me wrong. He's finding it.
He's thinking about
And here
it.
it comes.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful.
Nice.
Liz is like, "What? What's that?"
Now, Liz knows a lot of
She'll
words.
probably
Liz,
challenge it.
she probably will, but she might not. Okay, she does. But yeah, this is a gigantic. This is probably the difference between winning and losing this game. I think if Dylan doesn't find that, he probably loses, and now he probably is going to win. Because
Yeah,
the next best
Dylan.
play here is like 20.
Yeah. So Liz doesn't have anything massive.
Yeah, I mean,
She's
FOO
got
for
here.
30. I mean, it's
Yeah.
good, but it's
He must be so happy he took the minute to
yeah,
shuffle those letters around and find that. That's very exciting.
yeah.
Great
If you
word.
played, it is a nice word too, yeah. Because he had Hind lined up. If he had played Hind, he would be in a lot of trouble here. Hind is just much worse.
So the best ever record in this tournament was 21 wins and 2 losses, achieved by Mike Sigley in 2002.
That's impressive.
And Jeff Grant also did it twice. So each of those players only dropped 2 games at the Masters back in the 90s by the looks.
Yep. Game has changed a lot since then.
So Chris has got to win win the rest of his games to equal that.
Chris can run off a lot of games. He's not out of it by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how it all goes
Yeah.
from here. Are you commentating tomorrow as well?
I'm commentating all the mornings, yeah.
Oh, right.
So, the next two are with Josh, who's also from the States, so. Okay, phone
I think I
comes
just
down.
saw him on the standings. Yeah. Is that Josh Sokol?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Josh, me, and
All right,
Chris
so...
have known each other a while.
Oh, good. Yeah. You guys are all up in the
Yeah.
top of the rankings there.
A horrendous
so Josh
rack
is
for
actually
Dylan.
from Canada, is he?
Yeah. Josh and Chris
Yeah.
are both from Canada.
Yeah. All right. So Dylan's got ALNOOUU. Someone
of
on the
them
stream
mentioned
mentioning
those.
he's using a lot of time, but I think he's probably fairly practiced at meeting out his.
Yeah, and it's not that
minutes.
much time. I mean, they're roughly 2/3 of the way through the game. So having 11 minutes when you're 2/3 of the game, I mean, it would be nice to have more time, but it's not. This isn't time trouble. He's still fine in terms of time. It would be nice if he had another 2 or 3 minutes, sure, but he's still all right. He has Luau lined up. It is kind of a weird thing. Like, normally, I wouldn't, in fact, not normally, I would suggest that you don't worry about the queue, but having a U isn't the worst thing here.
Yeah, 2 O's, 2 U's.
I'm not sure what he has lined up now. He does still need to be
Both southpaws by the
careful.
looks too. Both players left-handed, I think, from what I can tell.
Yeah. Or at least playing with their left hand.
Lots of left-handers in Scrabble, I've noted. I feel like it's overrepresented in terms of left-handedness.
Interesting. There are options here. You can play Luau, you can play Talon, you can play, like, Saloon.
Do you reckon you'd change?
No, I think this rack is too good to change. I mean, it's not, you're not going to keep the best, but it's, the end, you can, like, just to, for example, Saloon is, like, 21, and it blocks a lot of good scoring options, and it keeps you used. That, I don't know if that's the best play, but I do know it has to be better than exchanging. Just has to be. That's interesting. I was not expecting OUS to come down. That's...
Not what you expected?
Yeah, that is not what I expected. Oh, and he took it back. Or no, he didn't. Okay. He did draw pretty well to that. That's an interesting situation. I'm not what I would have done, but it seems reasonable. I'm not writing it off yet.
Tanya on the stream, is she Dylan's wife? Do you know?
I don't know.
I'll ask her. So Liz also in a bit of bother with it, just a whole lot of vowels and double ups.
So she's
she
making
needs
sure that she has
IES.
lines. So she has the tactics line, she has the quoits line. So she does bingo, she's going to be in good shape. It's a good, like, forking play to make sure that most of the time she's going to have a playable bingo. And then she draws more vowels.
3 E's now. Not looking good for Liz.
Yeah. It is worth noting that this is... The vowel heaviness kind of comes back to FOHN versus playing FOO that turn, or when she had the option. I was kind of mentioning, like, she had FOO and FOHN, but one of them, the balance of that is FOHN scores a little bit more and kills the spot, whereas FOO is going to keep it better to lead. But if she kept the O, she probably would have bingoed by now. I mean, she played the O, she probably would have bingoed by now. It's kind of a weird balancing act between those two sorts of things where you have to, but she doesn't know that she would have drawn vowels. She just, it's just a probability thing. But it's what ended up happening to her that I'm sure she wishes she played FOO at this point.
Edward mentioning that he would have played DEI, RE and LI up off the D from Hero Dunes on that last move.
Okay.
And ONIE was another suggestion, although Edward chimed in with anything involving not keeping 3 vowels and 1 consonant, which I think is what you were getting at there.
I mean, she has a decent dump next turn. She has EIDE, which is going to get rid of all of that clunk. And she doesn't, again, there's not really a rush. She doesn't need to bingo eventually, but she has to bingo. She can wait another turn as long as she gets it down, but she has to get it down, and every turn that she doesn't get it down is one more turn that Dylan can either get a bingo himself or block the board. Or just start to score in a way that maybe her bingo isn't even going to be enough.
And there are still quite a few consonants left in that bag to get. So there's
Right.
more consonants than there are vowels out there. So it's not like they're going to just keep picking them up. If they can get rid of them, they should be odds on to get a couple of consonants to sort out their troubles.
Yeah.
So what would you do if you were Dylan here? What about Iglana? No.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good.
Oh yeah.
it not only scores pretty decently, but it also starts the process of blocking the board down a little bit, which should be a priority for Dylan at this point. So let's say that now Liz does make play EIDE, then Dylan can maybe start thinking about, well, can I do something about that quoit hook? Whereas that may not have been an option if he didn't block Ngaio.
Looks like Liz had to make a director's decision there. Someone came over to. She's got a lot of multitasking going on.
Yep. It's tough being. It's tough both directing and playing.
Yeah, there's so many things going on.
Yeah. So she's continued to play. She's clearly making a conscious decision to keep the vowels. Like this isn't something that she's she's choosing to do this. I'm sure that she sees EID and I'm sure that she's seen these plays on other turns, but she's electing to do this on purpose. I'm pretty sure at this point. She's done it several times this game. In this pool, it actually makes a lot of sense because this pool is actually pretty messy. So it's getting more and more consonant heavy. So this one I'm actually okay with, whereas the other ones I was maybe a little bit more skeptical of.
So her rack is quite good now, but I don't know if she can get a bingo down.
There are playable bingos
this
now.
place.
Yeah. Whether they'll stay playable, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I think they
depends on
will.
Dylan.
Well, we'll see.
I'm just having a little look at some of the options that she has. There's
Well, just
something
like-
off the N if anyone wants to try and have a go at figuring out what Liz could play off the N of Hirudin's. And there's also something through the N of, I don't know how to pronounce that NGAIO word, but yeah. Couple of little challenges for you out there while you're waiting for Dylan to make his move. So yeah, she's got 2 playable bingos, which is great. In 2 different spots.
I'm not sure if she's supposed to. No, you have to play it, right? Yeah, I guess you have to play it. It's pretty sketchy here because she not only has to bingo, but she probably has to avoid the Q too. The Q is a death sentence on this board.
So that word that Dylan played is a tree. It's a Maori tree. It's pronounced Ingayo. Just in case you were worried you weren't going to learn something on this Good Friday, folks.
So Dylan is keeping the Q, is keeping the U, particularly specifically for the Q. He's already thinking about the Q here, clearly. This isn't.
So you're concerned about the Q is being stuck with it at the end? Is that what you're saying? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big problem. It's enough of a problem that Liz should actually be thinking. Like, I would at least be thinking about not bingoing here. Whether I could
Wow.
actually not bingo, I'm not sure. But she needs to
Yeah.
she needs to at least be thinking about it.
You mean if if she plays a 7, she'd pick up the last. She'll
And it's
empty
pretty-
the bag?
Yeah,
Is
and
that
it's
right?
pretty.
14 tiles left. Is that 7 on his and 7 in the bag?
Yeah.
So if she plays a bingo now, picks up 7, empties the bag, and maybe stuck with a Q. Is that what you're saying? Is
It's not only that, but like the bingos that she's gonna score like 60. So even if she's not even gonna get to score. I am. The more I think about this, the more I'm thinking that she is actually not supposed to bingo here.
really?
It's so
But
painful
then will
not to
she be
bingo.
able to get enough points to even get close?
Well, she can bingo later. She doesn't. She can bingo next turn. She doesn't have to never bingo. But I think that bingoing here and getting 7 tiles just does not win very often at all.
Okay.
Especially she would think this even more if she thought about what Dylan was having in a lot of these cases. Dylan's obviously been keeping the U, and Liz has no way of knowing that. But there's no way to, even without that, like, Dylan would have played the Q by now if he had it. He would have probably exchanged by now if he had it. He kind of knows, you know, he just played OUS. She probably knows that, or at least has a pretty good idea of what's happening here.
And of course, we've got to wonder: does she actually see the two now?
She sees
Is
she sees one
seeing
of them
the
at least.
bingos? Yeah.
I think maybe not.
So erosion of JET.
That doesn't quite fit.
No, it doesn't. Sorry. So there's nonnaries and raison.
Yeah, if there was a 75-point bingo, I think she has to play it. But given that the bingos
Edward
are
reckons
60,
there's a 76. So I'll just check what he's saying there. He thinks that she's got a 76. There's a couple of people telling us there's 76. From the top right.
Oh, no, Neres fits with NO and OU. Yeah, okay.
Ah, of course.
Yeah.
That would be a good.
Is that worth it? Yeah. Gosh. That's tough. I was very comfortable not taking 60. Am I okay with not taking 76? That's tough. Oh boy. I mean, if you're not going to take 76, you have to play GIO. Like, that's what your option is, I think, in terms of your best non-bingo play. Because that
Right.
opens the triple, and that means that if you play there, then your bingo's going to score significantly more. Plus, when you draw there, then you maybe are going to draw an outplay. So I feel like that's your option. It's also very hard to block. Or pretty hard to block. It's either GIO or it's no Neres. I'm not convinced yet either way. This is tough. I would be burning all of my time here. I'm not sure this is what she is thinking about, but this is worth spending 5 minutes on, at least for me. Man.
And with the Q, are you more worried about him scoring with the Q or?
No, I'm
being
worried about
stuck with
drawing
the
it.
Q?
If I draw it, I just lose. There's no.
Yeah.
I mean, after Neres, if she draws it, she's stuck with it. No matter what she draws, she's stuck with it.
Yeah, there's no openings on the board, and you don't want to.
Yeah.
You don't want to take the chance you're going to get the one unseen eye. That's what she's done. Hang on, she's played
IO. Okay, I think that's reasonable. I would have liked GIO a little bit more, but this is still good.
Where did she play IO? Oh.
EIK on the top of the board.
Okay, gotcha. Yep.
She still has a bingo. That's okay. This is good.
So she's obviously doing that thought process about the Q. That's exactly what or she
I
hasn't
think so.
seen a bingo. Yeah.
I want to give her credit.
Whether she
We can ask her
whether
afterwards.
she
Yeah.
saw it or if she.
I'm gonna pretend like she sees it. I think there's a good chance that she does. She does. But I think her chances of winning after Neres is actually pretty small, like 10%. Small.
So Dylan has played.
She plays Lav, which opens a pretty dangerous spot on the bottom of the board. That's an interesting decision. I also don't know where if Dylan's keeping the Q for the U, but I actually don't know where the Q is going.
Oh my goodness, the Q's still not out, so that's in the bag. So there's 5 in the bag still. Sorry.
No, there's
4.
2 in the bag.
2 in the bag. Yeah. Sorry, just updated. Yeah.
I still think that Liz has to play 1 tile here, I think. Yeah, Liz has to play 1 tile. Like, in Deers, it's not going to be enough. Well, maybe it will be. Where does the...
in Deers go?
endears and quoits.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm missing where this cue from Dylan
Isn't
is supposed to
snared a
go.
word, or... Oh,
Isn't
sorry,
what?
that doesn't play. No, that's okay.
Okay.
All good. I think she'll take some time here.
Yeah, you just want to make sure you're not making a bad decision. She also has reascend, but I don't think she should play that either.
Okay.
I'm not seeing, though, from Liz's perspective, like, Liz sees the bag. Where does this cue go? I'm trying to, like, look at... Because Dylan just played off 3 tiles. So let's say that Dylan is trying to protect against the cue draw, which is what he's doing.
Yeah.
But where is this cue going? Like, with those tiles in the bag, what's this play that is going to score, like, 25 points that is going to win Dylan the game after Liz bingos? I actually don't see it.
Queed and mild or something?
That's not enough. Like, that's 20. And it's going to...
Okay.
He could easily have all this stuff. And that means he kept UID with Lav.
So she's probably thinking that he doesn't have it then.
Well, he's thinking that maybe she's probably thinking that maybe she needs to bingo anyway now. Because now there's a decent chance Dylan has the cue, because he just played 3 tiles. So even if he didn't have it, he may have just drawn it. And yeah, she can win the game by bingoing out, but she may not need it anymore.
And for all he knows, she's already got it.
Yeah.
So Dina's, would that win it for her? Like, would that get enough points, or is it it's not really about the bingos? Dina's from Jet.
I mean, obviously if she draws the cue, she's dead.
Yeah.
She can also fish 1 tile. If she's going to fish 1 tile, she needs to fish in such a way that she can hit tiles like the P and the F. So, like, for example, if she fishes the N, she can draw Paris, P-E-A-R-S-E-D, that fits on the side. She needs to be thinking about what she is actually hitting here. Like, she needs to be looking for things that hit both with quoits and on the bottom row. So, like, she's playing the D
That's
off.
what she's done. I wonder what she's gonna get. I
So
think
she
she's
draws
gonna
the
get
P.
Q.
So she draws the Q, she loses. She draws the P, she gets
Here we go.
Panniers.
Oh no,
and
it looks
she
like
gets,
it's a Q. Yep.
Yeah, it's the
Could
Q.
tell before she even put it on her rack. Oh, the poor girl. She's
Okay.
devastated. Yeah. What on earth? Why would you take that risk?
Well, what risk? I mean, if she bingoed, she would have lost anyway here.
Yeah. Okay.
So she's in this case, she only drew 1 tile, so she halved her chances of drawing the Q. She just lost. She just drew it anyway. But she only needed to draw 1 tile here instead of 2. That being said, she maybe would have been better off just bingoing here anyway. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. The thing is that Dylan's going to know too. Yeah, I'm starting to think, the more I'm thinking about this, the more I'm thinking that this time she actually needed a bingo. Even though it wouldn't have worked, I think she needed to bingo that turn. But I think she did a really good job at not bingoing the turn before.
Okay.
She was just unlucky that the Q was in the bag.
Yeah, Dylan will note that too.
Dylan is thinking the same thing here. Dylan is thinking, like, okay, if the Q is in the bag, what do I lose to? So he needs to block Panniers from his point of view. He needs to...
Oh yeah, he still doesn't know that she's got the cue. Although I think her body language gave it away, to be honest. I saw it before when she picked that, you could tell, like, the way she looked at it. So
he's just
probably
conceding.
needed
I mean, he's just conceding that if the Q's in the bag, he loses, because Liz is never missing Panniers. And Dylan knows that. But he kind of probably knows from the body language, yeah.
So yeah, from his position, she's either sitting on a
Bingo or the queue, yeah.
or he wins. Okay, so really, it's in the lap of the gods then, and he could be even thinking, oh, she was just pretending that it was a queue. So
People don't do that. That's like. There's some things in this game that are like that you just don't do. Like that's one of those things you just don't do. Like
maybe not in North America, Kenji. Haven't you been
Okay.
under?
Do people do that? Like I can't imagine like Eldar doing that. Like I just can't.
Andrew
like
Fisher.
Andrew Fisher, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I mean I don't know that many of the Australians, so maybe actually there are one or two that maybe have that reputation that might, but you know I'll keep those names to myself. But generally, people just that's just not something that's okay. Like that being said, I guess you never know. But yeah. Okay, Sneer comes down, and then. Yeah.
Oh dear. So Liz is just.
Yeah, and Dylan's being nice here and not slow playing, but Dylan could slow play and get more out of this queue. He could. I mean, he's still getting a decent amount, but he could get like an extra like 5 points if he played one tile off here. Liz is gonna probably play a non, and then maybe Dylan will still play the R and I and play if and then riff or something like that, but that's fine. Doesn't take very long.
So really, like you were saying a few moves ago, it was really whoever drew the queue would lose.
Yeah. That was really what it was about. And yeah, Liz drew the queue, she lost.
Yeah.
That's Scrabble sometimes. Sometimes it's who sometimes it's who draws the blanks wins, and sometimes it's who draws the queue loses. That's unfortunately the game we play. Where those things sometimes those things decide games.
So we'll let them finish off tallying their final scores, and hopefully those of you who are still on the stream will be sticking around this afternoon, and we'll do an interview with Dylan shortly.
Yeah.
There's some great games coming up this afternoon, actually. So Nick Ashcroft is going to be playing Lewis Hawkins, so we get to see him on the stream again.
You've seen him twice,
Chris
I think.
Tallman is playing Scott Chaput, and Howard Warner is going to be playing Nick Ashcroft. So some of the top seeds in action this afternoon, folks.
Yeah.
So 459 to 377 looks like the final scores there.
Yep.
You're going to be sticking around to watch, or are you going to go to bed? It's very early hours for you, isn't it, over there, Kenji?
Yeah, I might watch a game or two, but I got things to do today, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'll be watching too much, but yeah. All right.
So Dylan's going to tell us what he thought of that game.
Hey.
Hi,
How you
Dylan.
doing?
Hi, good, and you?
I'm all right. So you want to talk to us about the end of that game?
What's right? I was just trying not to get stuck with the queue, really. That was my main goal.
Yeah.
It wasn't very nice holding on to the U since move 8. But I realized there wasn't a lot of places for the Q to go. If I did
Right.
end up with it, at least I've got a U, and Liz probably wouldn't have been able to do much with it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of, we were talking about pretty much the entire last, like, 15 tiles of the game was kind of going to be a whoever drew the Q probably
Yeah.
loses. And, it looked a little dicey for a little while for you because, you kept trying to play one tile and kept trying to get a plan, and then all of a sudden you had to play, 3 tiles, and then, it's like, well, if you draw it here, you're in trouble.
Yep.
But you dodged it.
Yep. I was just making sure I held on to that the I as long as possible, and the U as well.
Yeah.
Yep. And your wife was watching from home.
Oh, that's very nice. Thank you, Tanya.
So she was checking
Yeah.
in, making sure you're doing okay. How many wins have you got on the board so far, Dylan?
That's 3 out of 4.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Nice.
it's a long way to go, I guess.
Yeah. Long way to go.
You didn't see any big misses for me?
Nothing too bad. Nothing too major, I think.
We were rapt that you found Herodins.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was about to play hind onto the S of Paraders so that I could just balance my rack and take the S onto
Yeah.
the bottom triple lane, and then I try not to rush the moves. Then managed to it just popped out.
Yeah.
Didn't see it
A lot of
immediately,
swings.
especially
It was
since
pretty.
yeah.
Yeah. It was a pretty swingy game. I mean, you can ask Liz about it. Liz had bingos at the end, and I thought anyway, correctly didn't play them. Although there was one play where she could have, but she would have lost anyway because she would have drawn the cube. But
Is there a case to be made for me passing on my last move?
I don't know if you were ahead enough to do that. Maybe. I actually didn't think about that.
Yeah, so when I played fly for 30, I was strongly considering just passing.
That actually seems right. I actually think that that's probably what you should do, yeah.
Yeah, I just don't have the courage to do that. It's normally the wrong thing to do, but
Yeah.
maybe there's merit.
Because there's nothing she can... What's she going to do? Like, if she has panniers on her rack, she just
Courts.
passes back.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, it's not even she can't even plan anything for the queue. So, yeah, actually, I think that's pretty...
Yeah, and so Panniers gives
Reasonable.
her it opens up a pretty good triple spot for me.
Yeah, you get more out of panniers than she does. She should actually pass with panniers rather than play it.
Yeah,
But,
well, thanks
yeah.
for that.
Yeah, that adds
Yeah, it was
another
interesting.
element to the puzzle we were all trying to work through. So yeah, didn't think of the pass option.
There were a lot of interesting
point.
things this game.
Yeah, that queue, how annoying.
Yeah,
But ended up, lucky for you in the end. So that was,
Yeah.
that was good.
that was a real stone in our shoe, I think, for half the game. I was happy to play Uwu, of course.
Yeah, it's a nice little text you can send to your wifey.
Yeah, true. I think it must be the most useful word.
Yeah.
Awesome, Dylan. So who have you got next? I guess you've got a lunch break?
Yeah, we got lunch now, and then after that I've got my old friend Scott. And
Okay.
we normally have good close games. Very intense rivalry.
Okay, well, you go fuel up and all the best for the rest.
Yeah, thanks guys. Thanks for watching.
thanks.
For commentating.
Good luck.
All right. Thank you.
All right, cheerio.
Good luck. Take care. All right. I think this wraps up commentary. All right.
Thank you.
So I think this is going to wrap up our commentary. We'll see if there's anything that needs to be done for a minute, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I've got
thanks
a
for
few
watching, guys.
announcements to make, Kenji. So, could everyone just, if you're loving the stream, there's a pinned comment in the chat. It's a link to a page where you can donate small amounts of money to, in inverted commas, buy the streamer team a coffee so that they can continue this great work. Please like and subscribe. The more subscribers and likes we have, the more traction this gets. And of course, stay around for the afternoon. It's going to be great. So we've got Lewis, Nick, Howard and Nick, and Chris and Scott. So I don't even know how you're going to stay away. You'll just be glued. So, and some great commentators coming up too. So enjoy, and let's see how this all pans out over the next few days.
All right. Stay tuned, guys. We'll be back in about another, what is it, an hour and a half, something like that. It'll tell you on the stream. You'll have a timer running down. Anyway,
Yeah,
take care,
probably
and
is
we'll see you
about an
soon.
hour and a half. Yeah. See ya. Nice to talk to you, Kenji.
See ya.
Too. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, all.
Hello, everybody. Is this thing on?
I think it is.
Right, we've got an interesting afternoon of Scrabble for you. But we'll, for those of you who don't know us, we'll just do a bit of introduction, and I will let ladies go first.
All right. Hey, everyone. I'm Laura. I play Scrabble in Christchurch, and I've been playing for about 5 years, probably. Crept up the rankings for a little while, but I've been on a Scrabble hiatus for the last 4 months or so, so I am very rusty, and I will be looking up words frantically to see what our players are up to and what kind of plays they have.
So you've been on a bit of a scrabatical, as they say.
Scrabatical, yeah, love it.
Excellent. I'm Ed Okulicz. I've been one of the top players in Australia for 25 years now, which is terrifying. And lovely to watch a tournament in another country with perhaps the world's most underrated accent.
Yeah, the accent doesn't come through in the game.
It should. Oh, I hear it.
Nice.
And we've got 3 games this afternoon, I believe.
We do. First up, we have Lewis Hawkins and Nick Ashcroft, 2 amazing players. Do you want to do a little intro of them, Edward?
Well, I don't know them very well. I mean, Lewis is a name that I've known for a very long time because he started so young. So he's always been known as, like, you know, even if he's probably been playing for God so long, and he's probably the youngest there by a long way.
Yeah,
but otherwise,
he's an awesome player. Yeah. I think he's been playing since he was 8 or something, but he's a great player, a lovely guy. I've played him a couple of times, and Nick, I think, is a poet in Wellington, also a really great player. I've played him twice and lost both times. So there you go.
And we've got some standings from round 4, and it looks like Nick has 3 wins out of the first 4 games. And
Awesome.
Lewis has on 2 with a very even spread of +8. So he's sort of up and down and nearly in the middle.
Yeah, it's such an early stage. It's really hard to kind of gauge where players are going to be at this point.
Yeah, you could be right down the bottom, but you could still be one of the best players in the event just because of a little bit of luck.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. No, looks great. Murray Rogers is doing really well. It's awesome to see. Another South Islander in the mix. And Arena, she's formidable. I played her a couple of times and lost crushingly. She's an amazing player.
Is there a bit of a North Island, South Island rivalry?
Not really. I think it's more just like what tournaments you can get to. I think being in the South Island, it's maybe a little harder to get to very many tournaments. But that being said, in the North Island's a big place too. So yeah, do have to travel to play this game.
I mean, it's a small country, but still, you know, anytime you have to get on a plane or a boat, it feels like it adds 2 days onto everything for me.
Absolutely, yeah.
Particularly as you get older. When I was younger, I used to think nothing of just, like, you know, hopping in a 12-hour car trip down from Brisbane to Sydney. Well, it's probably 10 hours, and playing a tournament for 2 days and going home again. Now I just don't think I could do it. Too tired.
Yeah, totally. The joys of getting older, right? So do you play in a lot of tournaments over in Oz?
I haven't played a single tournament this year. The timing's been wrong for all of them. And our Nationals is on this weekend as well. But I've just been on holiday, and I didn't really feel like going to Adelaide for our tournament after I'd just been over in Europe for 4 weeks. It's just I couldn't drag myself to Adelaide.
Fair enough.
But usually I'd play
sounds
one
nice.
once a month.
Yeah. Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, that's a lot. I don't think we have that many tournaments in New Zealand in general. I mean, you could probably do once a month, but you really would be going up and down the whole country for that.
And so I assume that everyone here is from different parts of New Zealand. Oh, I think we're about to get a game. We're about to get our game started.
All right, here we go.
In the classic 5x5x4 formation.
Yes. Everyone likes to have that formation in a certain way. I've been told, like, start putting them in one place, and some players like, no, they have to be in the corners. Oh, Okay, sorry. In the corners.
And you can sort of see the remnants of the last board. You can see a couple of words from the last board, like
Yes,
sneer and quoit.
quite. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, that was an interesting game to watch.
Yeah, I would. Someone should probably pop some of those moves into Quackle because there were some
Yeah,
very interesting choices.
yeah, definitely. That cue at the end too. That was a deal breaker. I saw Lewis
Yeah.
walk past, so he must be close by.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that cue play. I mean, yeah, I think I would have played nonneries, but you know,
Yeah, I would have played it if I'd known it, which I didn't.
well, it came in the last, not the most recent update. It came in the update before that one. So
Ah, I
whenever
see.
2020 was it CSW 2021 nonneries came in
Right,
from then.
right. Nice.
Being informed that Lewis is ready to go, but Nick is just finishing his last move in game 5.
Ah,
Ooh,
okay. Yeah.
that's a big ask. Finish your game and then get ferried across to the the commentary table.
Yeah.
We'll be good to you. We'll be nice to him. Okay, we've got a Lewis.
There he is. Yeah, I wonder what it's like to play Scrabble at a commentary table. Have you ever done that?
Yeah, I've done it a few times.
Okay.
I've done it at World Championships, which
Wow.
was terrifying. I was playing Dave Wiegand, who is one of the best players in the world, and I beat him, um, which was a bit of a thrill, and then went on to lose the next couple of games that were not on the stream. But it's you think about whether you're looking ridiculous or not isn't normally what I worry about, but you worry that you're missing a really obvious move, like you get
Mm.
a bonus and you worry that people are going to see it.
Yes.
And I'm a pretty nervous person to begin with, and it sort of ramps it up a little bit. But if you can just get out of
Yeah.
your head, and just play your game,
Yeah.
that's what you've got to do at any time. So it's just another thing
Yeah.
that makes it slightly harder to play your natural game.
Yeah. I imagine it would be quite hard. I struggle even if it's just someone standing behind me. Like at clubs sometimes when you're waiting for a game, people stand behind you and sort of stare at your rack, and I just think they're seeing all these words that I'm not seeing and judging me, judging my plays.
I've got to admit I do that, but I don't judge. I don't judge.
Yeah.
Our
But
community
yeah.
is not such that we can judge other people. We
Oh,
need
no.
to support everyone that's coming and playing in clubs and tournaments, and accept that
Yeah.
people aren't going to find every word.
Yeah.
And if they want to know what they missed afterwards, I'll tell them.
Yeah.
But you don't want to discourage people or make them feel that they're not good or not worthy, because at the end of the day, people should play this game because they enjoy it.
Yeah. 100% agree with that.
Though I might phone to myself a little bit later if they had a really good word.
Yeah.
No doubt. We won't see too many big misses here.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't think so. Right.
Or-
Someone's telling me that my mic is quiet. Are you finding me quiet, Edward?
A little bit, but I also don't know how loud I am. So maybe other
You
people would
sound
know how
clear to
loud I
me.
am.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
thanks,
so
Mel,
that's
for
good.
letting us know. I'll try to follow along with the chat, as I suspect will Laura. I've got my little phone logged into YouTube.
Mhm.
Got more screens than I know what to do with.
Yeah. Ditto.
And yet only one opponent. No, only one player.
One player. He's playing on his phone. He's playing
I wonder what
Scrabble
he's
Go.
doing. Some people do that, and I think that's like, I cannot play Scrabble Go between actual Scrabble games.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't do that either. I need to just give my brain a rest.
He looks very relaxed. Looks very confident.
Yeah. he's a pretty relaxed player. Like, you know, some different players have different styles, and some of them come across as a bit stressed, but I've never seen Lewis seem particularly stressed.
I mean, it is just a game.
It is just a game, yeah.
A very good game, but just a game.
Yeah, a game that gets in your head and, you know, dominates your life, but it's just a game.
Well, I think if you're going to be obsessed with a game, I think ours is a pretty healthy one to be obsessed with, because unlike some other games where you do make a mistake, often it's not completely fatal right from the get-go. Whereas, you know, in chess, you make a mistake and boom, you get checkmated and you've got no recourse. Whereas in Scrabble, you might make a mistake and get down 100 points, but then you can do something brilliant later and reel that deficit in and win at the last second. I think that makes it more exciting, and it also means that there's less, you know, you're less stress on your blood pressure.
Yeah, totally. And it's not like poker where you're betting big money or anything either. So, yeah.
So I guess the point that I'm trying to make, I don't know if that's the point you're trying to make, is if you're watching this and you've never played a Scrabble tournament or a Scrabble club, you absolutely should do so.
Yes, definitely.
Particularly if you happen to be in New Zealand, because the details of the clubs have been popping up intermittently on the stream. Do come along. You'll have fun.
Have you ever played in New Zealand or been over here?
I've been to New Zealand, but I've never played a tournament there.
Yeah.
I went to Auckland and then down to Rotorua.
Nice.
And funnily enough, on the way back, I met up with Howard Warner, had a couple of games, and then he
awesome.
drove me to the airport.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I think we have a game with him this afternoon, do we not? I think he
possibly he's
is
playing
Howard
Nick.
versus Nick. Yeah, for the third round 8. Yeah, he's another lovely guy, very encouraging, you know, player.
I've played Howard many times over the years. He's
I've
still
never
there,
played.
still at the top.
Yeah.
There's hope for us all.
Yeah.
He's been around even longer than me. But still a very good player.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
We're getting a Nick.
I saw him walk past. He's probably needs a bit of a break. Alrighty. And so it begins.
Hopefully we'll get some interesting positions. Let's get a free-flowing game. Let's not get one of these little nip and tuck ones. Let's get a free-flowing game with lots of bingos. So all you lovely people out there on the stream can play along at home and see if you can find the bingos as well. Yeah, that's my wish list. Lots of bingos. Maybe a bit of drama. Maybe a come from behind win.
That could be nice, yeah. I'd like to
Not
see
like-
good balance. Sorry?
Yeah. I would say not a drubbing. I don't want to see someone lose by 200 points.
Yeah, no. That's tough. It'd be nice to see some good balanced racks too, because like even in that last game, some of those racks were just so dreadful. It's really hard to play those and get past them.
Oh, it's exciting. It's starting. Can't see the tiles yet. And
Right, here we go.
it's the start of something good.
S is looking good.
Oh,
Ooh.
Hello.
Wow.
There are some bingos here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one that jumped right at me
Yeah.
that is definitely a New Zealand word that New Zealanders will know. But
Yeah.
I'll give
think I
people a
can-
minute or two to spot one or two.
I think I can see one, but I better look it up because I'm not sure about it. Yes, that's good. I'm sure he will see something here.
The first one
Yeah,
I saw was with the
that's
blank as a
nice looking.
G.
Ah. Do you want to let us in on what that was?
Well, that's Waragi's.
Ah, okay. I don't know
But
that one.
Nick spotted the common word airways right
Yep.
immediately. It isn't the best play because it won't double the W, but I think sometimes it's just not worth worrying about a couple of extra points if you're not going to find the word.
Yes.
There's also
Agreed.
Jawaris as well, because you've got Jawari. There's Jawaris using the blank as a J.
Right. That'd
Um,
be interesting.
Also interesting, and I wonder if he considered it, is moving it 2 tiles up and seeing who picks the F first.
Yes, that would be yes, interesting. That would be a gamble.
As is, it's not really particularly an interesting hook right now, because you're
Yeah,
not likely to get a huge score for it unless you've got a bingo.
yeah. That's
That
clever
must
though.
be a bit
That's a great hook.
dispiriting, though, for
Oh,
Lewis, who's got a rack full of junk.
yes. And I don't think he's got a great opportunity to get rid of this stuff either.
Yeah, I mean, if there was an L for Alii or something like that,
Yeah. Or even
he
if
could,
he could just parallel play AIA, but
which
I
he
don't think
could,
he
but I don't love any particular
really
position
do
of
that.
doing that.
No.
And actually, I think that if you're down a bingo, playing a little parallel play that blocks the board up isn't the right thing to do. You shouldn't do it.
Mm.
It doesn't win games.
Would you just trade at this point, Edward? I think I would be considering that.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I'm just trying to think if there's anything with the S or R that you could just dump a couple of tiles. But it's not. Oh, and I've just looked over at Nick's rack and he's got a bingo. So, sorry. So, depending on what Lewis does is could have an
What?
impact on the game. I mean, AIA making AY and IS
Mm,
is not too bad. I mean, you're not going to get smacked with the Q and the X very often.
mhm.
Keeping RAI
Yeah.
is the choice. David Elder, who knows a thing or two about Scrabble, says that in Collins, the more recent dictionaries, keeping 2 vowels is nowhere near as bad as it used to be, and in fact, it's actually quite good to keep more vowels than you used to under the old dictionaries.
That's really good to
So,
know. Yeah.
not a mistake,
Yeah. And that looks like a pretty good pickup for him too.
indeed.
All right. So back to Nick and his potential bingo if he sees it. Having only played him a couple of times, I don't know his word knowledge, but I assume it's pretty good.
He's not looking like he's seen it,
No,
but
it seemed pretty obscure to me. I mean, I didn't know it, but then that's
well,
no
we'll give
surprise.
people in the chat a minute or two to see if they can spot it.
Yeah.
It's got an unusual structure, I think.
Do you think so? Maybe we're thinking of a different
Oh, maybe we are.
different bingo
Well, I mean, not in
here.
the sense of just it's like the structure of the word, like how it's formed isn't weird. It's just that the letters of how it's formed are a bit weird. All right, he hasn't spotted, which is Haulmier, Haulmier. It's just a weird looking word, because
Yes,
Haulme is a weird looking word to begin with.
agree. Totally agree. Yep.
Oh, hang on,
you
maybe
might see
he's
it in
having a second
exchanges.
thought.
Yeah. I think these guys are both just a little bit flustered, to be honest. Like Lewis is a very fast player, and he took almost 2 minutes just to trade tiles in the end. So I think these guys are starting on a slightly flustered note.
Well, I think that's right. I mean, sometimes it's worth taking the extra minute, and sometimes it's not. Like Nick did the right thing by playing Airways relatively quickly, even though he could have
Yes.
perhaps got another bingo that scored more if he'd spotted one of the other words.
Oh,
Um,
hang on.
oh,
I think maybe
hey,
he's seen it. Yeah.
I mean, yay, but also boo, because we didn't necessarily want a blowout. Oh.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, I've got to say I don't like that a lot.
I'm not sure about that either. I mean, if Lewis had an S, that's be pretty bad.
If you
With
really
an
wanted to
AI
dump
lead.
those letters, I think Humlie, Humlie, is a better choice, but I don't see a benefit to that. So I think he's really squandered a little bit of an advantage there, particularly if he doesn't pick an S. Oh, he's got the F for fairway though.
Mm. Oh,
Anyway.
yeah, true. That's pretty cool. All right, so Lewis had cigarette I saw on his setup there, so he can get that down.
And there's an anagram of that, of course.
Is there?
There's two.
Cigarette. Oh, yes.
Oh, he's
It's
going into the
connecting.
triple.
But
He's
anyway,
playing
there
with
we go.
fire.
Yep.
The other two are agrestic and agastic.
Oh, cigarettes, an anagram. Yes, I was looking for an anagram of cigarette.
Oh, right.
Nothing was coming up. Here we go. This is a quick play.
He's going to filch the triple.
Yep.
With filch.
Nice.
Who's going to draw the first S that's available here for heliums? Oh,
Lewis has got it. Oh, and a blank.
Oh, that's not an eyesore, that rack. That's a very nice rack.
Yeah. 3 E's though. Okay.
I couldn't help myself. I had to say eyesore, which is what he's got. He may have something else. That's the first thing I thought of.
Very nice. Yeah.
Not an easy word to see though, actually.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't see it, but you saw it straight away.
It's called too many years of experience.
Yeah, there we go. I'm sure he... Oh, is he going to see it? Surely.
Oh no, don't miss it. Red eyes is also a word.
Okay. Yep. Nice. Like a red eye
I don't know
flight.
if that's there in the sense of a red eye flight, but
look, maybe it's like a bacterial infection of your eye. Nope, it's a railroad danger signal.
No.
Oh, Lewis.
Lewis.
Oh.
Oh, it's a costly miss, but it's a good score, and he does still keep an excellent rack leave. So it's really quite likely he might bingo again next turn.
Yeah.
I think like missing a bonus, like it can be bad, but it's not as bad a miss at a time like this as playing a false word, for instance.
Yeah.
Which is disastrous. With a great keep like that, he's in good stead to bingo again, to get a bingo next turn.
Yeah.
And he will be able to he will have bingo this turn.
Do you think maybe he saw that and decided not to play it?
Oh.
No,
I don't see any benefit to that.
Yeah. What have we got here with Nick? That's looks like he's setting up Ajiva.
Oh.
I don't know where he would put that works especially well. That's kind of a tricky. It's nice that he's got the U with his Q, but the J and the V and the Q together, that's going to take a couple of turns to get through.
It wouldn't be terrible to hang on to the Q because there is that hot spot between the A of cigarettes for a QUA word that would be quite profitable.
Absolutely, yeah.
Caddy and high is going to score relatively well. JUV is not wonderful, but you know there is always a Juve onto the E of Eyes is there as a potential play.
Yeah, it's got a couple of options for that one as well. And Lewis still has his blank, which is nice. What does he have here?
There's bingos through the A of airways, but I can't think of one that starts with an A or has the A in the third position. So he might have to go through the E of eyes, of which there are some plays there. Yeah. Oh, and there's now the A of caddy, which does permit a bonus. It's a tricky one though. I'd suggest that a bonus should come down this turn.
Mm. Lewis is a very fast player. That's his kind of trademark. So it's really interesting to get a behind the scenes look at him with, you know, his plays, but he's sort of playing a little slower than I would have expected at the moment.
Oh, I thought he was about to spot Veronica, which doesn't fit. But
Yeah. Veronica. Is that a flower or something? I love those names, like women's names that
yeah,
are
it's
also
a plant. It's a flower.
also words. Yeah. All right,
I mean,
let's
wonder
see
if
what
he's
got
if
here.
he spotted like variants through the AF fairways to really ramp up the volatility of this board. The one that he'd really like to find is Vicenary through the A of caddy. That's the play if you can see it.
Okay.
Unless there is
yeah.
a bingo through the A of fairways that does start with an A, but I'm not seeing it.
No, I don't think there is. Yeah. No. Definitely not.
Vernical onto the E of eyes would also be okay.
Yeah, there's also overnice up there.
Oh yeah, that's a good find, but I wouldn't play it for obvious reasons because it would put the O next to that dangerous double letter, triple word combination and could end up very nasty.
Mm.
The annoying thing about caddy from Lewis's perspective is that it blocked sort of quite easy sevens onto the F filch like Corvine.
Mm. Yeah.
All right, so let's play Crave. It's not too bad, but opens the board even more. Good for the blank. But it does present some opportunities here for Nick, who has, well, he's got some interesting choices. He could play just Vordu and keep the J.
Mm.
I'm not saying he should, but I'm just, it could. I think he's seen that word. Yeah, he's playing with some words that indicate that he might have thought of it.
Mm.
Java.
Yeah, there's some with two O's and a U.
I don't
tricky.
love that. I don't love that, actually. I think he would have been better to play Vodau or Voodoo.
Yeah, it's a bit of a setup there too, potentially, although with that playing down something down from the top line.
I think even maybe Judo would have been worth thinking about as well. Judo and Craved. Anyway.
Yeah.
What's done, done. And
like he wants to play Mineola, is that the word? Yes.
Yeah, that's a play. He could hook the R on to Crave or Blanca and play Moraine. Would probably be the first thing that jumps to mind for me, but there's probably other choices as well. Is there a bingo from the A all the way across to the triple? Ooh, this is quite bad that I can't think of whether there is one or not. Has anyone in the chat got one?
This amniote takes the.
I think most players who've been playing for a while would know metanoia, but it doesn't fit. With the W, it does make airwomen. For the W of airways, that's no good. And he could play something through the M. Oh, here we go,
Yeah.
Craven and Mineola.
Yeah.
good play. Does put the L on the blank triple and does go there, but it's an important bingo to get down.
Yeah.
And it's worth noting that there's other spots on the board. Oh, Josh in the chat, hi Josh, has pointed anoxemia would have played. I did know that
Nice.
word, but I did not see that word. Nick is perhaps playing and organizing his rack for our benefit by saying that his letters are not good.
I'm trying to think what could play down of eyes there. Is there a hook at the top of eyes? No.
There is one in front of oys, O-Y-E-S, but not in front of eyes.
Not in front of eyes. Okay. Good. Good move.
Ooh, hello. Hello, look at this. Lewis has got a bingo. And all of a sudden, this game is looking very different in complexion. I don't think this ends with a G.
I was looking at his rack thinking, what combination makes a bingo? And then I looked it up on Zizabeth and I was like, that combination makes a bingo. Right. Do you think he knows it?
I think he should.
Oh, he had it right, sitting right there.
I mean, he's only like a one tile movement away from having it.
Is he only played down exactly where he's pointing?
Oh,
Does
he's
that
pointing.
feel too dangerous?
He does have two choices down there of where to put it. He could start with the R under the O, or he could start with the R under the A. I think each has their positives and negatives.
Yeah,
Um,
totally.
He doesn't. I don't think he's got a word that starts with form, F-O-R-M, to go next to eyes, which would have been cute. I think that's the right choice. That's the right placement.
Yeah, that looks good.
And so implausibly, Lewis has got the lead. And really, Nick's rack is not altogether powerful in any way, shape, or form.
No.
So if Lewis gets another decent draw, well, he could be sitting in a very good position very soon.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think Nick can undo his rack here.
Good choice, I think.
Yeah, great.
He's done a good job of getting probably about as many points as you could get for a crummy rack like that.
Yeah, got rid of both the U's as well, which is awesome.
And Lewis hasn't drawn well in the sense of his rack looking good, but he does certainly have a very high scoring play available here. Which I think from his tile movements, he spotted it. Have you spotted it?
Give us a clue, Edward.
It's using the two tiles that he's holding. Oh, here we go.
Ah, very nice. Yeah.
Well spotted.
Nice. I was trying to go through that eyes at the top there still.
Yeah, I mean, you'd love to get a ZE word there, but Zati is money.
Yeah. Very clever.
I mean, it's cute, but is it the best play? I don't know.
It doesn't have. Yeah. Well, it doesn't leave him a great rack.
I might have tried to dump Yod somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't disagree with that.
Right. At least there aren't tons of O's left. Oh, but he still managed to pick
well, there's 3 on us.
He managed to do it.
Yeah. Lewis has just got the one U for vowel, so that's a bit tricky, but can he do something? Oh, he's got a great play.
Points are available on this turn.
I think the obvious one would be Lux down. Yep, exactly where he's going. And he's got
And with both Fs out,
yeah.
of course, that does open up the exo hook, but Nick doesn't have any letters that would really allow him to capitalize on that best.
No.
Like if he had a K or a P or a G or an S to start with, you know, Po, Co, etc., you'd get quite a good score. He doesn't hold any of those letters.
No, he doesn't. He'll probably have a chance to try at it again. I don't think he'll get rid of 3 O's in this turn.
Yeah, he does have the last O's.
Lewis, looks like Lewis has no vowels. I didn't see what's under his thumb there.
He's hiding it because he doesn't want us to see. He's got
It
nothing
is
to be
not
ashamed
a
of.
vowel.
He's got an 100-point lead, you know?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. He just needs to hold on to that.
Nix could potentially play on the second row under outgunned. He could just dump Yo, or he could, given that there's a couple of E's to come, he could consider Yod just for extra points, because he does need a bingo, but he's 110 points down. He needs more than a bingo. He needs a couple of decent scores and a bingo.
Yeah.
And really, he wants to use that case O to get an XO bingo, because that's going to score a lot of points.
Mm.
Another choice that's just maybe worth thinking about is Zooey off the Z of Zati.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I like that.
It dumps 2 O's.
Yep.
The keep is about as good as you could expect.
The only thing with that is it's, I don't think you can hook anything onto that, so it would stuff up a bingo line for him if you wanted to
It
go
does
down
block
to
the E and the
Rotifer.
I of Rotifer. Although he doesn't have an S, so blocking the S hook on Rotifer isn't the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
He's gone conservative, but the 28 points from that keeps him back in the contest. He's only 86 down, I believe.
Yeah, Lewis has got a tough rack because these consonants don't pair up all that nicely in terms of getting rid of, 2 on each side of the vowel.
I mean, with his lead, he could just dump 3 of them through the A of airways with Bork, for instance, BAWK.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's an excellent play. That's way better.
Wow. And does that take an S?
No. No, that's a really,
Yeah.
really good play
That's a
from
great
Lewis.
play.
It puts him in
Twist.
really a position where he's not going to lose this game from here unless he makes a really bad mistake.
That is not a word I knew. Well, twisted, it means. It's drawn a challenge from Nick.
Ooh, that makes it even worse. Yeah, sometimes with a rack like that, you've got to look at what's available and look at the board as much as the rack. And so some really excellent board vision, finding that I'm going to call it a decisive play. He was already in the lead, but he was like maybe a 95% chance to win the game. I'd say that puts his winning, chance up to about 100 with that play.
Yeah.
And yeah, that is a lesson per the chat. But there's a lesson here in this play here from Nick. He's played Zuia, which takes hooks, including an E, which he's keeping on his rack.
Yeah.
So
That's
if he weren't 130 down, if he was only 60 down, that Zuia play really is something that could bear a lot of fruit, because that rotor for hook relies on having an S, which he doesn't have. It sets up a hook for an E, which he does have.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
And he's got an
And
L
an L.
too for Zuiel.
Awesome. What's this last one going to be?
Ah, well, he's drawn a bingo. And a nice common one, which is just what we need.
Awesome. Keeps the game interesting.
And yeah, had he not been that far down, he would, be looking to maybe get back into the game, but he's too far down now.
Yeah, I wonder if Lewis will go into blocking mode now.
There's
Or
not
if
really a
he'll
lot he can
just-
do to block that
No.
spot.
Yeah.
I mean, he might just be thinking that he should try to keep the best or something close to the best 4 consonants. And PRNS is pretty decent. Sam in the chat's asked what happened with challenging. There's a 5-point penalty for in an unsuccessful challenge. Josh in the chat's mentioned that PARR could block, which is true, but it could just as easily allow a bonus as well if it ended in E. Oh,
Endable. Is endable
that's not it. That's not it.
No.
He's
No. And
he's
the other
missed a
thing
far
is,
more common word than endable.
yeah, and also he could have shuffled it down one tile and got a double word score, and if he was going with endable.
Oh,
No.
he's
Oh
slightly
dear.
tilted there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And-
For those watching at home, enabled is the play there.
Yeah. Endable. It's so plausible though, isn't it? Endable. I mean, things are endable, startable. Well, they're not, but they feel like they should be. Damn. It also gives Lewis a look at his tiles, so he knows now that he needs to block up that spot.
Yeah, well, he's now in the position we could do something about it because he's holding 2 S's and Nick doesn't have an S. So if he were to play something that blocks those bonuses that also sets up an S hook for him, he could profit off that.
Absolutely.
The fact that he's only got one vowel is a problem, but there's an A and an E and an I in the bag.
Yeah, there's quite a few vowels in that bag. Well, at least unseen by Lewis. So.
I mean, you could, if you were so inclined, work out exactly what's in the bag at this point. He's looking at Pern.
Yep. Yeah, that would be a cross above Zuia. Yeah.
Yep, that's a good play.
Yeah. I don't know that Nick saw enabled.
And that's not it either.
It's not, no. I already looked up the T. It is not, he's not going to take the risk.
And I don't know if Lewis saw the possibility of what's happened to his rack, but something very good has happened to his rack.
Yeah, absolutely. What does he have? Pasties, and that must be good, surely. Yeah.
Well, he's got a big one if he spots it.
I think Nick's just going to have to go for points, although there's still one tile in the bag, is that right?
Yeah, which is
Yeah,
a
okay.
G.
Oh, there we go. He's got enabled. Oh, he's cursing himself.
And he
Cursing
must
himself,
know.
I'm sure.
Oh, that's just, he's
Yeah,
played
look at
enable.
him. Yeah. I don't know that it would have got him the game anyway, but
Oh, no. He's so
yeah.
far down
Oh,
now. He's already
yeah.
140 points down.
Yeah.
And he started with that bingo.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And he must know that a bingo is coming down because almost every single combination of letters in there,
Yeah.
well, very, very many of them do make bonuses.
Yeah. So you've got something big in mind here, Edward.
Yeah,
Something
he can play
bigger than-
tapises, TAPISES, hooking perns and Zuia. Will score a bit.
Yes, that's a great score. Yeah.
But
Nice.
he's wondering maybe he hasn't seen or he's not sure of those sevens and he's thinking of waspiest.
He probably not.
He's playing
No, it's just
pasties.
going to pasties.
Pasties. I'm feeling hungry now as a result of that.
A resounding win for Lewis in this game.
Yeah, and he came back from a bingo down with an uninspiring first rack, and well, got a couple of bingos, some fairly favourable draws, certainly, but I think Nick probably should have a bit of a look at that game because I think he could have played that a little bit better. Certainly, like not that some of those plays were bad, like Good and Zui are good solid plays. Filch, that's what you want to do. But I think, playing that false word and he's a bit like that's really quite a poor player. He should definitely have seen enabled. And whereas Lewis certainly made some mistakes as well in that game by missing what I would say was some gettable bonuses like I saw or Vice Scenery is quite hard, or perhaps not playing one of the bonuses through the A that did fit though didn't score very well. He was keeping good letters on his rack. And so like you might miss your 75-point bingo, but you got 30 points and the blank on your rack is worth 30 points. So at the end of the day, you're not actually losing that many points by missing a bingo a lot of the time. Playing a false word is a far worse mistake. Because it shows your opponent your rack.
Yes, true. That's good to know.
Really excellent demonstration of that in that Lewis knew exactly what was on Nick's rack.
Yeah.
And if he had his tile tracking up today, he would have seen there were some vowels in the bag, and it was very possible he would have bingoed, and he did.
Yeah. It's fantastic.
So yeah, someone like the old way of thinking about Scrabble that was prevalent in like the 90s and the early 2000s was missing a bonus is the worst thing in the world. With the benefit of computer analysis software being far more prevalent, we've realized that sometimes missing a bonus when you're keeping a blank on your rack and the board's really conducive to bonuses, it's a miss and it's a mistake, but it's nowhere near as bad as previously thought.
Yeah, that's really interesting. A good reminder not to play phonies too, because I am notorious for playing phonies. Not on purpose, accidental ones, but yeah, it is a big compromise when you do that for sure.
And also, I think the other thing is you just stay cool under pressure because, you could easily see your opponent's open with airways. You've got a rack full of junky vowels. You could panic. You could do something silly, but Lewis just backed himself, got a couple of fortunate draws and played the game solidly and nailed the game at the end with that really excellent play of Welked and then padded the margin thanks to a bit of luck from Nick's phony and that really great draw of pasties. Yeah,
absolutely. Well, we did see a 200-point difference game then in the end. Those happen. They're frustrating, but it's part of Scrabble, hey?
That's why we play it, because occasionally we might lose the game by 180 or so points, but then the next game it's us winning by 180 points.
Exactly right. Someone's asked what the ranking of these two is. I think Lewis is 11 and Nick, I think, is number 19 in New Zealand.
They don't look a day older.
Oh, I've got some audio. Hey, Lewis.
Hey, Laura.
It's Laura.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was a fantastic game.
Yeah, I kind of got, like, after I played my first bonus, just picked up very, very nicely for the board.
Did you have any things that you feel you missed, or any regrets?
Well, I'm sure I had heaps of things with VINCER blank when I played Crave.
Yeah, when you played Crave. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
I was looking at, like, there was an A and a G, and it looked like there could possibly be a 9, but
Yeah.
I looked it up, but I just couldn't find any 8, which is pretty.
Yeah.
Hi, Lewis. This is Edward Okulicz here.
Hey.
I've got a couple of questions for you.
Yeah.
Well played. That player Welked was really fantastic. You were already looking to win the game, and I think nailed it for you.
Thanks.
Did you spot that quickly, or were you a bit panicky about having 7 consonants?
No, I saw that instantly. I wasn't sure whether it took an S or not, which was like the only. Like, I presumed it wouldn't because it doesn't look like it takes an S, but that's why I was looking at Calps over it potentially. But it scored.
A couple of extra points.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Welked, great play. I want to ask you about your very first play. What made you decide, and it worked great for you, why decide to keep AIR? Because I think the prevailing wisdom used to be keep AR or something, but you kept the I. That was a deliberate choice?
What was my rag? Did I have triple A?
It was
II,
bad.
OR?
It was a bad
Yeah.
rag.
Yeah, because he played 2 A's and an I. I had 3 A's and 2 I's. I was just like, I don't know, I felt like close between AIR and AR, or just, yeah, I guess I should probably keep 1 vowel, 1 consonant, but it worked out fine. Worked out more than fine. Yeah.
Did you try to work out what was left in the bag after seeing the phony to try to get that killer bonus at the end?
No, I've tried to figure out how to, like, block enabled while keeping the S hook open, which kind of worked out perfectly, because he could have played enabled instead of endable here, and then I had to find a way to block the Zuia hook while keeping a lane open.
Yeah, because you had the
that
case
was-
there, so it was a really good play and
Yeah,
justly
really.
rewarded.
Yeah.
Any
That was
other
awesome.
bets? It was a quick game by him. Usually I'm the quick one.
Yeah.
You used nearly 20 minutes.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, it's unlike you.
I guess. Any other things? Nope. You want a bet?
Thank you.
Yeah, a worthy winner there, and just in the interview, noticed that he knows he misses some stuff, but he's not letting it phase him. He's just going up, playing his
Yeah.
game as best he can, and not getting worried about the fact that he missed a gettable word like I saw, which I didn't have the heart to bring it up.
I know,
Um,
me neither. Yeah.
But yeah, just don't panic, keep playing your
Yeah.
game, and you can only play as well as the rack in front of you. You can, once the rack is gone, it's done. You can't replay I saw over and over and again and finding
Yeah.
it later or because it doesn't help you with the game that you've just had. He just did his thing, played as best he can, and rode the wave of luck he got in the middle of the game, and put it to bed beautifully with that great combination of words with Welked and Pern. Really great plays.
Absolutely. Yeah. Apparently that's the highest score of the tournament so far, Lewis's score, so that's pretty cool. Very impressive.
Great. Well, that's that game done. Shall we have a room break?
Yeah. How does that work? Do we just?
I don't know.
I don't know either. What the etiquette is.
But
Nick,
we'll be back
so-
after this break with Chris Tolman and Scott Chaput.
Yes.
So we'll see you soon for that. back.
Hello, are we back?
Hello to everyone on the stream. We're about to get what should hopefully be a really, really good game.
No, not yet. Hello.
Everyone, can you hear Laura? I can. Can you? So we've got a pretty enticing looking matchup here. We've got Chris, who is New Zealand's #1 player at the moment, but hasn't had the greatest start to this tournament. Only won 2 of his first 5 games, but fortunately there's quite a few more games to come. And Scott is also only won 2 of his first 5 games as well. He is the #20 player. And Chris's shirt looks like a mnemonic teaching you how to spell Eta Aereo. That's very helpful. So if you have just joined the chat, you missed a really interesting game before between Lewis and Nick, where Nick opened with a bonus, but was heavily trampled by Lewis, who hit with a number of bonuses of his own, including a really excellent one at the end after Nick played a false word. And actually, it's been pointed out, this is actually a North American derby, because I believe Chris is originally from Canada. Am I right? So I mentioned previously that as an Australian, I consider the New Zealand accent to be perhaps the most underrated in the world, but I'm also quite fond of the Canadian accent. So hopefully it'll get picked up on the microphone at least once.
Hello.
Particularly if Laura can't hear. Oh,
I'm
I can
here.
hear you.
My headset was off.
You've just been,
Sorry.
you've just missed me prattling to no end.
Excellent. I'm sure you did a wonderful job. Phew, didn't
Well,
miss any of the game.
Only 33 people heard me prattling. There may have been more, but they decided they couldn't deal with it and left. It's okay, you can come back, people.
All right, so
the
we
game is
have
starting.
Chris and Scott. Have you played either of these two, Edward?
I've never met either of them, as it happens.
Okay. Chris is. I think is he ranked #1? He's pretty
Yeah,
close
he's
to
the #1.
Yeah, yeah. He's a fantastic player, really lovely guy. And Scott, I haven't played. I'm sure he is also both of those things, a great player and a super awesome person. So yeah, excited how this one goes.
We're mostly nice people in Scrabble, I think, but it would be fun to just jump on the stream and say, well, he's the #1 player, but he's kind of a jerk.
I don't think I've met someone in Scrabble who isn't pretty awesome, so yeah.
Not awesome, Chris's first rack.
No, definitely not awesome.
I mean, you could play a 5-letter word and keep 2 vowels, or you could play a 4-letter word like alu and keep a much more balanced track of AIN. Like Aloin keeping AO, I don't love it. I think alu might be better. It's 4 points fewer, but keeping that consonant is really good.
I don't know. At this point, if you're only going to get 8 points and you're sort of opening things up, do you think it's better to just swap and consider it the other person's first turn?
Not if I'm keeping a good keep like AIN. AIN's a great keep. Okay. 8 points on the board plus AIN. Yeah, the person that goes first has got like that 10-ish% advantage. I don't think it's worth abandoning that.
Yep.
the question is, where do you play a word like a loo?
Through the middle.
Well, like, what letter do you
Think
put
you-
on the star, I guess is the
Uh,
question.
I think I'd put the A on the star. You wouldn't you?
Well, but then you've got aloof as the hook. I mean, that's not
Yeah,
likely, but
true,
aloof hook would
true.
score a
Yeah,
ton. Or if you open with the, it takes the B in front for Baloo.
yeah.
That's why maybe you do play a loin just to avoid that.
I think I'd take my chances with aloof personally.
Ooh. Aha. And you're not alone there. There's only two Fs. It's not a great
Yeah,
letter.
yeah. And just as well because we have the Z here over on Scott's side, so you didn't want to leave the A or the O over the with that double score, double letter score possibility.
It's a bit early in the day for Uzo, I think, but 32 points come down quick as you like.
Hmm.
I don't know. Maybe it might have been worth playing like Zeto UK above Aloo to ditch the K as well, because I'm not loving that GOPK keep.
Agree, totally agree with that.
He could draw an eye and get Gopic,
Yeah,
which is a currency, but
yeah.
yeah, I
Oh, look
don't.
at Chris. Look at what Chris picked up.
He's picked up an F,
Yeah.
and it
He's
isn't early in the
seen,
day for a Friand.
yep, I've seen that come up. The nice thing about watching Chris from this angle is that he shuffles his letters so much that you get to see all the various words that he's kind of thinking through. It's quite
And he's found
entertaining.
it.
Yep, he had that for a while. It does, it lets go of quite a few nice letters,
It's a good score.
but it's a good score.
The only other option that I might think about, I don't know if one can see it, is a word through the O of Aloo that has the A next to the Z of Uzo to sort of get a bunch of parallel plays and take
Mm.
advantage of that Z.
That would be nice. What's your word there,
I
Edward?
don't think there is one
Oh,
that
yeah,
jumps
okay.
out at me, but that would be quite a good play if there was one.
Yeah, nothing's jumping out at me either, but it would be good.
And letters in freehand are good, but they're not super good that I would like sacrifice a heap of points to keep them.
Mm.
Like you're getting close to 40 points for freehand. I haven't scored it yet.
Yep, here it comes. Very nice.
Yeah, I think that's the right play.
Udok. Interesting arrangement of tiles on Scott's rack here.
Yeah, if Chris's rack is an open book to everyone watching it, Scott is inscrutable.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a nice spot for the K there with that O and the A straddling the double word score.
Yeah, it'd be nice to be able to get a longer word there, but he's the
Yeah.
D, unless there's a word that starts with KUO that I cannot think of.
No, I don't. I don't think you're missing anything there. Yeah, he'd just be doing KO or something, wouldn't he?
Yeah, it'd
And
be
that
sort of
doesn't
like,
leave. That's not great. Yeah.
oh, don't do it.
Oh no. No, he'll see it surely.
Ah,
Yep. Never want to be too trigger happy with the clock. Yep, he's just gone for KO. Okay. Okay, it's KO.
yeah, I guess he's sort of limited in what he can do because the last play he played did keep quite a poor rack.
Yep.
I think
Yep.
that Uzo
It's
choice
true.
was a little questionable, and
Yeah.
it does have the potential to hurt him for a couple of turns to come. But at least he scores something.
Yep.
Whereas Chris
Absolutely.
has
Yeah.
drawn a W and a U, because of course he has.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, that's the thing.
WAAC would be nice if there was a decent place to play on the board.
Hmm.
Always forget that word.
Yeah. women's auxiliary something something corpse, right? Yeah.
Definitely a word that needs to be in the dictionary.
I use it all the time.
I really hope that you're not joking, because it would be so much better if you were actually serious.
The nice thing about it is it's one that once you've learned it, you don't forget it because it's so sort of strange.
But do you see it when it's there? Like I'll never forget it, but I don't see it a lot of the time when it's there. It's an option.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. There's not a whole lot of places to really play on this board.
No, not really. I mean, you could just dump something at nearly face value, like core, CAW, and or WAS even. I mean, actually, there's the AUNC is the start of a bonus,
Yep,
kind of.
kind
I
of.
mean, I don't love it, but it's
Yeah. I was just wondering if wander was a word, but it's not.
oh,
Would have been kind of nice.
yeah. I think like I don't know. I'm probably being a bit silly, but I don't want to lose the E if I can avoid it.
Yeah.
But certainly, you'll get the most points you'll get on this board is by playing through the D of Freehand, hooking that KO. But I don't think he's got a decent E play, hooking the E on Freehand because it takes an E hook.
That's right, it does. Yeah. Yeah, unless
Particularly
you've got a
because if
good.
you play it, you'll open up a triple file that's pretty cheap. Although of
Yeah,
course Scott has no capacity to use any such opening, but Chris doesn't know that
Chris doesn't know it.
unless he's
Exactly.
exceptionally talented in a way that no other Scrabble player that I know is.
X-ray vision, perhaps. Yeah, this is tricky. Even just CAZ or something, just to, or yeah, WAS. I reckon WAS is probably his best option here.
Someone in the chat, save us. Oh, a door. It does have the hook, but that's
Yeah.
a nice creative choice.
What does it take?
That's a verb, isn't it?
Yes, it is a verb. You're right. So it takes the S. I thought it might take an N, but no.
But it doesn't. The W in that position is kind of not very helpful. You're not going to get too many like plays through the triple letter double word combination there,
No, that's true.
unless
It's
you've got
pretty safe.
QAWWAL or something.
Yeah.
Which if you do, you just have to go whatever. So yeah, Scott's sitting here with a rack full of junk.
That's tricky.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it is a partially self-inflicted wound, but it doesn't mean that it's any more fun. Oh.
Yeah,
So
I mean, it's tricky because he still doesn't have a great rack, even getting this down.
he does have the possibility to dump TWP next turn.
Yeah, true. Forget that's one
The,
that I always forget.
the question is whether he should have done it first or not.
Yeah,
That's, tricky one.
yeah. Chris
So,
has got a nice rack.
yeah, Chris has been rewarded for his bold play with queuings,
Yeah.
which is a tricky word to know it's good, but I think it came in relatively recently, so it might be nice and fresh in his mind.
Yeah,
But if
right.
you didn't feel like you could pull the trigger on that one, there are certainly other choices that you could make with this rack, such as like a bonus through the D, like deducing, or a bonus onto the N Koa to make Cohen, with like Lucigen.
Oh, yep. He's thinking about queuings, isn't he? If it's recent, I feel like he would potentially know it. I feel like he's the type of person to keep up with things that get added. But he's
Looks like he
shuffling it
spotted
around a lot,
eugenic.
so yeah. He might go for something that he's certain about.
Yeah, because it
Instead.
is wrong to play a false word. Don't play a false word,
Yeah,
people.
that's right. We learned that in the last game. Thanks, Edward.
Although sometimes you can get away with a little bit if there are lots of spots on the board. But I think with an 11-point deficit, you don't want to be giving up what would be a bonus advantage that you're walking right into.
Yeah.
because your opponent might get a 40-point play, it restrict your best bonus, and all of a sudden, when you get your bingo down, you're only up by 20 points, and you've got an average rack, whereas your opponent's more likely to have drawn into an above average rack because they've been massaging their rack.
Yep.
There you go.
I think he's going to go for it.
He's going to the blank slip.
Yep. Here we go.
Well
I wonder
found.
if he'll. Yeah, I wonder if he'll draw a challenge.
He should. Not because maybe, I'm not saying Scott doesn't know the word. I'm just saying that if you have any doubt, you should challenge it, because 5 points is nothing, whereas a 90 plus 90 point bingo popping down onto the board is disastrous.
Yeah, definitely.
But
Wonder if
because
he,
it's recent, I think it'll be in people's mind.
if he maybe he was thinking about that QI. It's a bit dangerous if Scott had a QI in his hand.
Perhaps. But it scores so much more than any other alternative.
Yeah.
It's not worth sacrificing, probably 20 plus points for the vague chance that someone might have the Q.
Yeah.
Because you might also draw the Q.
Good point.
And I've got to say, I think that's not the best play,
Yeah.
but it does have one thing going for it, which is that it's opening a nice S hook for the blank.
It is. That's true. That's true. I sort of liked Plu probably instead. I don't like L's that much. I prefer T's. We all have favorite letters, right?
I know I do. I have this
What's-
thing where I really hate L's.
Yeah, I don't
And,
like
like,
L's either.
I really hate them. So anytime I try to get rid of one, and then when you analyze your game afterwards, you find out no, and the Crackle or whatever insists that an L is better than a T or something.
Yeah.
I'm not there. I have faith in computers, but I'm not there.
Right.
Whether it would have
Maybe
been better to play TWP, I'm not sure. That does
Yep.
inhibit the board a little bit more without opening the S hook.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's not as if there aren't other spots on the board to play a bonus.
Yeah.
Just thinking that E is really helpful. Anyway, Chris has got too many R's.
Yeah.
And he
I'm.
doesn't seem to have an
Yeah.
obvious place to play brrr.
No, I don't know if there's any place to play Burr. Boca? I don't think. No.
Like if he could play BRR,
Yeah, it's a good way to get rid of some consonants.
I've just been told, I wondered about Chris's shirt before, and it's apparently Lawson made these. That's Lawson Sue, I presume.
Yeah, that would be it.
Made these shirts for the Trans-Tasman.
Nice.
I know. I think the mark of a really successful Scrabble t-shirt would be one that you'd wear outside a tournament. I'm not quite there yet for that one, but it's certainly, I'd say it's one of the best ones I've seen.
Yeah.
He's used that co-op hook
Yeah, this is
and got
interesting.
probably a good score.
Yeah.
Whereas Scott wastes no time at all in playing what is almost certainly his best play of the nth.
Yeah, very nice.
Getting rid of 3 consonants, getting a good score, blocking that Q spot, keeping the blank with 3 agreeable consonants.
Yeah. Co-op, I assume, would take an S as well.
I think so. Is it a seaweed or
Yep.
something? No, what am I thinking?
No,
No.
you don't know what it means. Shall
Oh,
I enlighten you?
I've just checked.
Yeah.
I mean, people have to find it, but that's sooner or later.
I'll let people look it up themselves.
Wouldn't have a
Hi.
clue. Wouldn't have a clue.
All right, I'm just going to take that spot.
Having set up the spot,
block it
he's grabbed it. And again, keeping RT, which is about as good a pair of consonants as you could get.
Yep.
And there are still 3 S's to come. Well, 2. because we know that one of them is sitting on Scott's rack.
Yep.
So
There's still
Scott,
the other S hook anyway for Scott.
the swept, yep. So Scott will
Yep.
bingo this turn. If he doesn't, I will probably grind my
Mhm.
teeth a little bit.
Oh, he set one up right there, so
He's spotted
should be all
legatos.
good. Yeah.
That does have the, I mean, gelatos would score more points because it would double the G. But
Mhm. He could go under ducks with that, couldn't he?
you could also consider not opening up the triple triple with something like Goldest
Mhm.
or
Goldest. Yep.
Elogist.
I like Goldest. That sounds, yeah, that's good.
I think legatos is one of those ones. I think gelatos would be better because it does score a couple of extra points and the G is less friendly in the triple triple file.
Definitely.
And he's not down so
Agree.
far that he needs to make something special happen. He gets a decent draw. Chris gets a slightly poor draw, which he has. And so that 17 points is meaningless.
Yeah, he's still well in the game. This is
He's
still
well there.
tight. Yeah. And Chris is lacking vowels. The old vowel problem.
It looks like he's thinking about playing gel in the top.
Yep.
Which would be good
Yeah.
because it immediately takes up the hottest spot. It prevents catastrophe.
It does, exactly. And there's nowhere else to really capitalize on his J anyway, so might as well do that.
The J's kind of rubbish.
Yeah.
He probably also should consider that he's down to 11 minutes already, whereas Scott is got 20 minutes left.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Chris does take his time.
He doesn't play as fast as he shuffles.
He shuffles very fast.
Nobody plays as fast as he shuffles.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he can go through his time and sometimes potentially get a little flustered towards the end sometimes.
And TTRD is the foundations of a decent word.
Just need some of those vowels.
Yeah.
Right. We have another fast play from Scott.
Undoubling the A and the I.
Yep.
He also could have played those letters underneath ducks.
Yes, true.
Worth a
I
thought.
wonder if he considered that or if he just wanted to get it down. He probably would have seen that last time because that ducks has been sitting there for a while. Oh, Chris. Oh dear. Does not have those vowels he needed.
He could just dump. I think that's what he's thinking about doing. He's thinking of just dumping craft through the A of the blank A of legatos on the hope that he'll draw a vowel, which he can, but
Yeah.
Scott is just hoarding them right now.
Yep. Not that I like Scott's rack too much either.
I know, but it's quite easy for him just to dump a couple of those letters for a decent score, whereas I think Chris doesn't have a lot of scoring options that get rid of enough consonants.
Yeah.
Whereas if I'm Scott, I'm looking at Yoni underneath ducks, and I'm feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah. 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 Maybe go with craft. Sets up another bingo line as well, playing off the T.
Yeah, so it takes away a line for an 8 part. It gives a line for a 7.
Mm.
I may be missing something here, but I think I'd be looking at Yoni.
Just gone for yin instead.
24
I
points.
Yeah, I like Yoni better though because it gets rid of another vowel.
I mean, a play like Craft does say, and I don't know to what extent people like to infer from plays, because inference certainly works better when you're perfect, and how many people are. Nigel Richards and some other people. But I don't like keeping 3 vowels like that.
Yeah. I wonder if he just maybe didn't see it. Anyway,
Possibly.
back to Chris, and he's helping himself to the spot he's just set up.
Yeah. He spotted othered, which didn't used to be in for a long time, but is fortunately in now. Remember when they added thongia instead of othering? I'm like, what is wrong with the dictionary? Like othering
Thongier.
and othering has been a concept for a very long time.
Yeah. Thongy. Can something be thongy? Really?
Apparently
Like a
so.
thong?
It depends which thong you're
It's
talking about.
crazy.
Are you talking about a jandal or are you talking about a G-string?
Either one seems questionable to me, but there you go.
Am I cancelled for saying jandal? Just checking. Absolutely no jest was meant. I'm celebrating New Zealand English.
Do you
The
not have
little
do
I know.
you not say jandal in Oz?
No,
Really?
no,
Oh,
we do not.
you say thong, right? Okay, no, we're jandals,
If
jandal
you were to
people.
say jandal, we'd know what you're talking about.
Okay. Scott still needs to get rid of some of these vowels here. So, I mean, he could just do OI. No, he couldn't. He couldn't do that. Never mind. Under ducks, but that doesn't work.
Well, you certainly should look to be dumping IO somewhere.
Yeah.
The thing is, if he's going to get a bonus on this board, unless it goes above othered, it's probably going to be quite low scoring because barbs, I mean, there are certainly bonuses that will fit. There's not that many. And a bonus
Mm.
under ducks, unless it ends in A or I, which is not always a thing, is going to score not that many points.
Yeah.
And so I
Yeah.
guess Scott is looking at a deficit of almost 80 points. His next play is only going to score a relatively small amount, and so he's in a bit of a bind here.
Yeah. Yeah.
That does at least open up a spot up top,
Yeah, it
uh,
does.
but it's
Yeah,
not the
he'd need the
best,
right.
right? Because
Yeah.
like ID, his T and A will go in front of it, but he needs the T to go in front of OE.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a
So
tricky spot to use.
whether it's really made the board better for him, I wouldn't, you know, necessarily say it has.
Yeah. Something coming down off the sea could be another option for him potentially at some point.
He's drawn the Y to satire, which is kind of not helpful.
Yeah.
At least he
Disappointing.
can ditch it.
Yeah.
It's an easy tile to ditch on this board.
No, I don't know this word. I know Mev, but not Miev. Oh yeah,
I
it
believe
is
it's a
good as
verb, isn't it?
well. Yep, it is same as Mev, I think.
Because Mev above othered before that was blocked would be a really cool play, setting up the D hook. But it's been blocked now.
Yep.
But Meave and DE is, I think it's worth a look. With a lead of 66 points, Meave
Yep.
puts him a bit further ahead and does really inhibit bingos. And the ED keep is pretty darn good.
Mhm. That's interesting. Well, it blocks up that part of the board for a bingo.
The other thing that's quite interesting about that player is that it does open a triple, but it means that if Scott bingos, he's got immediate play in that region to score. The
Yeah.
risk, of course, is that Scott might not have had a bingo, and now he's been just given a potentially a nice big score through the V.
Mm. Yep. Tivy, go down there, I think.
Yeah, Tivy keeps a very agreeable rack and sets up a perfect floater for the letters
Mm.
that remain. Keep an EST word.
Absolutely. Yeah. Funny
Good
because I
find.
think that, yeah, I think Chris probably put the V there, thinking that you can't, it's much harder to put a high scoring letter on that double letter score beneath the V. But ironically, he's actually opened that up.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of an inaccuracy. It's an interesting choice, but I think Meave was better.
Mm. Mm.
Ah.
Yep, there we
Oh,
go.
oh, oh, oh.
Oh.
Is that the last T as well? He could have just, no, I don't think it's worth just playing Ivy, but like there's a little, the
Oh,
evil,
God.
angel on my shoulder wants to do it.
Yeah.
If there's no other hook apart from Jivey, is there? No.
Let's have a wee look.
Oh,
Maybe
look
Chris
at
would
that.
block it.
Makes you sick.
We've got another one of those situations where the cue's still in the bag towards the end of the game.
Yeah, so I think Chris has sort of dropped the ball a little bit with that play of Dave because he's really Scott could be sitting on a bonus fall, he knows.
Mm. He's not that far behind either, only 45 points behind.
Yeah, if he gets
Yeah,
the bonus, and he goes
yeah,
out with a bonus, for instance, or Chris ends up stuck with a Q, he's really looking at potentially winning this game.
yeah, he absolutely is.
Again, I would like to see Ami come down under Ducks, but I think it's not perhaps the best play because it actually means that the
Mm.
bonus spot gets a bit juicier.
Yes, yeah,
The keep's great, pretty good though, EIOS.
yeah, and it's a good little score.
And he is holding an eye for the Q,
Hmm. Yeah,
assuming there is going to be a place to put QI down, which
yeah,
there isn't really at the moment. The Q is just one tile out of many though.
yeah. I suppose there's only 7 tiles in the bag though, right? Yeah, Chris is down to 5 minutes too, so his time is ticking on him.
Yeah, he needs to
Scott's
shuffle
still got.
slower and decide quicker. He's seeing a me.
Yeah,
I do think that it's going to score well, but it does because now takes those hooks. Like there is now the
yeah,
possibility of like an ES word that will hook making taxis, whereas back in the day, didn't take E and S, it just took
yeah,
M, and now it takes ume and ums. So it does. It's
yeah.
makes me wonder whether MI, tome, and tip might be better.
Oh,
Even if
yep, I like that.
it does leave a lot of
Yeah, I like
consonants
that.
though. Mm.
Yeah.
If he draws the Q here, he's in trouble. But Scott would normally think, oh, I might just dump the U and keep Sani, even though that is an overrated 6-letter keep, in my opinion.
Mm.
It's perhaps pretty good when you've got that floating T.
Yeah. This is when you think unraised should be a word.
I never think that.
Someone's asked if Jandal is still unplayable, and I think it is still
Yeah,
unplayable.
is it a trade name or was it deemed to be
Well,
offensive because of the derivation? I can't remember.
I don't think it's offensive. I think it's just a trade name.
Yeah.
But like Lilo. I mean, there's so many trade names that are in there.
Well, I think it's because like New Zealand English isn't as important as some other ones. That's why you get some of these really obscure ones from, I guess, some of the
Ooh,
bigger
there.
dialects.
He's setting himself up here.
That's bold, but he's
That's
down by
very
70.
bold.
He's down by 70 now. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. And has he capitalized?
he has, but
Yeah.
So this is a really interesting choice here. 4 in the bag. You could play QAS and Umus
Mm.
to block that spot and keep 1 in the bag, but then you're leaving that spot right at the top, and because he doesn't know that Scott's got a 7-letter word on his rack, but doesn't have an 8 onto the T, he might be thinking about QAT.
Yeah. And could he play down from the sea with that ravines? No,
Can he?
no, he can't. There's nothing. Oh, he's kept the spot open with a QAT. Oh, he
Yeah,
blocked the wrong spot here.
well, I mean, of course, yeah, he
As
has
like
that
you say, he
consideration.
doesn't know. He doesn't know I wonder if it'd be interesting to ask him at the end
No, I mean,
which his choice of blocking.
I think he's done that because he figures that a bonus up there might score so much. And it
Yeah.
doesn't really give him any counterplay by forcing Scott to bing onto Umu. He's really giving him counterplay.
Yeah, that's a great point. I hadn't thought of that. He's picked up a nice word.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't know that it would go down. Ravines.
Well, it shouldn't go down because
No. Unless he can play through ravines when I assume ravines will come down here onto Umu.
I presume so, unless he plays Avenires.
Yeah.
So the only thing he can really do is he just needs to score as many points as possible here and hope that the last tile doesn't score enough.
Chris is shaking his head here. He's realized he blocked the wrong spot.
But I don't think he should worry because I think he's still going to win this game.
Yeah, I think you're right. Although he can't play through that A with his.
But he can play
I mean, he can.
ogives. He can play ogives through the V for a decent score.
Yeah.
And that should surely be enough.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think he would have this.
Unless my maths
Ogives. Is that
really
how you
out.
pronounce it?
I don't know.
I thought it was ogives.
I really don't know.
Yeah, there's no pronunciation guide with the Scrabble dictionary, is there?
And secretly, like, I like to think that I'm intelligent, but the minute I say something like that and pronounce a word incorrectly, everyone knows that I'm a fraud.
Somehow
And I don't
doubt
like
that's
looking
the case.
at Chris looking so distraught because he's won this game unless he makes a mistake.
Yep.
Anyone in the chat
Maybe.
know how to pronounce that word?
Enlighten us.
Has he got a 5-letter under the H of othered? That would do as well.
Under the H. How would you go under the H there?
No, onto the H, sorry.
Oh, onto the H. Yes. Yep.
I don't...
Leash, maybe?
No, that's with an R. Oh, L-E-I-S-H, yes.
Yeah.
That's 27 points.
Yeah. That would
That's
definitely
enough.
that would be the game. Oh, he's just left the O.
But that's enough. Unless there is some huge play for the end that none of us have seen.
Yeah, no, there's not going to be a huge play for the end. It's a close game, which is good. You know, the spread does matter in these tournaments, so it's good to keep it as close as you can.
Yeah, close game. I think if you were to be like mean, thanks Ethan, I was correct. Let's mark this down on the calendar.
Okay.
I was correct about something.
Awesome.
I feel like Scott played that a little fast and loose.
Yeah, I suppose he did play fast. Yeah.
Like I think Uzo, legatos are a little on the careless side. when he had better choices available,
Yeah.
and maybe he didn't take as much care about his rack balance.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. And I don't think Chris really made any mistakes in this game.
Oh, I don't like Dave. I don't like Dave,
Oh,
but
the D.
you
Yeah,
know,
it's not a game. It's not a game-changing mistake, though, is it?
no. Whereas, Chris's plays of a door, really great creative play there. Um,
Yep.
um, what else? Co-op, making co-op. Freon
Yep.
spotting that word. Good plays. You can see
Yep.
why he is the #1 player in New Zealand at the moment. You can
Yep.
see with the rack juggling, you can see a bit of an insight into him, and apart from his word knowledge, he's obviously quite a creative player.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So I think
Definitely.
Scott, with a bit more care, could have won that game, which he apparently did at the last tournament they played in Dunedin a month ago. So
Okay.
Chris
Yeah.
has avenged that.
Yeah. He'll be feeling good about that.
It's always nice to get a revenge win.
It is.
How tall is Chris? Is his name accurate or not?
I think he's just kind of average height,
Oh,
average man. Yeah.
okay.
You're very welcome. We got to thank you there on the screen.
Yeah, I think we should, point out what a great job the technical team are doing, Alexander and team, because New Zealand's a small country, and you might have thought, what's the benefit in putting a lot of effort into putting on a pretty high quality production like this? I think it really speaks well for New Zealand Scrabble and the team and everyone that's bringing this together, because it does have the potential to make people look at our game a different way. So
100%. And it brings in, potentially some youth viewers and different audiences. And kudos to Alexander Gander and I think Chris Tolman as well, who sort of spearhead this sort of streaming thing. And it takes a lot of work, they put a lot of work into it. And I think it's a great way to widen the community.
I think we're having a chat with Chris.
Alrighty.
I can't hear you, Chris.
Yep. Hello, Edward and
There
Laura.
we
Can you
go.
hear me?
Hi, yeah,
Hi.
congratulations,
Okay.
Chris.
Oh, thank you. I mean, as you could probably tell, I'm having a tough tournament so far, but it's nice to get the win on stream.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Any pivotal moments for you in that game?
Oh yeah. I mean, I was worried about both. I'm mostly about a DAWs, but about queuings a little bit. I assume they're good, but maybe I got away with one. And then I kept a lot of bad, like the PER leave. PER kept such a bad leave, but I didn't want to play Reb and give the overlap to the double up there, and I didn't want to score. I don't know. Maybe something else was better, but I got lucky with getting that S, and then obviously getting the F. I'm sure you guys were enjoyed me playing Alu and then picking that
Yes.
F up.
Yeah.
And then at the end, the reason that I reacted like that is because I didn't track the X, and I was like, okay, he's gonna have the X, he's not gonna bingo. Then he plays Avenir, I'm like, he has X at the top for the win, and then I saw the X on the board, so that was what happened there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we were curious because there was the two bingo lines, the into the T at the top or
Yeah.
under Umu. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So
the AMI play was probably bad because it probably can give him a 95 pointer down there. I really didn't want to. I mean, I considered playing AME, I considered playing MI and EMIC to block the C, but the C's not only going to score 60, and then I'm going to get playback. I'm not going to lose like that. Would you guys have played AME or something else to block the T on that turn?
We did think about that move because it was quite a tricky one. I mean, he scores so well, but yeah, we thought maybe there might be an MI dump like Tome and Tip.
Yeah.
The question I want to know is Deve over Meave is the one I'm curious about.
Yes. So Meave with DE, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that the lane under Ducks wouldn't score as much as the lane on top of Oi if he did get an overlap there, and then I would get a triple playback, and I was up by enough where I thought that I could stand that. And then also, I mean, I like Deve because, I mean, Tyvee was pretty much the worst case scenario because it gave him a bingo line and scored 42, and then I couldn't just block. But I did like that the V, for the most part, isn't going to give him much, and also it blocks that top line, which was what I was most concerned about. So that's why I did that.
Well, it paid off in the end, hey?
Yeah, yeah, and then the other thing,
Yeah.
when I played Craft, maybe I don't know if you're considering maybe exchanging there, but the reason that I kept DRT is because there was a lot of vowels in the pool. I don't know, it's probably wrong, but I got away with it and got lucky. So yeah,
I thought it was the right
perfect
play.
setup.
yeah, that was the right play. Yeah, that was the reason I did that. Cool. Well, really nice to talk to you guys.
Yeah, congrats.
Congrats.
Oh, thank
Hope
you.
your luck continues.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks again. All right.
All right, very humble.
Yeah, yeah.
No, he definitely deserved that game. I think he didn't necessarily outdraw Scott, but I definitely think
Yeah.
he demonstrated a level like a slight, like a notch above in terms of quality of play, and so deserving winner of that
Yep.
game.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's probably time for us to have another break while we wait for the final game of the stream,
Yeah.
which should be a cracker.
Yes, we have Howard versus Nick coming up next. We'll see if Nick redeems himself on this next one.
Two out of three on the stream in an afternoon. That's
Yeah.
who picked that? Who was Nick mean to make this happen?
I think
All
some
right.
of the players are uncomfortable on the stream, so he might
Yeah.
have jumped in when someone else didn't want to do it.
Could be. All right. Well, we'll be back for that in 20 minutes or so. 10. I don't know. We'll be back whenever it is.
Yeah. Stay
So we'll
tuned.
see all 33 of you back. That is a requirement.
Awesome. We are back.
And better than ever.
Okay, so we're back with Nick again. Hope that he has better luck this time and has had a good reset. Howard, I haven't seen actually the standings of how these guys did in their last couple of games.
Well, Howard is on a streak, well, was on a streak of 3 wins. I don't know what his last game happened in his last game, but he, in games 4, 5, and 6, he had 3 wins. So he's on the up.
Okay. On the up, but maybe his luck has run out. You know, these things do come in waves.
Would be. But they're both on
So-
4 out of the first 6.
Okay,
So
awesome.
I don't have up-to-date standings in front of me, but they're both competitive and certainly in the mix
Yep.
to win this tournament
Awesome.
still. Howard hasn't arrived at his chair yet. Anyone that's been around Scrabble for any length of time would know Howard. He's a perennial representative of New Zealand on the world stage, has competed in multiple world championships, Trans-Tasmans, has played in a bunch of other countries, played relatively often in Australia as well. And as a bit of a counterpoint to Scrabble, when I last spoke to Howard, he said he was working as a plain English consultant, helping like governments, things like communicate better and more clearly, which is a really useful thing because a lot of correspondence you get from like official organizations and the government can be kind of rubbish. So I was very interested but also quite hypocritical, given that Scrabble has a bunch of really obscure, hard to follow words.
Totally esoteric words. Yeah. But what a cool job. Yeah.
I don't know if he still does that, but
Plain English
also a contrast to
consultant.
Nick, who is a poet, so uses words for beauty,
Yes.
and
Yes.
whereas Howard is more practical.
Practical words.
So Howard's on 4 wins out of 7, and Nick is also on 4 wins out of 7.
Excellent. They're both doing really well.
Yeah, so they've both just lost their last game. So Howard's just coming off a 23-point loss to Mike Curry.
Yep.
And Nick is coming off a loss to the veteran Peter Sinton by 102 points.
Okay.
So both of them looking to fix themselves up in this game, but only one of them will be
Yeah.
able to.
That's right. Well, unless they draw. There's always a chance for a draw.
I hope we get a draw. Draws are
Right.
fun.
Yeah. Unless you're in the draw and then you wish you had the win. Just that 1 point was all you needed.
Well, a draw can sometimes be all right.
Right.
If you've got a good spread, like if your average score is good, a draw is nearly as good as a win. So if you've been winning all your games by heaps of points, a draw is almost as good as a win. Whereas if your spread is low, a draw is bad.
The thing about a draw that frustrates me is that if you have the little round stickers going on your chart, then you have to tear a sticker in half, and it just doesn't look right to me. The
I've just
OCD
realized
in
what
me
I just
wants
said
like
before
a
is complete
perfect
nonsense.
sticker.
No,
Right.
I-
Okay.
What I just said is complete nonsense. That's the question of should you recount a draw? If
Ah.
your spread is good, you should. Sorry,
Okay.
when you have a draw, your spread becomes irrelevant mostly. Apologies for people that were listening to that complete nonsense I said. I am running a temperature, and I don't know what I'm talking about.
Are you commentating more over the weekend, Edward?
I'll be back on Sunday.
Yeah,
Sunday? Yeah, so
fantastic.
all people who have not enjoyed my commentary should come tomorrow. But you should come tomorrow anyway, because it will
Absolutely.
be great. Are you on tomorrow?
No, but I'll be watching. It's
Ah.
I find it really entertaining to watch. Like it really hooks you. You know, you can spend a whole day watching Scrabble. It's crazy.
Yeah,
The
we're getting some
drama of the
tiles.
board. Alrighty, here we go.
Oh, this is not too bad so far.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
the Y is a little bit not great here because
Yeah.
certainly it does make an 8 or 2. But Howard's going first, so that's not really going to help him.
No. Oh, don't like Nick's pickup either.
Oh, the L does sort of make it
Yeah, I guess you can
salvageable.
do eagle. Yeah, you can do eagle.
So for Howard, I think, do you burn some tiles to get maximum points with something like Vary, Vairy?
I don't know. I'd keep the IES personally and just do very VARY.
Or is he playing Ravy?
Oh, okay.
Oh, I don't know about that, Howard. Oh, he's having another thought. I think he
Uh,
might have seen Vary. Oh, the other choice I was going to
Ivy.
say is Ivy keeping
Yeah.
uh,
Okay.
Sia. Oh, well, we can say ass, can't we? Ivy keeping ARSE.
Yeah, I'd like that better if he had a T in his hand.
Hmm. I mean, his Vary is 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, 30 points. So he has just like sacked 12 points to get that.
Yeah,
But
and he didn't have a great pickup either. So anyway, we'll see
we're
how
getting
the game
glaive, I
progresses.
suspect. That's a verb
That's
for those playing at home, isn't it? Glaved. Yep.
that's a new one to me. Glaive. Howard's advice to me after the last tournament I played that he was at was to study my 8 high probability 8s. So
Definitely great
yeah,
advice because the average 8 will come up more often than the average 7.
is that right? Yeah.
And I think for people who are, looking to get better at Scrabble, being able to squeeze out a rack of 1 pointers to get that bonus is key to playing good Scrabble. But a lot of people omit 8s from their study regimen because they're obsessed with just doing 7s or 6+1 stems. But because an 8 can be formed all these different ways and, using floaters on the board, if you only do the 7s, you're really opting out of a bunch of opportunities.
That's
So is that
interesting.
Roaiser? Yep, I think it is.
Yes, yep,
So Savoria has just been blocked,
yep.
as it was perhaps inevitable.
Rory's. No,
And I
Rory's is
don't
not good.
think
There's
there's
no
a
T for Roryist.
bingo with any of those letters that is there. So this is a
No, I don't think so either.
tricky choice. I don't know if there is a play through the L double double, but I wouldn't bother. Like
Yeah, it wouldn't be worth it with his
fishing off OR, like
letters.
LO, OR, and AR isn't too bad. Or Gory's good. Yeah. It's a nice open board.
Yep.
Again, keeping that strong ASER keep.
Yeah.
It looks like Nick had been thinking about Guava on top of
Mm,
Gory. Maybe a little bit open, but he didn't know what was on Howard's rack for sure. But Gory does indicate likely a strong rack,
yeah.
and so it has come to pass.
I think those two letters are a B and a U over on Howard's left there. It's
That's what
tricky
I
to see with
make
the
it as
light.
well.
Yep, there it
So
is,
he's
BU.
got some 7s. He's got an 8 onto the E, although I wouldn't.
I didn't
He's
actually
like
know any of those 7s.
he's likely to
Interesting.
play Arbutes, I think, and it looks like Arbutes is what's coming down.
Arbute. A strawberry tree. Nice.
I think it has, well, I don't know if it's exactly related, but Arbutian, the lovely adjectival form, which comes up a lot. It's a great 8-letter word to know.
Excellent. Arbutian.
with an AN instead of the S.
Nice.
I don't think he had anything using Tyvee.
No, he didn't. No, nothing going through. Nothing with a T near the start. Orc, B-A-U-K. Is that good? Yes.
Where is he looking to play that?
I think the only place would be off of Gory, but I don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's looking for something else. I wonder if we could play something B-A-K, back and AUK. Is B-A-K good? No, maybe not. No, that's
No.
not good. Of course it's not good.
I mean,
uh,
I choose my words carefully, but GAC
yeah,
is a good play here. I'm not going to say GAC is
yeah.
good. This is a family stream.
GAC
But
is still allowable though, is it? I don't
yeah.
even see the new ones.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't want to be
Yeah.
on stream saying that I endorse it. So I would
Anything
certainly
can be
consider GAC.
endorsed in Scrabble. Yeah, GAC would be awesome. And it leaves him with a reasonable letters.
Because I haven't had lunch yet, I keep looking at kebab.
He's chewing up a bit of time with this play. Okay, sets up quite a lot of good opportunities for Howard.
Except I can't see what's on
I
Howard's
can't
rack
see.
properly.
I can't see.
Oh, here we go. Quinn Rody.
QIN.
Good thing the O isn't an A for Niqab, but
Yeah.
I mean, he's not in any trouble with this queue. He's got place to put it.
Yep.
Which means that he can afford to not play it this turn and colonize that triple area with a play like Oi, which looks to be what he's lining up.
Yep, and that's, I mean, could have been a lot. There could have been a lot more damage with that spot.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm just going ahead that Nick's got a corker of a play on this next turn. Which I have a horrible suspicion he's not going to see.
I haven't seen it, so I'm quiet. I'm like, where is this corker of a play? What are you seeing? Anyway.
Seeing something through the OU of the OU. The O of Gory and the U of Value he can play through the OU.
Tell us, Edward.
I'll let
You're
the
keeping
chat.
us in suspense.
Oh, hang on, maybe he is seeing it. It's something you can eat. It's a word that looks very French. That's a CHOUX.
Oh, yes. Oh, that's such a good one.
That's a lot of points.
That
And
would
it's
be
perfect,
amazing.
really, because it doesn't use his only vowel.
Yep. Oh, that would be
Certainly.
so good. That's a hard one to see, though. It's
It
not a
is.
common word, you know, like I know it, but I don't think I'd spot it just because it's so uncommon.
Because you might think OUX, what's there? You might D or R
Yep.
go there,
Yep.
but the CHOUX could easily slip your mind.
Oh, that would be so good.
Come on, Nick.
I
Come
don't
on,
think he's
Nick.
seen it. So he's got the CH.
No favoritism here, but I want to
Oh.
see this played on the board.
I can understand that.
come on. Make a match of this, because I mean it's great because it keeps GULT, which is,
Yep.
you know,
Yep.
it could come good.
Which is good. Glad. No, I think he's going to do Lux.
Yes, come on. Oh no, he's
No, I don't
the
think he's
X's.
seen it. Hang on.
Oh yes, come on.
Oh, he's got a look of fierce
Oh no, he's looking at
concentration.
glitch or something. Where?
No. Is he looking for something down through the ER?
I mean, if I had the powers of like controlling somebody, I
Yeah.
wouldn't waste on something so trivial as a game of Scrabble. But I might. No!
Ah.
Oh. I mean, he might pick up an R or a D this turn,
Yep.
but I think it's one of those things where he hasn't scored that many points on this turn. His rack's not really in bingo shape, and so he's lost a pace here. He's lost a step.
Yeah.
That'll be interesting to see what Howard does because he can pop his Q down.
Yes.
Whether he does QIN or QI.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Nick, he hasn't picked up anything that he might be able to use profitably.
Yeah. And he may just not have seen that spot. You know, sometimes you miss something. You miss a spot and you don't see it. You never come back to it.
Yeah.
This is not looking too good. X toll. Oh, if he had an S, that'd be nice.
Or a D or an L, you can have X told. He'd probably be doing really, really well if we were playing not in English, but in like one of the indigenous languages of South America.
Yes. Like axolotl and
Yeah.
words like that. Yeah.
Must look into, do any of those languages have Scrabble? And if not, why not? Every language should have Scrabble.
Yeah.
Who's going? I have to admit, I've got no idea what the right play is here. I mean, you could play Goth to set up the X, Goth onto the Age of Butch to set up the X. Or just collecting subcultures here. Butchers, Goths.
Yeah.
What else have we got?
Oh, there he goes.
Because it does set up Gox next turn.
Yeah.
Howard has done really, really well from his pickup in that he's going to bingo through that T.
I can't see his letters, so they get a shine on them.
It's
oh, there we go.
INRENED.
Yeah.
Nick, pick up a vowel. Yep, so he's picked up interned.
Yeah.
So he's reinforced his lead.
Yeah, he has. He's walking
He's
away
gonna
with
go
the game at
100
this
ahead.
point. Yeah.
Disappointing that he couldn't bingo with the QAN because he'd have two N's.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Although it does open up that triple line, so it's not too bad to not go through there.
Now the question is, do you play GOX or do you play DOUX? I can't score. I can't add up. 48, 53 for DOUX. And GOLIS is not a bad keep. 8, 9, 10, 11, 3, 4, 5, 6, 45. Oh, I
Yeah.
think that's too many points to be giving up, noting again that I just think he hasn't seen that spot.
I don't think he's seen the spot. I mean, yeah, I didn't see it until you pointed it out. Not that I'm at that level, but for some reason it's kind of a tricky spot to see.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
It's not a bad lead for him. It's got some...
Yeah, DILS is definitely capable of coming good.
Yep.
There's not much in the way of bonus spots on this board, though. There's the hook on Intender, there's the hook on QI. Don't discount a 9 onto ER.
Yep, definitely.
Howard's got the sort of rack that makes a couple of 8s, but I don't think it makes any 7s.
Right. Yeah, no 7s that I know.
So he's just opening
I'm
up.
just going to burn them.
The thing to note there is Aesir doesn't take anything except an L, which he doesn't have, but he does have the blank.
He does, yeah.
Hopefully for him, Nick's not able to bingo.
Yeah, I'm not sure about next rack. I'm not seeing anything. Nothing's jumping out at me in terms of bingos.
I guess the obvious one is
No.
Leporids, but I don't think it fits.
So obvious, Edward.
Well,
I
no,
love
I'm
the
not
way you
saying
rattle that off as the
it's
obvious
just because
one.
if you don't have an E, the letter you want to see is an E.
Yes, that's true.
So just noting that Howard's rack is a bit hard to see, we'll read it out if once we can discern it.
That's a JC. Yeah, with EJASIE blank.
But Nick's got some interesting choices here. I think he may want to keep on to that L because it's the hook for ACL. He's got the P, which he can dump, making ALP. So he could play like DAP, or he could play LAP if he wants to spend the L, or he could play APO. I don't know if there's anything. I was looking at Dorp. Or he could play Dorp underneath Aesir to really set up a dangerous spot.
Yeah, I like DAP best, but again, I just think they're not seeing that spot for some reason. I keep thinking he's writing down a blank, a blank, but it's not obviously that. He doesn't have one.
Shout out to Tara in the stream who woke up at 3:30 a.m. for some reason. That's dedication. That is dedication. And we're very happy that you've opted to spend some of your day with us.
Absolutely. I mean, it has a nice leave. LAS is good enough for a leave. It just opens a lot of opportunities down the bottom there.
So time's ticking down here, but this is the sort of play it's good to get right, but you don't know what's going to come next. Aha, A-pod. Yep, so he's
There we
used that
go.
spot. He's kept the L.
Interesting that yeah, right, played the D. I guess he needs to play the D to balance his rec. He could have set himself up. Oh, it takes an S as well. Yeah, okay.
It takes an E as well.
Yeah, right.
Oh, hello.
Oh, look at
What's the
that.
last tile going to be? Well, we'll come to that.
Ah,
Uh,
that
the more
looks
pressing.
very good.
Oh, hang on, is it going to fit? Howard, he's drawn the J, so he's got A, J, E, SIE blank. So he's very close to a bonus, and he's used that J hook on Ivy to make Jivey and keep that powerful 5-tile keep.
Yep, great.
Right.
That's a nice little play.
I mean, the other choice might be just play Jive through the V of value, but that blank really does help.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, the drive isn't bad because then it sets up the S hook for him as well. Oh no, it wouldn't. Yeah, no, I think that's a great play.
And I just, is there a bonus here? It really still doesn't
Oh, it
fit.
actually doesn't have a bonus unless it plays through the A potentially.
red tails doesn't just
No,
fit.
it doesn't fit.
Is there
Something
something else?
starting with the D. No, something ending in the ER.
Oh, that'd be
No,
nice.
no, I
So that's
don't think he has
disappointing.
anything. Yeah, very disappointing. It looks so good.
Yeah, after that good play of APOD, disappointment. And he's down by a lot of points now. That's the
He is, yeah. I think it's hard sometimes in these situations where you have 7 quite good letters that just don't. Either you've got a bingo and you can't play it, or they're close, but a close call, but no bingo. And then I find it really challenging to figure out what letters to let go of because I don't want to let go of any of them.
even though I like nailed my colors to the mast by saying I hate L's. I think that with the other letters left, the L is better than the D here.
Yeah, because of the ACL option.
And production just letting me know that Tara is Chris's girlfriend, who we saw on the stream earlier, I believe. Coming in from the UK, that is fantastic. Hopefully you're enjoying it. And we've got Anthony from Canada. Are you someone's boyfriend, or are you someone's friend, or are you just watching it because it's fun?
It's popped up on his recommended.
All
That's very
right.
cool. I wonder if Butch takes a Y, just out of curiosity. Can something be Butchy? No,
I
it
don't think
can't.
so, and I think
No.
the Y is gone. Something could be gothy though, but that wouldn't be very helpful. Ah.
I mean, I like that he is keeping the L, but E is always such a good letter. There's 3 E's in the bag, or 3 E's unseen to him anyway.
It's quite a difficult choice because there's not really a lot of score on offer here.
And he doesn't want to, you know, take up spots that he'll be wanting to keep open. At least it's a scoring move.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very consonant heavy bag though. There's twice as many consonants unseen to him as vowels, and that's, ooh.
Yeah, yeah. He's shaking his head. Don't tell me it's an E. Oh,
And
here.
assegai. It's a dagger of some description, isn't it?
I don't know.
Can be spelt at least one other way.
What is that blank?
It's a G for
Ah,
goth.
as a guy. Yep, it's a light spear.
Ah, a spear. Okay.
Some of
It
that
looks like it's
play.
getting a challenge.
Yep.
So Howard is he's in the box seat here.
Yeah,
Even
he
if Nick
is.
gets a decent play to the right,
Yeah.
to that triple file with something like held, he's a really long way behind.
Yeah, he is. Howard's demonstrating his plain English here with Assegai.
I use it every day
Totally.
when I misdefine it like I did before. Ooh.
Well, that L's not much use anymore, so might as well
No,
get rid of it. And it, opens another line potentially through the D.
it does. And those 4 letters go relatively well with the D. Meanwhile, Howard's got the hot hand because he doesn't play unless I'm missing something, but he has drawn a rack which does make bonuses.
I can't see the first 2 letters on his rack. Do you
Well,
know what those
I
are?
think he's got an O and an I,
Oh, yes, they are.
EMRAP, which makes
Yep.
Mirupia and Emporia.
Ah, nice. Meropia, partial blindness, right?
And people in the chat are pointing out all the various different other alternative spellings of assegai,
Mm-hmm.
which it comes up a lot. It's a very playable word. You should definitely know every single way to spell that word. Otherwise, you may not play Scrabble. No, no. But it's just like that demonstrates the skill that Howard has. Is able to take a rack which has the two A's and the two S's, which, you know, may not automatically jump out to an obvious bonus, and finds that nice play which really suffocates the board and ensures that his 120-ish point lead is going to be protected.
Absolutely, yep. And played with no hesitation too.
Because you could have played it on, you know, neck hooking QI. You could have. He could have done that, but he did not.
Yeah.
He's played Proem.
Proem, that's new to me.
And Nick's got the opportunity to get a sort of a consolation bonus.
Yeah, it'd be nice if he could get something with that D rather, to start.
I mean,
or
I mean,
finish.
based on his shuffling of the rack, he's seen the bonuses here, but they don't score very much.
No, not if they're just going through the middle of it.
Yeah, which they are. And I
Yeah.
think, you know, you've seen that he's got tridents and strident, and I think he
Yeah.
had them arranged, and it looks like he's rearranging them back. Ooh, is he looking at a...
What's he looking at up there?
That doesn't work.
No. Yeah, I was seeing if maybe something down through that H, but that would only be that would only be 6 tiles going down anyway.
Yeah, and he doesn't have anything that goes in front of G, so he'd have to use the blank as an A or a U.
Yeah.
That's an ask.
Yeah.
Oh. Is he... Oh, that's a well, it's a curious play. He's obviously realized the only way he's going to win this game is if he gets a triple. So he's done that, opening up the blank.
Huh. Interesting.
I mean, it's not going to work
I wouldn't. Yeah.
because,
Wow.
like, Howard's going to play waltz or something. But
Yeah.
I mean, it's an interesting idea.
Oh.
In practice, it's like, in terms of the mindset that came up with that play, it's beautiful. But in
Yeah.
practice, it's never going to work.
Yeah. Like a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
And he's punished for it. Punished by the waltz.
And he's been doubly punished by picking up a bunch of letters that don't really
Yeah.
like each other.
No.
But ironically, he's drawn into a bingo. But I don't know, will he find it? But he's now down by 220 points. So even if he does spot the bingo that he's got, he's lost this game by a huge amount.
Mm. You are very quick at spotting bingos, Edward. As soon as you say there's a bingo, I look over to my Ziziver and type in the letters.
Well, I'm not saying I spot all of them.
That's great. That's awesome.
But this is a common word.
Looks like he's set up unflown or something, which I don't think
even
is
if
good.
that was a word, I
No,
don't think it's
no,
a word.
It's not.
But it's not going to
a
go down, so... Whereas there is a common, hard to see in a Scrabble context, but a common word through the D.
It's actually quite good too, though, because it ends in the D, right?
Yeah, and it doubles the F.
Yeah. Shall we let our viewers know what it is? Has anyone figured it out yet? Chat, talk to us and let us know
It's
if you
not
want to know.
fun wands, admin. It's Newfound,
Yes.
which scores an absolute load of points, but he'd still be 100 points behind after playing it.
Still good for the spread, though.
And good for the stream, come on, Nick.
Yes, come on.
We survived, CHOUX not coming down, but I don't think I cope with this one. It's never fun when you end a game under 300, and I think unless he finds Newfound, that's hard to say. Unless Newfound is found, I think he's going to end up on a score much under 300.
Yeah.
Oh, they've made a joke, and we don't get to hear it. We'll have to ask what the joke is.
Fun now. I don't think Nick is having too much fun right now.
Yeah, Howard's just been solid. Down funk? What is this blank? Maybe down fund?
Down
I
fund?
don't think that's a word, but
No, it's not coming up in my. Oh, I hope he doesn't do this.
like,
Don't do it, Nick.
I don't know,
Oh, he's pushed it.
he's gambling with spread here. His spread is going to be quite negative after this game. It's going to be super negative.
Yeah. Here, he's got a challenge.
Apparently the blank is a
obviously.
D.
Yeah.
Down
Down
fund.
fund.
I prefer down funk.
Neither is good. Down fund, that's the state of the world markets at the moment.
Or it's where you steal money off someone to stop them starting a business. Is Howard sitting on FILEMOT? Is that what he's got?
I can't. I think that's an F at the start. I can't quite see just the
Yeah.
glare on the letters. Oh, yep. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, so he's got an unplayable bonus here. He also could work out what's in the bag. So he could opt to try to. No, he's decided that
Foams.
that's
I don't know that
that's
one.
a singular. It doesn't lose its S.
Ah, okay, that's why I don't know it.
Howard knows his
Wow.
fives really, really well.
Yeah.
So it's what we call a sticky S play.
Mm. Which means Nick still has a chance for a newfound.
Uh,
But I guess maybe Howard didn't see that. I mean, it doesn't matter at this point anyway, does it?
the little part of me wanted him to play REF. REF, because he's got the I for refi, and so like Molinet or Melalot would have gone down.
Mm.
That's what I would have considered doing. But really, Howard has the luxury of he could play this game as poorly as he likes now, because he
Yep.
has doubled Nick's score, and I don't think he's going to see Newfound.
No, I don't think so either. He's actually quite close to it with down fund. I mean, it's a two-part word.
Well, there's no need to be rude. Have you ever? Has anyone in the chat ever heard someone say that word? Ever?
Woof. Well, here in New Zealand, woof makes you think of your warrant of fitness when you get in your car. You have to get a woof. So
Oh, right.
I don't think Kiwis have the same association with it as you might. Is it a particularly bad insult?
Well, it's just waste of flesh, I believe, is the
Waste of
derivation.
flesh, really? Oh, that's pretty mean.
Which I've never heard anyone say when said out in full. It sounds very old-fashioned.
Yeah. Gosh, I'm never going to look at those letters the same again. All right, so Howard will be wanting to go out if he can. Intler.
Well, Nick's got outplays of his own. I don't think he's going to be able to go out.
No.
Nick's got nuns and QI, or he's got Dunny off the D of held. And Howard has blessed us with one of the new threes that came in the dictionary this year with int.
Yeah, that's right. Something to do with online gaming, I think, isn't it? Nice. Is that going to push him up to 300?
18. No, it's not.
Close. And he'll get 4 points off Howard. No, still not quite enough.
Yes, that's a crushing win for Howard, who was just really solid throughout that game.
Yep,
You couldn't look at anything he did and say that was a big mistake. Other than
absolutely.
maybe
No.
cheekily saying that I would have liked to have seen ref instead of foamies or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But you can see his class in spotting those bonuses with no drama, just easily getting those words like intender and assegai and arbutes down quick as you like, and
Yeah.
not allowing any counterplay. And then of course
Absolutely.
getting the jam like with Waltz, just really being fortunate
Yes.
there.
Yep. Yep.
And
No,
of
it's a
course
great
benefiting from
game.
a couple of inaccuracies from Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I don't especially love Bake. I don't especially love the plays missing the X bomb, both with the
Yeah.
CHOUX and the DOUX.
Yeah. I mean, I think that would have been a fairly easy spot to miss, but it would have made, it would have changed the game if he'd seen it. I feel,
Yeah.
disappointed for him in missing it, but I can understand they'd be hard to spot. I like that he tries things, as someone who tries stuff as well.
You got to know when to try it. And
I know. Tournaments are not the place, I know.
I'm being told that we're going to get a chat with Howard.
All right. He's getting a headset.
He's pondering whether he should accept the microphone depending on who's interviewing him.
What do I do, he says.
Just hold this close.
Thought he was giving him a glass of wine for a second.
You might need to hold it up. Yeah, that's better.
Can you hear us, Howard?
Yeah, hello, who's that?
Oh, this is Laura.
Oh, hi Laura, how are you?
I'm good. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we were impressed by your sevens going down there. Sevens and eights, I should say.
Oh, thanks. It wasn't particularly hard. I had I had a lot of choices actually, and the letters just flowed rather nicely.
Yes, yep. You waltzed right through that game.
Yeah, I sure did. Yes. And
Hi, Howard.
I devalued next game, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, who's that?
This is Edward Okulicz here.
Oh, Ed, hello.
Long time no hear.
Likewise, how are you?
I'm pretty well, and enjoying watching the game. It was a classic Howard, really. Just keep putting down the best or nearly the best move every single turn until you win. You've been doing it for a very long time, and I don't see why you'd change.
Pretty much, it's sort of worked in general, yeah.
Were there any interesting choices that you want to share with us?
Yeah, when I played Jet, I could have played Jails down on putting the L on the end of Icea for 50-something point, which would have got me well ahead. But I just had a feeling that, but it was only about sort of an extra 35 points, and I thought there was bound to be a bingo coming up soon. So that was one choice. That's pretty much all there was. The intender, I don't know if you wondered why I did it that way round, simply because it's harder to get underneath it with the underneath the R rather than underneath the D. Along the
I just
bottom.
assumed because it was more points.
Well, there's that as well. No, it was more because it was defensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes
The only
sense.
one I was wondering about is did you consider Vary, VAIRRY, on the first turn?
No, I didn't.
I think Ivy could still be right.
Yeah.
I was just wondering because I thought you were about to put Ravy down. I thought, no,
I was
do
absolutely
Vary.
not. No, oddly enough, I didn't think of it so obvious. I played it so many times.
I mean, otherwise it looked like a really accurately played game to me,
Oh,
and
good.
your margin was a little flattered by a couple of Nick not seeing Newfound,
Oh,
which would have played for a huge
my
amount. I
God.
wondered if you might get super cheeky and put REF down, REF, holding MOLITE, which could easily have bingoed, making refi.
What I should have done is I should have stopped to really have a look and see what Nick had. But I got away with that. With a
Yeah,
Newfound.
you were well ahead. You were well ahead, so I still wouldn't have caught up. But
And I just got a little bit sort of, excited about seeing foamies there.
yeah,
What was the joke that you made? What was we didn't hear the joke on camera, unfortunately, before he played Down Fund.
I think he was thinking about Down Funk.
yeah,
We all were.
yeah. We
On
all
the
did.
stream,
We all,
in the chat.
we all wanted it to be down funk.
or Funk Down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can have a
Yeah.
funk hole, but I don't
I
think you
know.
can have a funk down.
No, I don't think so. Yeah. Are you still playing, Edward?
Oh, I haven't played in about 5 months, but I'm still playing.
Okay.
I'm still here, causing trauma everywhere I go.
Good. Glad to hear it. Very happy.
Glad to see you're still playing as well.
Yes.
And playing well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I keep thinking that that we've got a few young ones coming up in New Zealand, and I'm hoping that their time will come soon. And I keep thinking that this is the beginning of the slide, but it hasn't quite happened yet.
What constitutes young, Howard? Is anyone under the age of about 50 considered young? I consider young as anyone younger than me.
Yeah. How old are you now?
I'm 43,
Oh
so
my God.
42, you're still young.
Now, about the sort of the age that you were when you started, we have got a few young ones coming up who are sort of between about 12 and 20, which is great because we've been very old, had an old population here for quite some time.
So hopefully we'll see them next year
Absolutely.
on the stream, winning
Absolutely.
games left, right, and centre.
Yes. And Laura, I hope to see you here at the Masters next year.
Yeah, I've been taking a sabbatical actually,
Oh, have you?
a scrabatical as it was called by
Oh,
Edward.
Lovely too.
Yeah, so I've got a bit of catching up to do, but yeah, I'd like to get back there at some point, definitely.
Okay.
Well, not back to the Masters, but back to the table.
Oh, I'm glad
Yeah.
you enjoyed the game. Did you see anything else that was odd, or that you might not have done?
No, the other thing that pained us to see slip past was Choux, Choux,
For Nick.
which Nick had in his hand,
shit.
which would have, it was quite early on in the game, and I think,
Is that when
potentially
he
that
played-
could have
is that when he
changed the
played Butch?
dynamic. Yes,
Yeah. Ooh,
exactly.
yes, that was a
Yeah.
killer.
So yeah, that was that would have been nice to see, but it's hard to spot. So yeah.
I was very happy he played Butch because that sort of left me with my desired spot for the queue.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, congrats, Howard.
Okay,
Good luck
thank you.
with the rest of your games.
Good. Thanks a lot. Cheers. Bye.
Cheers.
All right, I think it's time. Let's have a standings update so we can see who's hot,
Yeah.
who's brilliant, who's laying waste to their opposition.
Yeah.
I believe we're going to get some standings on the screen, but while we wait for that, oh, here we go. So Peter
go.
Sinton leading the pack on 5, just 12 spread points ahead of Dylan Early. So that's a bit of an old guard leading, but we've got a bit of the new guard with Lewis Hawkins in 4th.
Yeah. Murray Rogers is doing really well. That's great. And Howard's,
people doing
he's
well.
sitting at number 7, so he's got a little ways to go up if he wants to get back up to the top.
Oh, and Glennice Hale hasn't got a win yet. Can someone confirm whether she won her last game or not? I don't like seeing that. I don't like seeing someone on 0 wins, especially
No,
not someone
that's
who's
hard.
done as much for Scrabble over the years as has Glennice.
Yeah. And Chris, ranked at number 1, he's quite far down the pack at this point. But that being said, it's only 4 games versus 5 games, 4 wins versus 5 wins. So really it's anyone's tournament still.
Surprisingly, he's got a negative spread. Like he's bottom of the 4. That's really surprising given that he's definitely shown on the stream this afternoon he's very skillful. We'll be looking to do better tomorrow. So, speaking of tomorrow, I believe that this stream will be recommencing at 8:30 a.m.-ish New Zealand time. That's 10:30 in Australia and somewhat later in the afternoon, evening in North America, I would think. And God, like right in the thick of the morning for Europe
But a good reason to get up and out of bed.
at
Or you can watch it in
3:30.
bed.
At
Yeah,
3:30 if you happen to be, in a relationship with one of the players and you can't sleep.
exactly. Yeah. But yeah, join the stream for another day tomorrow, everyone. And also, if you like what you're seeing and want to help the broadcasters make this stuff happen, there is a link in the YouTube at the top of the chat for buy us a coffee, small donation, big donation, anything to help the guys people who put this stuff together would be really appreciated.
Yeah, not just for the equipment that they buy, but also for the time that the technical team has put aside to bring this stream to you. They've done a really amazing job, and I think everyone can agree it's a really high quality production. And I think it's starting to spread further and further. The North Americans are doing great streaming, and now New Zealand's doing great streaming. So it'll be great to show your support for the people that make it happen.
100%.
All right, I think we're done for the day.
We're still live. We got to chat. Are we still live? I'm not sure.
Oh, I think
Yes,
we are.
we are. Yeah.
So well, some of us will see you tomorrow. Well, I won't, and I don't think you will, but you'll have very capable commentators. I think Kenji, we're back. We'll have Josh Sokol in, and well, look, it'll be fantastic. It'll be great. So watch. We'll see you then.